Shifter Diaries, Loss Hunted. Sweet Paranormal Wolf and Fae Fantasy Romance Series Book 3. By E. A. Hall. Copyright 2020 E. Hall. All rights reserved. Dear Diary. Whenever someone would complain about an assignment or test, my English teacher, Mrs. Hershey, wouldn't apologize or tell us to suck it up. Nope. She'd snap her fingers, point to the student, or me, and say, "Right now, share 3 things that you're thankful for." The first time it took me by surprise. Granted, she was a bit of a renegade as far as teachers went, and true to her last name, always had an ample supply of Hershey's chocolate in her classroom. That always stuck with me though. Well, the chocolate addiction, but also her reminder to focus on the good before dwelling on the bad. Her delivery with the snapping and the pointing would startle the class out of our collective funk. The question to name 3 things we're thankful for would prompt us to think about something other than the homework or exam. She also said the things had to be very specific. For instance, "I'm thankful to be alive," while true, wasn't acceptable. It had to be more like, "I'm thankful for the squirrel I saw collecting acorns on my hike yesterday, reminding me to prepare for the days to come." Or, "I'm grateful that I got to know my father, if even for only a few days." Or, "I appreciate the pack's slow acceptance of me." Yup. Those are all things I'm really thankful for. But it's hard not to slide back into the funk when I think about my own real-life assignments. You know, of the save the magical and human world from imminent destruction variety. No biggie, right? Then there's that alpha wolf I'm madly in love with. I went from despising him to crushing on him to falling love. Sure, we've had some bumps in the road. Being the alpha wolf of a pack and representative on the Guardians and Warriors Council is not synonymous with always telling his fated mate the truth about everything. But we're getting there. Mrs. Hershey also used to say, "Strive for progress, not perfection." Well, wish me luck, because I need to make some progress on finding out what my father meant when he told me to break the curse, and I'm pretty sure that will require perfection or in the very least expertise. I don't think imperfectly breaking a curse will be effective or end well. Love. Kenna. Chapter 1. Kenna. Deep thought of the day: the greatest education is learning about oneself. Who knew I was an ace pool player? I slide the billiards cue smoothly through my fingers and sink the last striped ball into the corner pocket. I play it cool at my win when really, I'm bouncing inside. Half the wolf shifters in the room cheer. My opponent, Trig, groans. "Are we done?" I ask, lowering my cue and holding it like a staff, scepter. He slaps his cell phone in my hand. "One call, Kenna." I arch an eyebrow. The deal was I get the phone for a full day. 2 hours, Trig counters. My wolf growls. I'm not open to negotiations. This started as whoever won 2 out of 3 games. I won 21. It isn't ping pong or a card game. Camilla slides off the edge of her perch on the side of the pool table, where she watched me crush Trig. "We have a ping pong table." She points to the corner where it's folded up. Trig chuckles. I'm in. I shoot him a glare and slide the phone in my pocket. "Who are you going to call?" Trig asks. "None of your business." Yes, I have a call to make. However, mostly I have research to do. Polaris is woefully underserved when it comes to modern technology. Or rather, internet access. So I have to do what I have to do. My mom gave me a phone, but it didn't survive the werewolf goblin Fae King attack. "I'll see the log and the history," he says. "Not if I wipe it clean," I say, lifting onto tiptoes and practically hissing in his face. I shouldn't bite the hand that feeds me. It is his cell phone, but we had a bet. If I won, I got the use of the phone, which strictly speaking he isn't supposed to have at the wolf headquarters. It interferes with our power. I could go all alpha wolf on him and seize it, but that isn't how Pack Jalmer works. Anyway, I know he uses it to send late-night texts to his girlfriend, Avril, who hates me. I'd like to know why, but that's another matter for another time. Password? I ask, tapping the screen. That wasn't part of the bet. Trig smirks like he bested me. A low growl fills my chest. He holds up his hands in surrender. Alright, alright. The password is 1-2-3-4. I roll my eyes and try it. The screen changes to an image of Trig and Avril with their arms around each other. I think of Corbin, wondering where he is. Pack duties fill most of his days, and mine, though it's already evening. I did my morning strength and agility practice, weapons and defense, and tactical and strategy training. That was after I had my early morning shift in the kitchen as part of the rotation of chores, including tending to the vegetable gardens, grounds, trails, cleaning, and of course, cooking. I figured I'd earned a few hours of chill time in the game room. As soon as Trig exits, Camilla and Inga swarm around me. They also wanted me to win the phone time so I can watch video footage, capturing Avril and her mean girl posse being idiots. I cannot deny my sweet tooth or the bad influence Camilla and Inga have on me for harmless pranks. Earlier, I switched out the sweet cream donut filling for mayonnaise I served Avril, Heather, Harper, and Hannah. Mixing their coffee grounds with a bit of dirt was priceless. The rest of it was all Beta Wolf shenanigans, although I gathered the supplies. Now, I want to see the results. How'd you know Avril uses the bathroom every day at the same time? I ask as phase 1 of Prankgate displays on the phone screen. Avril poked her head out of the bathroom door. Her pants were around her ankles. She called for help, but no one came. She wrinkled her nose and then hopped down the hall to another bathroom. There are at least 10 in the lodge. The camera zoomed in on the bathroom, the shelf filled with empty toilet paper rolls. The one next to the toilet said a few choice words. Camilla and Inga slap hands in a high five. Phase 2 of the video displays Heather opening a bottle of soda. It exploded all over her in a fizzy mess. That's what I call a soda explosion, Camilla says. Using the floss, I threaded it under the cap, snipped the ends off, and then balanced the mint candy inside, Inga explains. Are there any Mentos left? Camilla asks. Inga shakes her head. I ate them. Phase 3, we replaced Harper's deodorant with cream cheese, Camilla says as we watch her emerge from the bathroom looking disgusted. Phase 4? I ask when the video nears the end. We didn't have the heart to prank Hannah. She's actually sweet. Not sure why she hangs out with the meanies. Camilla smiles apologetically. As an alpha wolf, Corbin wants us all to be like one big family, especially because most of our real-life families are gone since wolves lived so long. It makes me sad and concerned that there are mean girls among us. Also, a family is all I've ever wanted, and the mean girl posse has made it clear that I'm not welcome. The pranks are funny, but I'll have to think of a way to make them see that we're better and stronger together. I no longer feel the need to prove myself, but also know that we could just prank each other back and forth for the rest of time. Inga laughs. Doesn't sound like a terrible idea, but I know what you mean. Okay, but not before the piece de resistance, Camilla says in a perfect French accent. Those were teases. Little pranks to get back at them for all the times they've terrorized the wolves under them and you, Kenna. Avril is a bully. And she's on probation, I remind them. We'll see if this changes her ways. Okay, what's the showstopper? I ask, wondering if they have more prank footage. You'll have to wait and see, but it's targeted at Avril since she's the ringleader. Inga winks. And she messed with you. We got your back, girl, Camilla says. At that, the two betas leave me with Trig's phone. I slide onto the edge of the pool table, taking Camilla's spot. I could be a total snoop and look at all of Trig's photos, or delete them because he was being such a jerk. Instead, I get down to business. First, I watched the prank video one more time because seeing the discomfort and shock on Avril, Heather, and Harper's faces is hilarious. My pulse jumps when Corbin's voice interrupts my thoughts using the wolf way of communication. I think of it as having an internal walkie-talkie. Did he catch wind of the pranks and intend to put us on probation too? I hustle to the den, a large room with a long boardroom-style table, reserved for meetings with the betas. Baker sits toward the middle, clicking away on his laptop. If he wasn't so attached to the thing, I'd have asked him if I could borrow it for my research, but I also don't think I could get anything by him. Not that I have to hide, but my particular search terms may raise concern. Corbin sits at one end with his fingers steepled and his head tucked, deep in thought. I lower into the chair at the other end. He glances up. Our eyes meet. Deep copper to smoky gray. My pulse doesn't jump this time. It leaps. All it takes is one look, sometimes less than that, to get my heart racing, my stomach spinning, and my thoughts turning to mush. Corbin is my alpha, my fated mate, and the love of my young life. I'm still blindsided by those facts and the deep love I have for him. I'm in love with him and love him. Would do anything for him? I could swoon. His lips quirk toward an amused smile. I'm pretty sure I'm looking at him with major hard eyes right now. At least I'm not in trouble. I don't think he'd be able to freeze me with that smolder if the pranks ticked him off. No, something else is going on. Something bad, if the layer of unease beneath the heat of his desire for me is any indication. The others, except Avril, filter into the room and take their spots at the table with Claude and Inga on one side and Trig, Camilla, and Baker on the other. Corbin gets right down to business. We have to smoke out the clave. Amanda was our one connection. And my father, presumably. Corbin nods. But they're of no help to us now. Not necessarily. We know that Amanda wanted the cloak. To do Visalia, the werewolf's, dirty work, Claude says. But Clove wanted it too. They killed Tatiana over it, I add. And my father left me the house and a ghost. Surely, there are clues there. We believe the clave has been growing their numbers and amassing their magic to lift the Accord spell, Corbin says. I'm not so sure anything at Lonsdale will point us in their direction. He's being disagreeable. I sling my arms in front of my chest. We found one secret room. Maybe there's another. A meeting place or something. I'm afraid we can't afford to search for clues. There's been another death. Corbin's Scottish accent is low, hard. The room goes shifter wolf still. The cloak can make a person invisible, but wolves don't have that innate ability. No magicals do. However, we can be so still and silent, it's like we're not even there. It's eerie and unsettling, and probably what they do when stalking prey. Haven't done that personally. I interrupt the quiet. But we slayed the werewolf. Corbin nods. It was a man, a hunter, who died. Ice slides down my spine. Where? The forest of Ken and Clover. That's the Fey lands, Camilla says. It's Melchior's problem. Corbin's face turns to stone. And he's my problem. Something my friend Pepper told me comes to mind. She said that Melchior uses the energy from the lives his Fae take to prolong his own. I'm about to say as much when Baker spins his laptop to show us images from the scene. No bites. No wounds. The guy's body was found on the edge of the woods. Maybe he had a heart attack? I say weakly. Corbin shakes his head. The Accord spell is lifting. About a week ago, on the first day of autumn, Corbin and I were looking out the window. I'm sure I saw the silhouettes of several Fae on the edge of the woods. It's pack land, which is concerning, but so is this latest death and the song that perpetually fills my mind. It's almost like the Fae are hunting us, I whisper. A menacing growl grinds from Corbin's throat as if to say no chance. My brother, Clove, told me that he wants the keys to the kingdom. He has the scepter, and I worry he might accelerate the lift of the spell, returning magicals to their base natures. The spell doesn't apply to me because I was tri-magical, dual magical now that Melchior slayed the vampire in me. However, I don't feel the desire to hunt or kill. The strange song scares me though and makes me wonder what I am capable of. No matter what, I have to find out what curse my father wants me to break. I'm afraid that it's me. That I'm the curse. I excuse myself from the meeting. Corbin will fill me in later. I have research to do.
Chapter 2. Corbin. Baker briefs us on fake court activity when Kenna gets up and exits the room. I hate to see her go, but I love to watch her leave. Her curves fill in her fitted black jeans. The way her reddish hair glides over her shoulders makes me want to kiss each one before moving to her collarbone, neck, and that little spot behind her ear that makes her curl into me. Then I'll move along her jaw before landing on her lips. I swallow thickly. As an alpha, my mind jumbles and untangles countless things each day, from keeping peace among the pack members to taking my turn with chores to training to maintain my warrior status. Then there are big picture things like protecting the magical and human worlds alike from an unknown threat. But lately, Kenna takes up about 75% of the space. The other 25% consists of how badly I want to destroy the fake King Melchior for nearly killing her. He drove an iron blade through her heart, intending to end her life. Fortunately, he only managed to slay the vampire. Now, she's 2 parts magical. Fae and wolf shifter. I will get my revenge. First, she and I are sealing as fated mates. It's an ancient ceremony that I can no longer deny my inner wolf. He howls and whines at me, begging for the connection to his true love. The only problem is because we're both alpha wolves, there's sure to be an alpha call-out. Through a strange glitch in wolfdom, when alphas find their fated mate and take over a pack, another wolf is compelled to battle them for the role. Olivia and Octavius, our elder wolves, explained it like a system of checks and balances. If for some reason, the alphas aren't suitable for the role, they can't just reign over the pack without question. If another wolf is stronger, they'll take the position. If the opponent wolf kills the male alpha, he can lay claim to his alpha's mate. Not happening. Yet, I cannot seem to escape the darkness inside me. I've been the opponent wolf, battling alpha mates. Have I killed an alpha? Yes, my best friend. Did I claim Logan's mate? No, but it turned out that she was the werewolf that terrorized our lands. I lean back in my chair, overwhelmed by my desire to protect Kenna. It's all-consuming. Corbin? I blink a few times, realizing Baker was repeating my name. The conversation that I was only half listening to catches up with me. Yes, I'll address the issue with Melchior. And then some. My wolf practically prances inside, excited by Kenna's proximity and the ceremony. He's ready to howl at the freedom that comes with knowing who he is and who we are in partnership with Kenna. Unlike in the human world, where they emphasize individuality, wolves thrive on community, belonging, and placement. Being an individual is like being imprisoned. Being part of a mated pair is liberty. The autumn days have drifted by like the leaves dropping from the oaks, maples, and birch trees on our lands. But my temperature has held on to the summer heat as anger and desire vie for my attention. My mind repeatedly turns to the hate I have for Melchior and what he did. But my wolf clings to the love I feel for Kenna and craving to be with her for eternity. I cannot let anything other than that consume me tonight. She is the bright spot in my life. She is the sun and moon and stars. I yearn for her in a way that won't quit until we seal our fates together. Unlike a regular wedding ceremony, there's no tuxedo or fancy gown. No, this is primal, earthy, and traces back to the beginning of shifters. I showered, but don't bother shaving. Soon, I'll be hairy all over because tonight is the night of the wolf. As I step outside, I gaze up to find the dog star, Canis Major, the brightest in the sky. I let its light seep into me, fuel me. I tune into my wolf senses. The first part of the ceremony involves Kenna and I finding each other. The pack elders, Olive and Octavius, will bring each of us to the woods. She and I will have to steer by the stars and sent to find each other. Our journey will match the stars that make up Sirius, the dog star, as we retrace our shifter origins to find each other in the present. Then the pack will come together for the rest of the ceremony. As usual, a feast will follow, lasting well into the night. It will be the first night Kenna and I will spend together as a sealed couple. The wind shifts. I scent wolf. My hackles lift. My inner wolf stands at attention. Octavius, in his wolf form with nearly white fur and reddish eyes, crouches low in the bushes. If I were simply human, I'd be terrified he would spring and rip out my throat. Instead, I shift into my gray wolf. The scent of decaying leaves, wood smoke, and mashed potatoes fills my nostrils along with millions of other things. My wolf sight is keen, but my sense of smell is stronger. I sniff for Kenna. Olive must use a fig to conceal her scent, at least for now. Octavius trots down a track leading deep into the packlands. I follow, listening to the night sounds and focusing on Octavius, explaining the journey that will lead me to Kenna using the wolf way of communication. You want to arrive at the destination, connecting in the most primal and meaningful way wolves have with their true loves and forever linking your future together. However, everything that brought you here is equally important. The path of your life shaped you into who you are. As fated mates, you have to always be your very best for the other. Honest, true, loving. If not, you can change the course of your fate. Uneasiness ripples through my muscles at that piece of information. I've lied to Kenna twice, both times putting her at risk. I convinced myself it was for the greater good of the pack and the magical world. It's interesting what a person, and even an alpha, can do to rationalize poor behavior. Octavius stops in a clearing, gazing up at the stars. It is time for you to relive the journey that brought you to this place, this time. The stars will guide you forward, but only if you let go of what no longer serves you. Think of it like baggage that you don't want to take on the next leg of the journey. At those words, the dog star flashes in the sky, beaming down to me, seizing me. For the next hour, my life flurries through my mind, my childhood with my father, my first shift, changing Logan, leaving Scotland, the alpha call out, meeting Kenna, and the recent discord. All of it and every little moment in between flashes by like fast-forwarding through snapshots in time. All that matters is the love Kenna and I share and the well-being of Pack Jalmer. I keep my strength in mind, body, and spirit. I keep my intelligence, logic, and discernment. I keep the best parts of myself, preparing to share them with Kenna. When the time comes, I try to leave the desire for vengeance, anger, and occasional bouts of jealousy behind. But when the starlight dims, I fear I haven't quite let it go. I'm not sure if Octavius notices, because all at once, Kenna's wolf cherry scent fills my awareness. My wolf guide gives me a subtle nod, telling me I'm free to find my mate. I tear through the woods in search of her. My paws tread silently over uneven ground. I'm agile and don't snap a twig or disturb the leaves lingering on the autumn branches of the trees. All I hear is the effort of my breathing, the thrum in my chest, and Kenna's wolf heart summoning me. A ripple of dark reddish fur streaks past. I charge after her, engaging in a wolf's favorite game, chase. I run after her before catching up, nudging her shoulder with my muzzle. She yips and tears off toward the east. I put on a burst of speed, racing after her. This is where the fun begins. Gaining on my fated mate, her tail flies behind her, fur shining in the low light, and eyes flashing playfully. She cuts across me. I pivot, following her before finally pouncing when she slows down to avoid a massive boulder. I tackle my wolf mate to the ground. We wrestle playfully, nipping and yipping. Soon, Octavius and Olive summon us. Her fur is a deep black with a hint of burgundy. Almost the color of a Kalamata olive. They lead us to another clearing lit with a bonfire. I sense the rest of the pack nearby. the elders instruct Kenna and me to circle the fire 3 times before the flames leap toward the sky, sending down a shower of sparks that take the form of a boy being chased by a wolf. Kenna's wolf, with her smoky gray eyes, gazes at me. The corners of her mouth lift in a slight smile. I blink a few times, giving her the wolf version of a smolder. I don't know when it started, but at some point, while in physical form, I noticed it brought a rosy tint to her cheeks that I cannot deny lights me up inside and kindles my desire. Octavius and Olive's voices enter our minds using the wolf way. If they'd heard my thoughts, my cheeks would be flaming. Long ago, Octavius begins. Late one night, a boy was being chased by a wolf. His heart hammered, his lungs pumped. He raced, trying to outrun the wolf. Soon, he came to a bluff, overlooking a deep valley. Unable to slow down, he leaped, preferring to try to fly than being killed by the beast. I've never been to a wolf sealing ceremony, but I've heard this story of our origins countless times. We all gasp, holding our breath, waiting for what's coming. Sparks from the fire form images to illustrate the story they're telling. The ground got closer, revealing jagged rocks. The boy knew he was plunging to his death. He turned his head, gazing at the stars, wanting the boundless and beautiful sky to be the last thing he saw before he died, Olive says. As one, the pack gazes up to the heavens. Instead, the wolf plummeted toward him. They soon collided, and the wolf's teeth closed around his wrist. The boy suddenly knew the wolf wasn't trying to hurt him, rather help him, bring him comfort during those last moments. The wolf's eyes told him that she hadn't been chasing him to eat him. Rather, she was playing like the children did in the field surrounding his home. I've always imagined the wolf and the boy held hands. I stepped closer to Kenna, brushing my flank against hers, feeling the light of her warmth and letting it fill me. When they hit the ground, the wolf lost her grasp. The boy slammed into the rocks. The wolf cried 1,000 tears, creating the ocean. The boy sunk to the depths. The wolf continued to grieve and drowned in her tears. Taking pity on her, the moon healed the boy and gave him the ability to shift between man and wolf forms. Then the moon created a net with the tears, scooped up the wolf and cast her into the sky, where she could forevermore watch over her boy. Beside me, Kenna gasps, having never heard how wolf shifters came to be. And as one, the pack howls into the night, celebrating the sacrifices of the wolf and the bravery of the boy.
Chapter 3. Kenna. The air in the woods is close, still. Mist flows through the bare branches. Clouds create a halo around the moon. The wolves gather near after the story. Our story. The chorus of howls echoes through the night. A low rumble grows in my chest as I nuzzle Corbin's soft pelt. If we were in physical form, we would join our hands. The best I can do is give him a nip on his furry wrist. He yips in delight. I feel his beating heart. His warmth. His love. It stirs my wolf up, quickens my pulse. I sense all eyes on us, awaiting our next move. Olive speaks in the wolf way. You've explored your past to prepare for your future. You learned about the origins of our kind. Earlier, she brought me to a clearing and my life flashed before my eyes like a movie. She told me to let go of dead weight along with aspects of my life or myself that hindered and burdened me. I released insecurity and fear, inadequacy and doubt. Now, we invite you to make a promise to each other. The ritual of the fated mates. In doing so, nothing can tear you apart. The wolves are quiet, anticipating what's coming. I take it that this ritual is rare. Octavius instructs us to gaze into each other's eyes. Corbin's are deep yet bright, reflecting the glittering sky. The warmth of my magic and Corbin's love fills me. Feel the energy. Connect with it. With each other, Olive says. My fae power sits on the edge of my wolf magic. It brushes up against me, not wanting to be left out. I tell it to wait. Be patient. I return my focus to my mate. My wolf. In my mind, Corbin says, "You are beautiful." My ribs expand with my breath. "You are everything," I reply. "Now, you must make a promise, wrap it in your love, and keep it safe among the stars," Octavius intones. "Do you promise to always be true to each other?" Olive asks. Together, Corbin and I say, "I will always be true to you, I promise." Corbin's wolfy smile is boundless. Octavia says, "For the last part, you must recite these words in front of each other: the pack, the moon, and stars above." Corbin and I hold our gazes. It is you and me, together. No magic this bond can ever sever. I pledge my love to you now and forever. We repeat the pledge. My heart beats once, twice, 3 times, and then stops before joining with Corbin's in a burst that threatens to blow me apart, but only seconds later makes me feel stronger than ever. I feel powerful, indomitable, and connected to Corbin in a way I never imagined possible. He snuffles me with his snout, then tips his nose toward the sky, releasing a long howl. My own joins his. Like ribbons braiding together, I feel our past, present, and future joining, weaving, and forming a bond that can never break. When I was fully human, I played softball but didn't love the laps we had to do around the track at my old high school. However, when the other wolves join our howling once more, that's our cue to take our first run as sealed mates. We practically fly through the woods. With Corbin at my side, I've never felt so free or fully me. To say running with him is blissful is an understatement. The pounding of our hearts, the patting of our paws, and the air driving through our lungs are so strong and so true and so pure, I cannot fathom what kissing him will be like when we return to our physical form, because this is already ecstasy. As the moon rises high, Corbin and I return to headquarters. We dance around the yard, wrestling and yipping, catching our breath before shifting back into our physical forms. When we do, he meets me with a lazy grin. His gaze instantly drops to my lips. I feel the rumble in his chest before we press together in one long kiss. Around my mouth, he says, "I love everything about being with you and being a wolf, but the only drawback is we can't do this." He inhales sharply and caresses my jaw with his rough hand as he kisses me again. I giggle and press my palms against his back, squeezing him closer. My breath catches as the kiss deepens. It's the joy of running and kissing all wrapped into one. We are one. The doubts I have about our future recede into the background. My fears about what's going to happen to humans and magicals disappear. There's nothing I want or need to do other than this. Corbin's fingers tangle in my wild hair. He grips the base of my neck, wanting me closer to him if such a thing were possible. Fate bonds us in every way. There are the stars, the moon, and us. Soon, the thunder of paws on earth as Pack Jalmer return from their run prick my awareness. Like a light dimming, we part. I don't want the kiss to end, but the rest of the night's festivities await, including a massive feast. In the bathroom back at the lodge, a robe waits for me along with a delightful assortment of bath products. I freshen up, enjoying a bubble bath, followed by applying thick moisturizer that smells slightly off but makes my skin soft and supple. I'm guessing this is the beta's doing. Like when we were in Las Vegas, an outfit is on my bed. Instead of a pretty, lacy dress, it's a pair of leather pants and a flannel shirt. Typical wolf wear. After I dress and dry my hair, I blink in the mirror. My skin has a slight orange hue. I tilt my head, getting a closer look when the door opens. "You almost ready?" Camilla asks. Inga pokes her head in and gasps. "What happened?" I stare in the mirror at my orange skin. "You look like an Oompa Loompa from The Wizard of Oz." Camilla cringes. Was this part of the ritual? Because if so, Olive could have warned me. I'm not sure this is what Corbin signed up for. I try to keep my calm. After all, I'm alpha, but inside, I'm stuffing my head under my pillow. No, this must have been Avril. She used self-tanner last spring when we had our first barbecue at the lake, Camilla says. Inga sniffs the moisturizer bottle that has a white label with a rose on it. Yup. Looks like she's getting us back. You guys aren't orange, I say. Not yet. Maybe she thought the toilet paper prank was you. I shrug. I helped, and I'm not entirely innocent of other crimes. I fed her a mayonnaise-filled donut. And there was dirt in her coffee grounds. I clear my throat. You didn't tell us, Camilla says, aghast, but smiling like a proud mother hen. I shrug. I didn't want you to think I went overboard. But how am I going to get it off? I cannot bear to look in the mirror. Inga's fingers lift mine and she turns my palm over. I can't be sure, but I don't think the ritual eliminated your fey magic. I brighten as I summon it to the surface. My skin takes on an almost neon orange hue. It's getting worse, I moan. The fey magic vibrates, bites me. For a moment, I wonder if my vampire is truly gone, but the scar across my heart heats, reminding me that the dagger pierced that part of me and drove it out. I'd have died had I not been tri-magical. I envision myself with my regular skin tone and feel myself soften, relax. I blink my eyes open and risk the mirror. I look like myself. A long exhale of relief escapes. Camilla brushes her hands together. And that will teach those girls to mess with you. You could go all alpha on them. Inga nudges me with her hip. I shake my head. No, I want us to figure out a way to get along. Good luck, Inga says. Now, how about you use some of that magic to style your hair, apply some makeup, and go meet that wolf of yours? The fey magic fizzes and whirs inside of me. It's boiling and makes me feel like I drank a gallon of piping hot espresso. Is that how fey feel all the time? I'm overly energized, buzzed. Inga and Camilla exchange a look, then shift just their paws. That's enough to summon my wolf back to the forefront. I draw a deep breath. Thank you. Then slightly less frenzied, I dash out the door to find Corbin. The girls wolf whistle after me, telling me I look hot. Probably literally after that fey power surge. In the hall, I practically plow into my mate. He smells like mint and wood and wolf. His powerful hands grip my upper arms as he steadies me. I tip my chin and meet his gaze. I'll never tire of this, he whispers. Stopping me from careening into you? My voice feels extra loud. No, it's like I repeatedly see you for the first time. Then you get to look forward to a lot of that, I say, magnetized to him. His wolf steadies me as I curl close and our energy joins. He tucks a loose piece of my hair behind my ear. So if seeing you gives me the first time jolt, I wonder what doing this will be like. His lips fall on mine. Butterflies dance in my belly, and my heart knocks against my ribs. I'm so glad I brushed my teeth. The light scruff along his jaw tickles my cheek. I wrap my fingers around his neck. He presses me against the wall, caging me with his arms. Yup. I'm as hungry as ever, he says, pinching my chin and drawing my lips back to his. Before we connect again, someone clears their throat. In that case, dinner is waiting in the dining room. We both grumble as Trig walks away from us and down the hall. In the wolf way, but exclusive to me, his mate, Corbin says, he's mad at me because his girlfriend is being an idiot. And I still have his phone. But I keep that tidbit to myself. Instead, I say, I also may have put dirt in her coffee and mayo in her donut. Corbin chuckles. Sounds like Inga and Camilla have you in on their pranks. I tilt my head from side to side. Are you going to take Avril off probation? That depends on whether she behaves herself. I don't tell him my skin was orange only minutes ago. I don't want to ruin Avril's life, merely figure out how to even the playing field. I peck Corbin on the lips before grabbing his hand and leading him down the hall. I follow my nose to the kitchen and dining room to find an array of grilled meats and vegetables, potatoes, and a buffet of sweets, including iced cookies in the shape of wolves howling, cupcakes with silver and black sprinkles, packed Jalmer colors, and a tower of frosted donuts. I take a small piece of steak, an asparagus spear so no one yells at me for not eating my vegetables, a scoop of potatoes, and 2 each of the desserts. Corbin laughs, then angles his elbow toward me. Arm in arm, we take our plates to the back patio. On our way there, several pack members congratulate us, but most keep their distance, knowing that this evening is for us in the starring role and them as support. We have one of those cinematic moments like in movies when the new couple debuts in the school cafeteria. Time seems to slow down. All eyes are on us. For once I feel confident, proud. Corbin is my mate. This is my pack. Do I truly belong? Time will tell, but for now, it feels like I do. We recap the evening from beginning until he found me in the hallway. Corbin asks me about the pranks. I tell him everything, including my recent status as an Oompa Loompa. You got rid of it with magic, not glamour? He peers at me as if trying to detect orange underneath a magical appearance. To be honest, I hardly knew what I was doing, but I don't think it was glamour. I'm pretty sure I got rid of it when I turned neon briefly. I take a bite of donut and gather my thoughts. Corbin is my mate. I can and should tell him everything. I go on, shortly before graduation and learning my true identity, I'd been feeling restless. I chalked it up to the end of high school and not knowing what waited on the horizon. Now, I wonder if the vampire, fae, and wolf inside of me maintained some kind of balance, like homeostasis. That was the first time since my vamp was slain that I called upon my fae magic. It felt stronger than ever. Corbin listens intently then shrugs. Or perhaps because we sealed as fated mates, the fae power increased along with the wolf, which would be concerning. Yeah, especially because I can't help but feel like the fae song inside of me is getting louder by the day, calling me, luring me, summoning me.
Chapter 4. Corbin. Kenna and I sit diagonal to each other. My left knee presses against her right. At the change in the topic of our conversation, she adjusts in the seat as though uncomfortable. Connected to her as I now am, I sense a rough spot that she'd like to get away from. I want to smooth it over. Anything else on your mind? I ask. Tonight was epic. She lets out a breath. It's as though it drags her closer to me. Yet she picks at her salad. I propose a toast. To us, I say cheerfully. To this moment, may we remember it forever, she adds. We clink glasses. My knee lights up where hers presses against mine again. I wasn't kidding when I said seeing her, kissing her, and being with her is like the first time on repeat, except at the same time there's a deep, unwavering current of past, present, and future. I feel almost as connected to her as I do my wolf, and that's saying something. Yet, there's the undeniable presence of her fae aspect pulsing through her. It's enough to curl a wolf's fur. In response to my question about anything being on her mind, she belatedly shakes her head. I'm fine. You sure? She shrugs. Actually, we heard the story about the wolf and boy. How did the flesh eating monster part start? Their connection in that first shift was out of love and to save a life, not take it. No one knows. That's my automatic response, everyone's answer even though it's rarely asked. But it's more like I can't remember. I have a strange sense of déjà vu at the same time as I plumb my thoughts for the answer. I'm sifting through sand, but can't remember what I was looking for to begin with. This time I shift uncomfortably because it reminds me of when Grayson commented on how he couldn't remember a stretch of his life, Jana, Clove, and the torment he caused countless magicals. Kenna reaches for my hand, twining her fingers through mine. My heart skips a beat. I lean over and brush my lips across her temple before we both lean back in our chairs and gaze up at the stars. I trust that the answer will come, she whispers. I'm just relieved there aren't any more werewolves, I say. But there was the death in the forest. Peace and relief vanishes, replaced by worry and vexation. Olive and Octavius appear with their plates piled high. We don't want to bother you. The elder wolf wears a serene expression. Please join us. Thank you for tonight. It was beautiful. Kenna slides her gaze to me. As during the ritual, I feel the warmth of her glow. I nod in agreement. It's so good for the pack that you have found each other. Octavius smiles. I agree, even better if they're a heart match, Olive says. My pulse trips at the comment. Kenna exhales sharply as though she can no longer hold something in. I heard the story of the wolves, but where did the Fae come from? The stars sparkle overhead. They twinkle in Kenna, Olive, and Octavius's eyes like they open portals to forgotten memories and illuminate hidden truths. Because it is the night of your sealing ritual, you each get a favor from the dog star in the form of a truth. It must be universal and not specific to you or your future. But please think of it as a wedding gift. A favor? Kenna asks. Octavius nods. Illumination to a question you would like to have answered. We will channel it from the celestial bodies. Is learning more about the Fae the one you want? Olive asks Kenna. She nods slowly. The wolves have the stars to tell their tales. The Fae have mirrors. Or more accurately, they each have a looking glass, Olive says. I recall the items in the Victorian manor in Cardington, including the broken mirror. Originally, all they had was a pond, but the Fae King fell deeply in love with a maiden and had the dwarves craft a mirror for her. It started a tradition. Different mirrors have different purposes. There are dwarves? Kenna asks. The elder wolves nod and smile. My best friend was a dwarf, Cedric Dunkel. Haven't seen him in an age, Octavius says. Double that duration, Olive corrects. Why haven't you seen him? Kenna asks. Octavius nods sadly. They exist outside the Accords, refusing to adhere by placing a barrier to keep away the spell. It's a shame, but I suppose it's safer this way. Is it? Kenna asks. She wiggles her fingers. I promise, I won't use my Fae magic to torment you. Are dwarves bad? Olive chuckles. Not unless you take their sweets. I can understand that. Kenna's brow furrows like she wants everything spelled out, explained. I fall outside the Accords, but I'm not out to destroy magic kind. It makes little sense. That's another good question to ask. A smile blooms across Octavius's face, erasing his wrinkles. This is not from the dog star, but I know that you, Kenna Grayson, are a descendant of Alden and Isa is a descendant of Lila. Olive's words sink in. You mean the original Fae who was taken by a human? Octavius shrugs. My memories are fuzzy, but that's the story told. But is it the truth? Kenna whispers. Aren't all Fae related in a way? Some more than others. Some have a wild streak. Olive smirks like she appreciates this fact. That exchange seems to spark something in Octavius's eyes. He closes them as though looking into the past. Some used to say that Lila fell in love. When you close your eyes, do you hear the truth inside as close to you as your breath? I hear something, Kenna says. The truth? Fae born outside the king's control know the truth, Olive says. And that is? Kenna asks. Olive presses her lips together in a conciliatory way. You are the one to ask these questions and find the answers. In the recesses of my memories, outside physical form, deep down in my wolf nature, I know there's something else. A missing scene. Octavius looks sad, helpless for a moment. I want to believe that we're not monsters. That Lila made a sacrifice for love. She gave up her life as Fae for love. He leans close. My eyes widen along with Kenna's. So the other story? The one about her being stolen, taken against her will by some lousy hunter was a lie. Kenna asks, affronted. There might be an honest detail or two, but only you can glean the truth. As for me, I don't think a human man would stand a chance at taking a fae against her will. Olive's grin is dangerous. I'm sure they've tried, been made fools of, or ended up dead. What about Isa and Alden? Olive's expression softens. Your great-grandparents are vague in my mind, but I'm old enough to recall them. Their love was true, pure. They were part of each other. They had a son, and that was wrong? Against the law? Whose law? Why? Kenna's eyebrows bunched together. So many questions, Octavius says, gazing at the stars. I wish you could receive a second favor, but it's not to be. I glance at my beloved. We can find the answers, I assure her. Olive and Octavius gaze into the distance as though seeking lost memories. Kenna's mouth drops open. They broke the king's law, she says, piecing something together that's just outside the grasp of my mind. And we've all been paying for it. But that doesn't explain why I'm magical's most wanted when I'm not a danger. That might be where you're wrong if you were to embrace the fullness of your power. The vamp in me is gone. I'm a dual magical now. But still powerful. Octavius holds her gaze. I raise an eyebrow because I feel hints of that power in the magnetism between Kenna and myself. I have since we first met, but it's stronger now. Do the Fae have an origin story like wolf shifters? What can you tell me about their mirrors? Kenna asks, getting back to her original question. There is a veil between worlds, Olive says, gazing toward the moon. Between what is seen and unseen. The Fae used to occupy that space, light and shadow. As for the mirror, all I know is that they can reflect the past, present, and future. I recall what Grayson said about the veil after Kenna found him. But if you look into the mirror of the Fae seeking answers, it cannot tell you, only guide you. Your choices have to be your own. Olive speaks slowly like she's unspooling knowledge from a long time ago. Octavius goes on, generations ago, Fae were benevolent. They protected hunters, guiding them through the forests and glens. Laws bound them to keep themselves secret, but if they encountered a person in the woods, they could offer them a boon, if asked, in exchange for the hunter's silence. Much like the dog star offers a favor to newly sealed wolves. They could refuse the huntsman if the request was unreasonable, but usually, they wished for safety while in the woods and abundant quarry when hunting. Practical wishes, I interject to help move her along to the point. Lila and her huntsman bonded, connected, sealed their love, altering both worlds, human and magical. She said yes to a life with him, foregoing her Fae existence. She couldn't have it both ways? Olive shakes her head. No, because loving another meant her loyalty no longer lied with the Fae King. And this made him jealous. At once, I understand Melchior's motivation. What can we do to stop him? I ask. Is this the favor of truth you ask from the dog star, Corbin? Octavius asks. I nod. Then there's a long pause from the elder wolves. Finally, Octavius says, you must be courageous. Both of you. That's it? I slouch into the chair. Octavius and Olive both nod. That's the message we received from the dog star. That was not the reply I expected. I was thinking I'd learn how to defeat a Fae King with iron or salt, a specific strategy to end his reign. Listen, Corbin, just listen, Octavius says, closing his eyes. I close my lids. My body is heavy instead of buoyant like it was after the sealing ceremony and the run. I sigh. Inside, I hear a cacophony of questions. My alpha prefers black and white, certainty as opposed to shades of gray. Except for Kenna's eyes. I love those. When I think of them, my internal monologue softens. Slivers of my distractions disappear. My mind quiets and my body settles, just as it does when I shift. That's better, Octavius says. Now, do you hear it? I'm not sure what I hear other than a haunting song that lifts the hair on my arms. It reminds me of Jana in the forest, luring me with her call. Then bitter laughter replaces the song. My eyes fly open. Melchior's revenge against hunters is merely a plot to control them. I may not know the exact answer of how to stop Melchior, only that it needs to be done. Yes, I'll be the brave one to do it. My pulse thickens and my hands form fists. The other's eyes remain lidded as though they're still seeing or listening. All I know is that as soon as the sky pales, I'm going hunting for a Fey King.
Chapter 5. Kenna. The night spent sealing my fated mate bond with Corbin and then talking with Olive and Octavius is as amazing as it is weird. But what's perfect is that right now I snuggle up with Corbin on the oversized cushy chair in his cottage. It's positioned so we can see the night sky. His arm wraps around me, and I curl close. As we nestle in, a little sigh escapes. His wolf makes a sound of agreement from deep in his chest. The truths the elder wolves shared with us are on the tip of my tongue, ready for discussion, but my eyes flutter closed. Corbin's shoulders relax. "I love you," he whispers. "I'll always be yours," I reply. "Tonight was perfect," I add and sink into sleep. My dream of my wolf in the meadow fills my mind. The wildflowers bloom boldly, the sky is bright blue, and the wolf with copper eyes nuzzles me. It tickles, and I roll on the ground, also in wolf form. We play and wrestle, frolicking on the soft grass. Our wolfy smiles match as the dream continues, only stopping when we go to sleep in the meadow under the dropping stars. I rub sleep from my eyes when a loud bird calls outside. It's well past dawn. Corbin's cottage and the night before comes into focus. The faint scent of blueberry muffins warms the air. Embers burn in the wood stove. There's nothing out of the ordinary except that Corbin isn't here. It was our first night together as sealed wolves, and I wanted it to be our first morning together too. Maybe he went on a run or had to tend to a pack issue. Getting to my feet, I wander through the cottage, looking at things differently than I did before. Corbin was an individual, separate from me. Now, we're bonded in a way that makes us one. It's different than human relationships and not at all codependent. My mother has had a lot to say about how unhealthy that is. Rather, it's like we're an extension of each other. But where is he? I feel out the internal compass that guides me to him. It spins and spins, not landing anywhere in particular. The drapes in his room hang wide, his bed made, and the items on the bureau are likely in the exact place he left them. A photo of a burly man and a little boy against a backdrop of craggy hills sits on the nightstand. A family photo, perhaps? I slide open a drawer. It's silly, but I want to smell his t-shirts. I feel like a snoop, but our bond is so strong, I honestly wouldn't care if he went through my drawers. The top contains socks. The next one holds shorts, and in the third, I hit the jackpot. It contains a collection of t-shirts from plain cotton tops worn to soft perfection and others printed with sports teams and events. I pull one out and give it a good sniff, then trade my shirt for it. I hug my arms around my chest. Yet, the longer I remain here, the lonelier I feel. All I want is a family. The pack could be that. Corbin could be home. I thought I had both, but sometimes I feel so alone I'm not so sure. The near constant song in my mind is a lament, casting sadness, doubt. It's almost like Corbin is gone. Far away from here. The night filters back. I recall Olive and Octavius's stories about the Fae, then Corbin's question about stopping the Fae King. He was told to be brave. During that time, I heard the Fae song. The one that's been haunting me. It's similar to the song I hear when I open the diary and the one Janice sang during the battle at Lonsdale. I shiver. The Fae exist inside of me, but how can I find the truth and separate it from what we've been told about the Fae, the deaths, and the dangers of magicals? I feel an incongruence, but I don't know what it is. If Lila wasn't abducted from the Fae and gave up her magic willingly, what else is a lie? Magicals have been told that their base nature is bad, but I'm not so sure that's the case. My jacket, hanging on a hook by the door, beeps. Or at least I think so. I dig in the pocket and pull out Trig's phone. It's been so long since I've heard an incoming text alert, I almost forgot what it was. The notification name says Taylor. I ignore it, swiping to start my research. I type "Can books talk?" Then I delete that because it looks so stupid in black font. No, books can't talk. I could have answered that question without the internet. I knew that. Yet, I hear a voice or singing or something every time I open the old diary. What I should ask is what it means if a person thinks they hear something when they open a magical book. Whatever it is, it can't be good. I have my doubts about the accuracy of the info posted on the internet, but I try Magical Diary. After sifting through sales pages for a children's toy that comes with an enchanted pen, I come across several journals for adults before I get to articles about unusual items. However, it's all hearsay and speculation. I lower into the cushy chair in front of the window. The phone beeps with another text. The bubble pops up and the screen fills with a photo of a half-dressed girl who is not Avril. I click away because it's none of my business. Going back to the internet browser page, I try a few more search terms before giving up. All those games of pool were for nothing. I was trying to use a human solution to a magical problem. Something I said not too long ago slams into my mind. I'm the problem and the solution. Mrs. Hershey, my English teacher in high school, and one of my favorite people on the planet, used to have us do an activity called a brain dump when we were feeling creatively blocked. The students in the back of the classroom always got a laugh out of the name of the lesson. We took out a fresh sheet of paper and for 30 minutes, we wrote down everything on our minds. The pen could never stop moving over the page. The idea was we'd get past the superficial thoughts on the surface, clogging up the works. When things like assignments due, chores at home that parents were nagging us about, and things like that were written on paper, we continued writing. That's when the gold would appear. Little gems. Big questions. Stuff that we didn't give ourselves time to think about because it was intimidating. She'd say, recognizing a problem necessitates a person to find a solution, and finding a solution obligates them to carry it out. Maybe Mrs. Hershey's practice can help me go deeper in understanding how I'm the problem and the solution, and break a curse of some sort. I open a notes page on Trig's phone as it beeps with another text. Taylor, Trig doesn't have his phone. You can stop harassing him, I mutter. Trying to focus, I write down everything in the front of my mind before digging into the gold. I move past the part about how I was born as a trimagical and that prompted the creation of the accords to suppress the violent base natures of magicals. Oddly, many of them don't remember when they were destructive, but that's by design so they aren't tempted to return to those behaviors. Then I showed up on the scene, synthesized with my power, was attacked, and bonded with my mate, but show no outward sign of being overly dangerous, despite what the council believes about me. The encounter with Amanda was self-defense. So here I am, seeking the truth. My father was seeking the truth. But what is it? How can I find it? I tap my finger against my chin, thinking. I'm supposed to be writing. Not stopping. But the phone beeps with yet another text from Taylor, whoever that is. Definitely not a member of the pack. She's interfering with my brain dump. The latest text says, I thought we were going to meet last night. I can't stop thinking about our kiss last week and am dying for another one. My pulse jumps. I may not have gotten to the truth of what's going on in the broader magical world, but it looks like one of my beta wolves is cheating on my enemy, Avril. Corbin is very clear about how the pack operates. Loyalty is one of the big three. If Trig isn't being faithful to his girlfriend, what else is he up to? It's wrong, but I pull alpha rank and scroll through the messages. I discover Trig's been seeing a girl from Polaris for several months. That must be why he has the phone, to keep in touch with her. On the home screen, I also notice several dating apps. You dog, I grind out. Without thinking, I storm from the cottage. It's like my mother takes over. I don't suffer fools even if they're not my boyfriend. I'm on a mission to confront Trig and make him tell Avril the truth. No matter that she hates me, she doesn't deserve to be cheated on. I spot him in the common room, his back to me, and a pair of arms wrap around his shoulders. Don't even tell me he has more than one girl on the side. I am not having this. From across the room, I shout, Trig, you have some explaining to do. He jerks his head in my direction, revealing Avril, whose expression darkens. Her fingers, tipped with long, blood-red manicured nails, curl. Figures, Kenna would interrupt. Trig laughs. I swallow back the lump in my throat. I didn't think this through and certainly didn't expect Avril to be here. Usually, she sleeps in. I know only because it took me a few tries to feed her the mayo donut and dirt coffee. Right. That's me. Always causing problems. I rock back in my boots. I'm about to say something about how he's supposed to be helping in the garden or some other white lie to avoid what is sure to be awkwardness to the nth degree, when the phone beeps in my hand again. It's Taylor, who wears even less clothing than before. The vamp no longer exists inside me, but I witnessed my mother hurt enough times that I see red as dark as Avril's nails. Maybe if I tell the truth now, the greater truth that I seek will reveal itself. You have some explaining to do, I say, shaking the phone in my hand. He swipes for it, and I hold it out of reach. First of all, you're not officially supposed to have a cell phone. It messes with magicals or something, I add weakly, because I know exactly what he'll say in response when he opens his mouth. Funny, you didn't think so when you wanted to use it. Research purposes. Like prying into my personal life? Trig's nostrils flare. If by personal life you mean Taylor, then yeah. Your personal life? Avril asks, entering the conversation. I flash the phone in her direction as it lights up with the 10th text, at least. Trig's ears heat. I'm already not your favorite person, Avril, so what do I have to lose? Sister Wolf to Sister Wolf, Trig has something to tell you. Your hair looks good today, he says to her. Her arms cross in front of her chest. I like it when you play video games with me. She cocks her head. Tell her the truth, I growl. I am, he says. The other one. Or I will. That's an alpha order, I add as the wolf in me surges with authority. He hangs his head. I haven't been loyal. I pass Avril the phone. I'm sorry. I turn and leave them to it. My work here is done. Well, not really. Oh, and you're on probation, Trig. You can't. I arch an eyebrow. Oh, but I can. Avril, you're back to being beta. Satisfied, I turn on my heel in search of a donut and my fated mate. The latter isn't at HQ or in Polaris. I find the former at the Sugar, Spice, and Everything Nice bakery. Where'd Corbin go? Why didn't he tell me he was leaving? If Trig and Avril's relationship is any indication, honesty and loyalty are necessary. As far as I know, Corbin doesn't have a cell phone, but I suddenly worry that he does have a Taylor. Now, I have multiple problems on my hands. Despite the donut puffed to crispy perfection and glazed with sweet syrup, the uneasiness in my stomach just won't quit.
Chapter 6. Corbin. I remained beside Kenna through the night, watching the slight rise and fall of her chest. She never wavered from peaceful rest. I inhaled her cherry scent, letting it fill me. Pulling my arms out from around her was physically painful. Leaving her still aches. But I have to do what's right. It's my duty to protect her, the pack, and stop the clave, and exact my revenge against Melchior. After shifting, I ran as the dawn lifted over the edge of the horizon. I kept on, running under a cinder-colored sky until I reached the edge of the Fey borderlands. I don't trust Melchior. I don't like him. But he is an alpha warrior and guardian, so I will announce my arrival and intention. I will show my face. I won't stab him in the back. He'll see the storm coming for him. Still a wolf, I step into the forest. It's close around me and damp, almost humid, salty. We're not near the ocean. The forest by the packlands are dry as the leaves turn and fall, but not here. Strange. Coming here by myself is probably selfish and stupid, but the Fae King almost ended my mate's life. It's time for me to end his. I've lost so much, there's no chance I'll lose Kenna too. She is my beacon, my life raft, my every single rescue analogy I can think of, because she's my mate, the person who keeps me afloat. Leaves that should be long past their prime hang above, creating obscure patterns of dappled light like stained glass creations. My wolf rumbles at the snapping of a twig. I focus my eyes. A light breeze carries with it the sharp scent of laundry detergent, oatmeal, and cinnamon. A human trudges close. I go still, listening, sensing. The Fae song that filled my ears the night before comes from the depths of the forest. I sense danger. The words and melody threaten to seize me, even in wolf form, which is unusual. This confirms that the spell is lifting. The song, the cry of the Fae, tries to pull me under. I focus on who I am, trying not to succumb to the lament of loss and ruin. It pierces the part of me that knows the alpha call-out is coming and that I could lose Kenna just as Logan lost his true mate. The song continues, pulling, tugging, cracking at my outer shell to pull out my physical form. My fight fades. But before it goes away completely, I send a message to Baker using the wolf way of communicating. I'm not sure it will get through considering the wards on these woods, but I order him to call a summit with Ivan, the vamp councilman. As Baker starts to ask me if he should summon Melchior too, all at once, I shift away from my wolf. In a nearby reflecting pool, I look like nothing more than a human, a victim. The song fills my ears, my mind, my being. I try to draw back to my wolf, but the Fae magic consumes me. The fight with Logan fills my mind in a play-by-play recount of every painful detail. Focus. I roll up my sleeves. I'm Corbin Stone, a guy who kicks butt and takes names. I don't look back, not even for a second. I will not be defeated. My inner wolf snarls. That's more like it. I stomp through the woods, daring the Fae to expose themselves. I scan, search, and seek the Fae and the human, eager to protect him. I try to follow the song so I can stop it, but it echoes all around me, tossed through the forest like a teasing, winking eye. The song throbs in my ears. It's the wind of an inner battle. I fight against raising my hands and covering my ears. I can no longer help it, I shout, ah. The sound comes off my tongue and echoes. This is the Fae torment. This is their dirty work. This is the spell lifted. My hands form fists at my sides and my chest heaves. I must stop them. The song somehow prevents me from shifting again. I detect wards against my kind. A vague memory comes back. The image of a rune to keep wolves off Fae lands. Hello, handsome. The voice sounds like whistling wind. Another echoes and another, surrounding me. The wind picks up and blows a Fae with corn silk hair onto the path in front of me. She wears a red cloak much like the one Kenna has. She drapes her arm over my shoulder, cupping the back of my head. I jolt like I walked across a wool carpet. Ah, so you're not a woodsman, she says. My wolf growls. She waggles her finger in front of me and tsks. You're so bold coming into our midst alone, shifter. I came to speak to the king. To speak to him? She arches an eyebrow and laughs like she knows my true aims. If I were a wolf right now unable to ward them off, I'd be laughing too. As it is, my physical form stands no chance against a forest full of Fae. We've been waiting for you. I narrow my eyes and angle my head to the degree of you don't intimidate me. The singing is a low hum in the background. Come with us. We'll show you what you've been missing. She leans so close she's almost blurry. I came to see Melchior. What do you want? His life. The words are bold, brave. She shrinks back and then hisses. Those sound like fighting words. How dare you threaten our king? How dare you take innocent lives, I say, referring to the recent death of the hunter. Her smile flashes. I don't think he'll be missed. Then you admit it? We cannot help that we seek revenge. I know the feeling, I grind out. Then that must mean the Accord's spell was lifted. She trails her finger down my chest. If it was ever there to begin with. At that, a surge of magic that's icy hot punctures my chest, the world goes still, blurs, and I collapse. A rough boot kicks me. I blink a few times as my surroundings come into focus. I'm in a room with a vaulted ceiling that looks like the night sky. The dog star is absent. Vines and carvings cover the walls, winding around long, narrow windows. Someone paces nearby and their cloak billows, gusting the distinct stink of fate in my direction. My wolf grumbles. Dog got your tongue? It's cat got your tongue, I hiss as I press onto my elbows, bound before the king. Mock pity drips from Melchior's expression. You have something I want. If you mean the scepter, no, I don't have it. He clicks his tongue. Let me rephrase. You have someone I want. My heart hiccups. He means Kenna. The key to your power is my mate. You almost killed her. He tips his head from side to side. I meant to kill the wolf within, which she favors. Got the vamp instead. One down. One to go before she's fully fey and all mine. No way. I struggle against the bonds. What if I told you I can provide peace? Melchior asks, steepling his fingers. I wouldn't believe you. If you could do that, then you would. Some say I have done so for 18 years. Imagine the world without the protection the Accords afford. It would be chaos, death. You couldn't live with that kind of blood on your hands, Corbin. My fae are already getting unruly. He shrugs like there's nothing to do about it. Then why don't you go after the clave? I want your mate. Consider it a favor to take her off your hands. The truth is, her fae power will increase, the Accord's spell will lift, and she'll be the ruin of wolves. The words drift slowly to me and then slam hard into my awareness. The notion chills me and pushes me to a boiling point at the same time. No one threatens Kenna. By the power of the seal we share, my wolf breaks through the fae wards. Nothing can keep me from trying to be with her, protecting her, or avenging her. In a burst of gnashing teeth and extended claws, I shift and lunge at the Fey King. Instantly, he meets me with a blast of magic, casting me to the ground. You're strong, Alpha. Fortunately, this is my domain. You're in no position to attack. I get to all fours and shake my head. Kenna is my future consort. The Queen of the Fae. She will be mine. Never. I bark loudly. You cannot have the peace you seek in her. Melchior's lips twist into a sick grin. I dive for his neck. For a moment his gaze is placid, almost condescending. In a flash of fur and a glimmer of teeth, I close my jaw around his neck. His magic pulses between us then rips from him. Like a gust of wind, I fly out of the room and through the trees, roughly bumping the trunks and branches before landing on my rump with a whimper. I'm outside the forest. Standing over me and in a voice as sharp as a knife's edge, Melchior says, I'll let you live this once. Bring me the girl or your pack dies. In a whirl, he disappears. I get to my feet, shaking off his threat. It'll take a lot more than that to scare me or cause me to give up my mate. My chest heaves as I shift back to physical form. I try to hold on to my wolf, but I'm injured, and it's easier to heal the wounds this way. I grip my head in my hands and then scrub my palm down my face. I battle against the voice in my head that tells me to walk away from this madness. Go back to the pack. Life was good, easy then. But I can't. Not with this threat looming. First, stabbing Kenna. Now, demanding she be his consort. Melchior has fully revealed his true nature. It cannot be ignored. My energy pulses with rage. I swallow back the frustration at the complications and unknowns. The Fae song filters from the forest. I remain on the edge, under a curtain of clouds. The song spikes, igniting my hatred. If this is what it's like for the spell to lift, let me have at it. I've never wanted to destroy something as much as I do now. Undaunted, I plow forward and back into the forest, all alpha.
Chapter 7. Kenna. With my arms folded in front of my chest, I pace in the den. Something is wrong. I sense a disturbance. Yeah, Trig isn't here, Avril says, dropping into a chair. I throw a sharp eyebrow in her direction, unsure if she's mad or grateful. She stacks her hands on the table and meets my gaze. Thanks, by the way. I had no idea that two-timing, double-crossing. Inga cuts her off. He was cheating? Avril nods. Kenna discovered it on his phone. I can't believe it. No, I can. She lowers her eyes and her shoulders drop. I'm glad to be back. Glad to have you, I say. And I forgive you for the pranks, Avril says, gazing at me. I cut her a slim smile. And I forgive you for going all mean girl on the new girl. New alpha. She sucks in her cheeks and lets out a long breath. Sorry. It was hard for me to adjust. Do better next time, I say. She nods, taking the order seriously. Camilla pulls on a loose thread on her flannel. Do you also forgive the prank, involving your car? Avril's eyes widen. What did you do to Evo the Empress? Inga hunches slightly. You mean you haven't been in it lately? Avril shakes her head. I haven't gone anywhere. We, filled it with toilet paper. Camilla waves her hands. Unused, promise. I explain how they took the paper off the rolls, left them in the bathroom, and then stuffed the paper in her Evo, the granddaddy prank. But it's cool that you name your car. I had to bury Rhonda the Honda on the West Coast. But I didn't realize some of you have your own vehicles. I thought they were communal. We're not hippies. Avril's piercing glints as her nostrils flare. I suppose I had it coming, but you guys have to clean it out. I nod. Consider it done. Baker's computer pings and he interrupts. There was another death. Hunter. The woods like before. Camilla shivers. Corbin left early this morning. Maybe he knew? I don't know exactly how the fated mate thing works, but something is wrong. Perhaps that's it. I can't go on pretending everything is normal while my mind spirals from possibility to eventuality to casualty. He either went to be a hero or he called a summit with the other Alpha Guardians and Warriors, Baker says, reporting on the meeting Corbin asked for earlier. They have to stop this, Camilla whispers, before slouching into a chair. We have to stop this, before vigilantes or officials are crawling all over our lands. It'll only be a matter of time before we're exposed. Remember, I was raised in the human world. I've seen enough movies to know what would happen to our kind. I bite my lip. My father, but I don't know what to say. Never mind a brain dump, it's like someone dumped the pieces of multiple puzzles on the table. How to sort them? Make sense of them? Whether it was the sealing ritual or something else within me, I don't hesitate and tell the pack everything I know, hoping it'll help me understand. As I'm speaking, an idea comes to me in the form of a destination on a map. I'm going to Lonsdale to check something. Never mind the council summit. You guys, please find Corbin. I'll be back. I pack my backpack with the diary and cloak before dashing out the door. I could shift and run, but want to conserve my energy. Clouds gather in the sky. I hardly notice the autumn trees with their golds and copper highlights as the jeep eats up the miles on the way to my haunted Victorian manor in Cardington. As I pull up the driveway, overgrown with weeds, I observe carefully, keeping watch for anything out of place. After cutting the engine, with 2 feet on solid ground, I take a deep breath, rooting myself like the pines and birch in the nearby forest. Even though I only knew my father a short time, his death, if that's what I can call it, left a hole somewhere in the vicinity of my chest, the place in my heart where comfort, assurance, and warmth replace the fear of the unknown. He was a link to my past, present, and future. Now, he's gone again. Footprints lead to the porch, bringing to mind my last time here. The house needs a remodel, but I see potential, though I can't imagine living anywhere but at the pack headquarters. Rough marks in the dirt indicate irregular activity, like the owner of the tracks was limping or otherwise struggling. I recall the battle the last time I was here. The one that took the life of a fae, werewolf, my father, and almost my own. There were goblins, my devious brother, and our pack. My wolf's hackles lift. I crouch, getting a closer look. Dried blood. I sniff, recalling my training these last months. For better or worse, I'm no longer vampire, so I'm not consumed by thirst. My mother will have to help me process that at some point. I'm sensing some post-trauma issues brewing. I rise and pad up the rickety steps. I jiggle the door handle, and it opens easily. Keeping quiet, I stop myself from calling Alistair's name. My wolf scents Faye. Clove. After everything he did, perhaps the element of surprise will work in my favor if he's here. I go directly to the hallway that leads to the secret room. Instantly, the map canvassing the wall captures my attention. If I were Corbin, where in the world would I be? Several areas are labeled with pack names, fake courts, and vampire clans, known as clubs in modern day. Magic fills this room, but I don't sense the scepter or my brother among the many items lining the shelves and surfaces. I pause in front of the broken mirror. Curling vines etch around the border. I gaze into the glass, but only see my reflection, slightly disheveled and windblown. I have my father's gray eyes. I wish I'd see him. He could tell me what he meant by breaking the curse and more about the truth he sought. Instead, another man and woman waver in the mirror as though moving through fog. They don't come into focus, but they're looking for something. The man speaks. We'll find it. The woman's voice is silent, but her lips move. I squint, trying to see more clearly, but it's too hazy. He says, it must be hidden. I don't want to turn away from the looking glass, but wonder if whatever they were seeking is in this room. The couple moves closer. She holds a leather book. I glimpse the back of his head and her face. She has the same gray eyes as my father and me. This must be one of those fey mirrors Octavius and Olive mentioned. Turning from the mirror, I scan the spines of the nearby books, working my way from shelf to shelf, all the while wondering if my brother is going to appear. I slump into a leather chair. My thoughts magnetize to various items in the room, some hum as though charged with electricity. Others crackle and buzz. I sense emptiness among them too. Then the sensation intensifies. Before I can get to my feet, magic thunders at me, pinning me down. Clove appears in the doorway at the same time Alistair blows into the room like bluish fog. Sorry, miss. I tried to get here in time to warn you. He's been tearing the place apart, a stream of magic narrowly misses the ghost butler. I don't know what would happen if it hit him, but he's loyal to me, and I don't want to find out. I summon my fey power to the surface, ready to fight fire with fire. A beam of silver light sizzles from my fingertips. Clove dodges and instantly retaliates. A table with a vase on it explodes when I dive out of the way. My magic glimmers. I'm ready to blow my brother to smithereens, when suddenly, I stop. Clove doesn't move. It's like we're suspended. Alistair brushes his hands together. That's more like it. He presses his shoulders back. Your father would have none of this. As the caretaker of this estate, I forbid either of you to fight in this room. Go out to the field and have at it. But not in here. This room holds relics and treasures that are more valuable than your little skirmish. Clove opens his mouth to speak, but his voice is frozen as well. In a blink, we're transported to another part of the house. Sheets cover the furniture as Alistair paces in front of a window. I feel like we were caught being naughty and the nanny is gearing up to give us a scolding. Long ago, we'd predict the bounty of the harvest based on how quickly the leaves turned and how quickly they fell. It seems that the two of you aren't the only ones suspended in time. I follow Alistair's gaze to the gloomy afternoon outside the window. The forest in the distance still bears green leaves as if it were spring or summer. A breeze ices my skin even though I'm inside. Odd. I feel it in my bones that something is amiss. Alistair's gaze lands on us now. I want to ask if he has bones, but now is not the time. The ghost says, I sense the winds of war. But it can be stopped. It must be stopped. You must stop it. He eyes us both. Ever so slowly, Clove's arms form a barrier in front of his chest. He stares daggers. Alistair shuffles a few papers before folding his ghostly form into a chair. I will release the hold if you two sort out your differences. At that moment, I'm sure the gravity of silence is measurable. Although, I don't know if I could talk if I tried. Ghost magic is icy, frozen, uncomfortable. Your father wouldn't want this. I was his best friend and confidant. He looks from Clove to me. I'm giving you a chance. Do you two have business with each other? The ghost releases our voices, but not our bodies. When we don't answer, his ghostly sigh is long and dramatic. He unfolds a piece of paper. Yes, the house was left to you, Kenna. But it seems the contents were left to all of Grayson's heirs, his children. Then he did know about Clove. Alistair reads an official-sounding document, naming me and then any future children. Okay, he didn't, but that must mean he and my mom wanted to have more kids. Yes, Grayson was complicated, but I have no doubt had he known you both, he would have cared for you deeply. He was a good man, despite his reputation. I want to ask questions about the truth he sought, the clave, and the curse. Instead, I stick my tongue out at Clove. He pulls a face. I have work to do and will not tolerate this nonsense. Alistair gets to his feet. I say, you can't leave us here. He shrugs. Clove lets out a string of expletives. Talk it out. You'll remain until you figure out how to play nice, Alistair admonishes. No, we both say at the same time. It's a shame. If you'd work together instead of against each other, you'd get somewhere. Self-satisfied, he poofs from the room. I want to be anywhere but here, I say. Then leave. You weren't invited, Clove retorts. If it were only that easy. I'm here because I want answers and the scepter. I've scoured this place. You'll find neither. You took the scepter. You know where it is. He shakes his head. Not anymore. I tuck my chin back. But I saw you with it. Who has it? I ask even though I worry he's bluffing and trying to throw me off the trail. Clove shrugs. My question is, how are you still alive? I saw Melchior stab you. Thanks for trying to help save your sister, I say sarcastically, recalling the 3 star-like bursts of magic flying from the scepter in Clove's hand and toward the king. Then in a blinding flash, Melchior pivoted and stabbed me. The scar on my chest twinges. I realize where Corbin is and what he intends to do.
Chapter 8. Corbin. As I return to the woods, I start to shift, but a tall, slender figure calls my name. His eyes are dark, veined red, and his skin is pale. Ivan? I ask, halting the shift. My wolf grumbles. What are you doing here? Suspicion laces my voice. He shrugs in that laid-back way of his and leans against the trunk of an oak tree. You tell me. You're the one who called the summit. In my fury, I forgot I asked Baker to do so. Right. A man was found dead. I thought you eliminated the werewolf. I cut a glare at the woods. I did, but I think this was Faye. The Accord's spell is lifting. Melchior stabbed Kenna, killing the vamp within in. Ivan nods smoothly as if this is old news. Just waiting for you to come around. I edge close. Do you know all this or do you not care? Must be easy for you in your ivory tower. Onyx tower, actually, but you had me at Melchior. I tilt my head in question. He's been deceiving us. And he wants my mate. I recall the talk show about the love triangle I heard on the drive west with Kenna. It fills me with disgust and jealousy. Didn't we all want her though? It was a race to get the trimagical if I'm not mistaken. No, I mean he wants her as consort. Ivan's eyes narrow as if I added another item to his list of grievances against the Fey King. Vampires are many things, including permissive when it comes to dating in couples. However, once a magical finds their fated mate, they're strict about keeping a hands-off policy. It's rare for them to find their true mate and therefore held sacred. The Fae are killing again, Ivan says. Outside the bounds of the full moon. I've gathered. I cannot hide the ugly sneer pinching my lips. Melchior is cold, calculating, and probably behind the downfall of magicals. Not probably, definitely. Ivan gestures. I follow him along the edge of the woods. I keep my wolf near the surface, prepared to shift at any moment. Strange, the leaves haven't changed or fallen, Ivan notes as we turn toward an open dirt road that looks like it hasn't changed in 200 years. Think it could have something to do with the spell? I ask, referring to the Accords. A spell, yes. Ivan walks silently atop the loose stones and dirt. It came to my attention that something was amiss some time ago. I was trying to prepare Medivik honey custard cake. My mother used to make it when I was a boy before I was changed. But I couldn't remember the recipe or, well, anything other than its existence, and that I had a taste for it. But when or why I liked it was lost to me. I didn't think much of it at the time, but the cake repeatedly crossed my mind. Soon, I became obsessed with it because it was like a page missing from a book. I recall our last summit. I didn't know vampires had a sweet tooth. He shakes his head. Oh, we don't. Rather, I was trying to entice a certain fate into our midst. He winks at me. Kenna? Rage practically shoves me into the vamp. Ivan erects his vampire shield so I don't crush him. You can't blame me. You were stalking her too. But this thing about the cake, he shakes his head. Vampires may not care for sweets, preferring blood instead, but we have deep memories. It was almost like I remembered that I couldn't remember. Does that make sense? No. Maybe you were thirsty or drunk. A small house with a woodpile on the side sits atop a small hill in the distance. I remain alert to my surroundings. Any moment, I imagine Ivan will cast runes of power as he did at the hotel during our last summit. Ivan laughs. Maybe so. As you said, the spell is lifting. However, I'm not so sure that's a bad thing. My eyes widen. You're confident, speaking so boldly. At this point, I don't think it matters who hears my dissent. The council has crumbled. Grayson, Kenna's father, commented on how it felt like his memories were missing. He claims a Fae ensorcelled him. At the time I didn't buy it, but I don't know what to believe anymore. Ivan nods as if this is common knowledge. Jana. Core of Ken and Clover. One of Melchior's closest consorts. And Kenna's brother's mother. Say that 3 times fast, Ivan says. How about you? Any missing memories? I shrug, scanning my mind. How would I know? The period before the Accords is like looking at a blank canvas. But that was to protect us so we wouldn't be tempted to return to our old ways or look upon other magicals or humans as prey. They've always said wolf shifters' strength is not between the ears. Ivan chuckles at his dig against wolves. A low growl echoes from my throat. We reach the house with a thatched roof, thickly paned windows, and a brass knocker. Abruptly, Ivan presses his pointer finger to his lips for me to be quiet. He goes still. "We're not alone," he whispers. I sense her seconds before I see her. Kenna's head appears and then the rest of her body as she lowers the hood of the red cloak. I gape, inhaling her scent with deep relief. Then I sling my arms around her. "What are you doing here?" For a moment I worry because I didn't sense her, but it must have been the cloak acting like a fig. What am I doing here? Finding out that my fated mate is out for fey blood. That would be Ivan, he's the vampire, I say, trying to make a joke before I drop the bomb. I grip her arms. For a second, I fear I'm seeing an apparition in the falling mist. "Melchior wants to claim you as consort." Her eyes flash. "I have a say in who I consort with. Whatever that means." She wheels on me. "Also, coming here alone was dumb. You're trying to do everything yourself when you need to work with me, you're alpha. The nature of the alpha is to lead the pack. The nature of our situation with two alphas means you partner with me." I can't argue with her. "Oh, and Avril is off probation. Trig lost his privileges and is on probation." "What? Why? What happened?" "I've been gone for less than 12 hours. Sometimes it takes a female wolf to do a man's job." She sniffs. "I like her," Ivan says. "A woman who knows her mind." Kenna gazes at him and then takes a subtle step back. Ivan holds his hands up in surrender. "Don't worry. I won't bite, and I won't argue. I know your mother well." "And my father?" "My opinion of him is changing," Ivan says measuredly. "Is that a good thing?" Kenna asks. He nods. "Nice cloak, by the way. I'm guessing our man Melchior will be here in 3, 2, 1, Ivan counts down. He throws the cloak over Kenna's head. She disappears. Not a second after he says the word one, I shift. Even though I can't see my fated mate, with her so close, my power draws on hers and vice versa. It's like we share our magic. However, her fey energy is strong right now. Melchior stalks toward us through the tree's ribbon with fog. She was here. I sensed her. "So you admit you want Magical's most wanted," Ivan says. "Of course. As a council member, I must destroy her." "Don't play games with me, Faye," Ivan hisses. "Corbin told me you seek her as consort. Your aims are the same as ever." The Fae King laughs. "You know nothing of my desires." He circles us in long strides. "I'm merely indulging my nature. It's not my fault the clave helped lift the spell. It's not my problem Grayson was foolish and gave up his life for a lie." Kenna's hood flies off. Fury streaks her features. "What are you talking about?" "Just the girl I was looking for," Melchior purrs. Her wolf growls loud enough for the entire forest to hear. "Feisty. I like it. I don't like you. What do you know of my father and the trade he made?" "He wanted his memories back. What he saw ruined him. Shame, he was a powerful magical. He was ensorcelled by Janna under your orders, no doubt. The things he did weren't his will," Kenna says in defense of Grayson. "Oh, don't be mad, Kenna. I'm not the monster you think I am." Her gaze lifts slowly to his. The corner of her mouth quirks. Her nostrils flare. "No, but I am." Energy surges through my mate's arms, legs, and her entire being. She glows like a star about to explode. As she shoves the magic at Melchior, the world turns white. Then falls to black. It's like I'm running blindly through the night. However, my feet don't touch the ground. Then I'm floating. Then I'm out. I don't know how much time passes before I come to. The world is hazy and my body aches again. The first time can be a doozy. Do people use that expression anymore? I try to keep up on things, but the older I get the more it all blends together. How old are you? That's Kenna's voice. Don't you know it's not polite to ask a vampire that? I know little about vampires. I suppose the reason you tolerated the leap is because your body remembers when you were a vamp, otherwise I'd have 2 unconscious magicals on my hands. Ivan and Kenna's conversation comes to me as if in a dream. After rubbing my eyes, I push to sitting. What happened? My voice rasps. Ivan comes into focus. He thumbs Kenna. Your mate just went atomic on the Fey King. Kenna suppresses a smile. He tried to kill me. I figured he had it coming. Oh, and he wants to claim me? I don't think so, buddy. Before we were talking about the leap, you were saying about Lonsdale? Ivan asks. I haven't been there in ages. Dusty and spooky. Alistair, the butler ghost, stunned Clove and me with some spectral magic. He was trying to get us to make up. How'd you break those bonds? Ghost magic is intense. I said please. Kenna's lips quirk. And I tapped into my dual magical powers like I did outside that cottage and Melchior came a calling. When I was at Lonsdale, it was like Clove's presence gave me a boost. And when I blasted Melchior, your wolf helped, Kenna says to me. Tell me more about the leap though. Vampire magic. We can move fast, and at times if we focus, we can accelerate what would ordinarily be a rapid run to cross time and space. He gestures to the hotel room. The familiar buildings of Inverness fill the window. Whoa. Except for the thirst for blood, I'd like my vamp power back. Ivan chuckles. So you remember life before the Accords? Kenna asks. With no thanks to Melchior. But I got my memories back. Wasn't easy. Wasn't pretty. But a vampire's memory is powerful. Though even more so. And? I ask. And the Fey King has been a bad, bad boy. Ivan laughs darkly. Is he lifting the curse? Kenna asks. No, he created the curse, Ivan answers. Kenna and I both lean in. What do you mean, we say together. That's what your father was trying to figure out. How, why, and what to do to break it. Kenna gasps. He told me to break it. I thought the clave was the enemy, I say. Have you been following anything I've been saying, young wolf? Ivan says. I prefer to be called Alpha Wolf. Ivan snorts. Okay, Mr. Alpha Wolf. Here's what I remember, and what I've pieced together. Grayson was a bit of a playboy. Then he met Jacqueline, a vampire of incomparable beauty, strength, and intelligence. They fell in love. Of course, it was forbidden, but technically so was he. We all are in this human world. Then she and the baby, Kenna, had to go into hiding. The Accords were created, along with the Council. She nods, hanging on his every word, urging him to go on. I feel like I was about to say something and then it flew away. I peer out the window, wishing it would come back. Ivan smiles, revealing his sharp teeth. You're trying to remember, Corbin. That happened to me one too many times. I did something about it. So did Grayson, but when he got back his memories, he realized he'd been tricked. He and his family wouldn't get there happily ever after, so Grayson dedicated his life to trying to save all magicals. I square my jaw. But that's not true, he destroyed magicals. He was ensorcelled. But during a lucid moment, Grayson created the Clave. A rebel group who we've been trying to expose. I cross my arms in front of my chest, wondering where this is going. Ivan smiles like a cat who ate a canary, which wouldn't be out of the question since he is a vampire. No. The Clave isn't a group of people. It's an object. A history of magicals that contains the truth. It has the power to break the curse. But you'll need the scepter. Without it, there's a power vacuum to fill. How do you know? Why did we think the Clave was a rebel group? I ask. Melchior's influence runs broad and deep, Ivan says. I nod as vague understanding filters to me. As for the scepter, it'll bring balance and peace to magicals. But if in the wrong hands, it can cause destruction and death. I clap my hands. Easy, Clove has it. Kenna shakes her head. No, he doesn't.
Chapter 9. Kenna. The next weeks pass like paper days falling from a calendar. The ghost of the conversation with Corbin and Ivan hangs in the air like fine mist. From locals and the news, they report several more deaths of hunters. The woods aren't safe, because of the Fae and the authorities trying to solve the crime. As Alpha, Corbin's failure to protect humans weighs heavily. As it is, there's nothing we can do. We've scoured Lonsdale for the scepter, asked a mage to remove any magic concealing it, and have called Melchior out, but his response was the death of one of the police officers investigating. At least we think so given the fact that he was found the same way as the others. The Fae are out of control. Does that mean the spell of the Accords has lifted? Or like me, do Fae exist outside it? And the sound of their song inside my mind makes me feel like I could spin out of control. It's a lure, drawing me to them. I hold firm in my wolf, not wanting to betray the pack, but in my darkest moments, I fear that I could if I'm not careful. The pack, including me, still patrols the foothills of the Montmartre's mountains. I'm in wolf form, trotting along the trail, winding around the lake. On the breeze, below the squawking of crows, I hear the song again. I stop in my tracks. Maybe it's just a dismal memory. The setting sun sparkles off the water of the lake. I never gave much thought to magic or how I'm supposed to define this dual life of mine. I wish I had my father to talk to. My mother has been busy, but I've tried to reach her a few times. While she's supportive, it's not the same as getting the insight of someone who's lived in this kind of tension. Am I a monster like I said to Melchior? What will happen when the spell lifts? I don't want to think about what lurks inside of me, what I might be capable of if I lose myself. Sometimes I feel like if I let down my guard or forget to be vigilant, the Fae in me will take over. I hold my breath at the crunch of dry dirt underfoot. It can't be my father. He's not even a ghost anymore. He's gone. As I turn, I wonder what it would have been like to stand by his side, have his hand to clasp when I was young, and an understanding ear to listen carefully as I got older. I imagine he'd hold me steady and help me make sense of it all. I'm confident he wouldn't brush me off as being crazy. Instead, it's Corbin, my fated mate. He's my anchor, and without him, especially now, I fear that I'll drift. We communicate in the wolf way, sharing updates on our patrol. At least there hasn't been a death today, I say. Not yet. Corbin's snout angles toward the sky. The sun sets as the moon rises. It's full. I remember now that it's Halloween and a full moon. The pack celebrates with a Halloween Harvest Fest combo. I've gathered that some among the pack remain in physical form, dress up and do the traditional activities. Others shift, howl at the moon, and run all night. I tell Corbin about a few of my favorite childhood costumes, including a princess, a witch, and 1 year, Little Red Riding Hood. Ironic, the most dangerous thing in the woods is me, I say. I'd give that award to the Fae, he replies. I turn my wolf eyes on him. Corbin, I am Fae. He dips his muzzle at the reminder. I don't blame you. It's easy to forget because I lean heavily toward my wolf. But the Fae is still inside, singing, tempting, teasing me with her power. I never forget. Just one more thing. Don't ever run off and try to confront the Fae King without me. I will hunt you both down if I have to. His whiskers twitch. Promise. Now, come on, let's finish our patrol and get ready for tonight. I have a surprise for you, he says, nudging my shoulder, and then takes off running. One thing I cannot resist is my mate, and I don't want to. We sweep across the trails. I keep my senses alert in case there's trouble, but also enjoy the wind in my fur as I race alongside him, reveling in the exhilaration and acceleration of existing in this wolf body. Later, back at the lodge, I shift back to physical form. The sense of sweets and savories from the kitchen elicit a deep rumble from my stomach. Save your appetite. Tonight's treats are amazing, Camilla says, breezing by and wearing half of a mermaid costume with a shimmering tank top, her long hair in loose waves, and a crown made of seashells. What are you dressing as? She asks. I hadn't thought of that. Corbin grins. Lucky for you, I have. He winks. Will I find my costume in my room? I hope you like it, he says and saunters off, whistling. Was that a sea shanty? Camilla asks. Because if so, I never expected our alpha to go along with this year's theme. She claps her hands together in triumph. I've been so preoccupied with other things that I didn't realize there was a theme. At my questioning look, Camilla says, the ocean is our theme, so think sea monsters, pirates, and mermaids. She does a little curtsy. Let's just hope Corbin didn't want me to dress as a sea hag. Camilla laughs. Even if you went as one, I don't think that would dull his attraction. I've never seen him like this. He's head over heels. See you soon, Camilla says when a subordinate asks her how much nutmeg for pumpkin pie. I can hardly suppress my grin about the prospect of pie and her comment about Corbin. Even though tension has been high among magicals, our affection for each other has only grown since we sealed as fated mates. After a quick shower, I find my costume, consisting of a brown leather corset that goes over a frilly white top and a tight black skirt. A few bandanas tied strategically along with a tricorn cap complete the outfit. I turn in the mirror but need a finishing touch. Using my eyeliner, I draw a scar across my cheek. There, perfect, I whisper. I've been talking to myself a lot lately, mostly because in the silence, I hear that dreaded singing like a stain in my mind. My bedroom door opens and Corbin stands there with an eye patch over his eye, an outfit similar to mine but with breeches. He draws a sword. Another move and you walk the plank. I cross the room, defying orders. Corbin's eyes crinkle as though reminded of what it was like to smile, considering things that have been going on. It's been a while. Hey, scallywag, I say. Ye be friend or foe, he asks, remaining in character. I tap my chin. You tell me. I loop my arms around his neck, drawing his 6'4" frame down to my 5'4" height. He's still tan from the summer. The muscle in his jaw ticks and his lips quirk with amusement. My mouth is a breath away as my gaze hovers on his full lips, the ones that have told me he loves me. The ones I cannot keep myself from kissing. Tingles rush through me like a game of hopscotch. My lips, my chest, my stomach. With his free hand, Corbin's rough palm grips the scar-free side of my face, then drops to my neck, before dragging through my hair. My breath falters as he tugs me closer. His breath alternates between deep and shallow, deep and shallow. The crackling between us isn't like magic, it is magic and sparks anew every time we're together. If I ever have time to inquire about the nature of being fated and sealed mates, I'd like to understand this phenomenon. When Corbin deepens the kiss, my thoughts fly out of my mind. Maybe I don't have to understand. Just enjoy it while it lasts. When we part, he says, it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, my fine lady. His voice is husky. He bows slightly. Looking at him through long lashes, I keep up the role play. The pleasure is mine, you swarthy buccaneer. He chuckles. At least we're not at risk of catching scurvy, but you are missing something yellow that's not a lemon. And there I thought my costume was perfect. I fish my engagement ring out of the wooden box Corbin gifted me to keep it in. I don't wear it often because I shift so much and wouldn't want to lose it. He takes it from my hand and slides it on my finger. A jolt rushes through me. Now, your outfit is perfect. And so are you. My face tints pink. Did you hear me say that out loud? I hear everything. He winks. Hopefully not the singing that haunts me. He juts his elbow out. This is my first time dressing up for the annual party. I lace my arm through his. Then let's make it memorable. The wolf pack loves a good bonfire, and tonight is no exception. Even from a distance, the blaze lights up the clearing. Half the pack is already down here and the pumping music overflows from the party. When we get closer, Corbin leaps forward, drawing his sword once more. Arg, are you ready for some high seas adventure? I didn't notice at first, because of all the sparkly mermaid costumes, but Baker stands there with his sword drawn. Aye, he says enthusiastically. The pair parry, and I wander over to the betas. I get numerous compliments on my costume, but hope no one challenges me to a sword fight. I'm still learning during the weapons drills in the mornings. Some members of the pack tend the grill and others line the buffet, serving up questionable concoctions that glow. A fog machine makes ghostly mist against the backdrop of night. I fill a plate with a whoopie pie with orange frosting, a slice of giant cookie cake decorated to look like a spider's web, and a caramel apple drizzled with chocolate. I sit down with Avril, dressed as a shark. We get along better now, but it is a fitting costume. Holding a flashlight beneath her chin, she tells a spooky story about ghost sharks. They linger in shallow water, waiting to attack. They circle, creating a whirlpool, then suck up whatever is in the surrounding water. She gets carried away, telling a tale about fins whipping, teeth gnashing, and death on the rocky ocean floor. An equal amount of laughter and gasps come from those gathered around. I wouldn't doubt that the ghost sharks are real. Alistair floats into my thoughts, but I want to ignore the multitude of worries cramming my mind. Tonight is for having fun. Wind sweeps down from the mountains and across the valley. Voices echo from the bluff and the beam of a flashlight sways as another group approaches. Just as Avril gets to the climax of her story, a low song filters between the notes of the crackling fire, the pirate speak, and the chatter. My skin chills. My hackles lift. I don't think anyone would dare dress as a fae or imitate their song. That can only mean one thing. They're attacking. I look around frantically, but I'm the only one who seems to hear it. Corbin stands on the other side of the clearing. His sword is sheathed. I rush over to him, to warn him when the bonfire suddenly dies, replaced by what looks like a flash of lightning. But I know better.
Chapter 10. Corbin. For a second, everyone is quiet. Calloused fingers paw my arm and someone steps on my toe. There's a lot of shuffling, grunting, laughter, and shouting. Real-life chaos. A blast of fey magic surges through the clearing. I survey my surroundings as Kenna rushes up to me. Fear crimps her eyes. Do you hear them? She asks. No, but I see them. From the forest, silhouettes move across the field. My mind suddenly illuminates in a blue-green glow as magic flashes. I shift and am instantly thrown back, hitting my head on a rock. I struggle and fight back as magic blazes through the night. Using the wolf way of communication, I give the pack the cue to shift, ordering them to fan out from the central bonfire. I send a few others to the lodge to warn anyone there. Kenna doesn't shift. She and I stand at the head of our gathering, ready to fight if that's what they've come for. The betas take up the flank. Despite the daily deaths and our attempts to find the scepter, the Fey King has been quiet. Too quiet. Melchior, tall, slender, and bearded, floats toward us. Snarls grow in chests. Paws dig into the dirt. Lips pull back to reveal sharp teeth. Kenna, still in physical form, calls, "What business do you have crossing onto our land uninvited, unwelcome?" Point one for the wolves. That was fierce, Trigg says, using the wolf way. He's still on probation, but at least Kenna and Avril get along now. While I was sword fighting, I saw them near the fire. I should have been on the alert and not going along with this silly nonsense. I'm Alpha, The fact that Faye crossed our boundaries tells me I'm not doing my job. Good evening, Faye Maiden, Kenna, Melchior says. That's Alpha Wolf Kenna to you. Ah, but you cannot deny the call to the Fae is strong. The corner of his lip twitches. Kenna's breath fills her chest. She exhales slowly. Why don't you make this easy and join us? Melchior steps closer. Never. Ah, then I take it your mate, he spits the word, didn't tell you about our little agreement. Don't listen to him, I tell her through our connection. You are to be my Fae Queen and rule the court with me. And if not, I will bring ruin to the magical and human world alike, through you. Just as I did with your father. As you can see with the recent losses along the forest boundary, my words are a promise and carry great weight. And my word is final. The answer is no. You don't get to decide who I spend my life with or threaten me and get away with it. The wolves silently cheer her on. That is such a human way to think of things. Melchior says the word human with more disgust than when he said mate. In the old days, a lovely girl like yourself would have suitors, but as you can see there are no longer male fae. You can thank your ancestors for that. Corbin and I are fated mates. We're sealed. We're getting married. She splays her fingers, turns her palm in, and shows him the ring. His eyes flash. Magic ripples over his shoulders, and he rolls them back. I didn't come here to negotiate. Why do you want to make me your queen? He tilts his head down to her level. I like to surround myself with beauty and friends and life's riches. My court is a close group, what you might think of as a family, and you're a mere consolation for Isa's betrayal. No, we're enemies. Kenna's eyebrows sharpen. In that case, I challenge you to an alpha call-out, Melchior says. Shocked rumbles ripple among the wolves. Turns out my reluctance to announce our status then perform the ritual to seal our bond wasn't unfounded. Dread fills me at the alpha call-out fight. I didn't want Kenna to have to go through with it. I didn't want to revisit when I killed Logan. It's like the wind drops from my sails. I crash, feeling as though I've run aground in my pirate ship. You're not a wolf. How do you propose to fight? Kenna asks. The Fae King stands at attention. His courtesans part and a burly wolf with matted, brownish-red fur stalks forward. I scent blood, lust, and alpha. Anger and jealousy rear inside of me. I snarl low and menacing. The other alpha wolf does the same. But we're already sealed, Kenna says, not understanding that in the wolf world, it's all about dominance. If a pair of wolf alphas is untested, another must step in and challenge them. If they win, they can continue to rule the pack. If the male slays the other male, he wins the mate, I tell her in the wolf way. Kenna growls. I am not. Ah, prize. Oh, but you are, Melchior says. No, Fae King. I'm your enemy. And I already told you, I'm a monster. I cannot fathom what is going through my mate's mind, but she shifts and without hesitating, lunges at the newcomer. The alpha wolf's muscles ripple as he braces for her attack. His expression streaks with primal rage. My wolf rumbles mine. She's mine. Kenna pushes him backward, but he easily brushes her off. His gaze is on me as I bound forward with my teeth bared. He swipes at me, running his claws through my fur, but not making contact with the skin beneath. I snake to the side and then lunge again, biting down on his flank. He doesn't even yelp. Kenna circles, looking for an opening. Most would argue that 2-on-1 isn't fair, but the alpha who challenges the mated pair is out for blood, while the couple is in newly sealed bliss. I suppose that balances things out. The alpha coils then springs, kicking Kenna with his back paws and using the momentum to drop me to the ground. I writhe under his hold then roll, getting back on all fours. I hold his yellow gaze. Alpha to alpha. Because we're not in the same pack, I cannot hear his voice, but the message is clear. He intends to kill me. I'll sacrifice myself for Kenna, but my wolf won't give up just yet. My wolf instincts register the threat. I don't waste another moment and thrust forward, landing him on his back. We fight, snarling and growling. My focus is on his neck, but he's strong and repeatedly swings out of reach. He bites down on my thigh, piercing the skin. The pain is instant as he tries to rip my leg from my body. He shakes his head violently, practically picking me up off the ground. This alpha is relentless. If this is a glimpse into what life will be like without the Accord's spell, I have to win. Melchior cannot claim Kenna as queen. Not only because I love her, but because he was right about me. It is my duty to protect her and everyone else. This lights the fire in me to twist free from the alpha's jaw. I scissor my teeth, biting him, wearing him down as I get closer to his neck. But I'm too close. His teeth lower over my neck. His position prevents him from using the full force of his jaw. Now, I'm vulnerable. Kenna drops in with a fierce cry. She closes her teeth around the alpha's neck. He shakes her off. I get out from under him, but not fast enough, distracted as she slams hard into the ground and yelps. My mate doesn't move. The rage burning inside prompts me to strike hard. The alpha and I lock teeth, each gripping the other close enough to the neck to draw blood. However, a surge of what feels like electricity moves through the alpha like a conduit. I feel his extra strength as he chomps down, breaking the surface. I writhe, but it's too late. All he has to do is intensify the bite, break through the vein, and I'm finished. I try to bust loose. I fail. I look for Kenna. I want her to be the last thing I see before I lose her in this life. But she's no longer lying limp on the dirty ground. My wolf mate with the stormy gray eyes is on all fours. She's glowing, surging with electricity of her own. I've never seen a wolf lit with fey magic, but it comes off her in waves. The air crackles enough to distract the alpha from me and his bite loosens. I cannot get out from under him, but now I stand a chance. Wolf Kenna lifts a paw. In one blinding flash of magic a shifter does not inherently possess, she blasts the alpha into the sky. He lands nearby in a lifeless lump as my mate rushes over to me. On instinct, she licks my wounds, instantly providing healing. We communicate the wolf way. Melchior played dirty, gave the alpha a magical boost, so I tested out what I can do. I'm grateful, but Melchior's comment about her being the ruin of wolves whispers in my mind. As we both get to our feet, I scent unfamiliar wolf, lone wolves like the alpha that aren't part of our pack or any pack. About 10 of them descend from the hills as the Fae vanish into the darkness. I'm certain this isn't the last we'll see of them. They must have solicited these lost wolves, promised protection or a better life. Melchior pauses. It's the full moon. Too bad you won't be able to protect the humans tonight. It looks like you'll be busy. This means more deaths. The Fae are hunting. The tension of being caught between defending my pack and the people of Polaris and beyond winds so tight inside me I'm ready to snap. I bark in warning. If they're hoping to plunder and discover treasure, they will only find their demise. Get ready to fight, I order the pack. Now that's how to ruin a party, Trig says. Melchior wants to divide us, weaken us, and distract us. What if we talk to these wolves? Ask them to join us instead? Kenna suggests. Nope. It looks like we have to fight, Trig says as a white wolf with blood-stained fur launches herself at him. These rogue wolves must be outside the Accord's spell. Melchior must have bribed or coerced them. The alpha that Kenna killed isn't their pack leader, so they have no loyalty over losing him. But they're relentless. The white wolf with blood-stained fur doesn't let up on Trig. She's bitten him 3 times. I try to get over to him, to tear the intruder up, but Avril gets there first. She attacks the female with vigor. I defend my pack and am thankful we have safety in our numbers. Soon, we've slain 9 of the 10 wolves. The sharp inhales and exhales of my pack fills my ears as they catch their breath. I scan for the final wolf and spot her and Avril locked in battle. My beta gets the upper hand and lowers her jaw over the white wolf's neck. The stain spreads quickly. However, not all the members of my pack are on their feet. Trig lies on the ground completely still. Lifeless. My vision flashes to when I saw Kenna like that. But he's not part Fae. Avril dispenses with the white wolf, casting her aside with the others. She pads over to Trig, nudges him with her muzzle, and then lifts her snout into the air and lets out a long, lamenting howl. The rest of us join in, sending our brother home.
Chapter 11. Kenna. The pack, and Avril especially, grieve over losing Trig. By day, we all wear black. At night, we take turns howling, a wolf custom to make sure his spirit finds its way to the Sea of Dreams, the place magicals believe we go when we die. Ironic that the theme for the Halloween party and Harvest Fest was the ocean. It's not much, but I go to the sugar, spice, and everything nice bakery every day and leave Avril a treat in a bag outside her bedroom door. I've gathered that my sweet tooth comes from being Fae, but she and I share a love for sugar. And naming cars. Although Rhonda the Honda was technically my mother's vehicle, I named it. I was 5. Meanwhile, after the alpha call-out, Corbin hasn't let me out of his sight day and night. One morning, I wake up, hungry for a donut and stretch. Across the room, my gaze lands on the handsome guy seated in the chair by the window. Corbin's brown hair was recently trimmed but still has its perfectly messy quality. A bit of scruff fills in along his jawline. My heart flutters every time I see him like it's the first time. Truly. My cheeks flush at the way he's looking at me with longing. I sit up and have to break the spell because I know I have bedhead and morning breath, not that he cares. Did I snore? I ask. His face lightens with a smile. I think of it more like soft hum. I cringe in embarrassment. The song of the Fae that fills my ears so often shoots a spike of nerves through me. We're both alpha, and I completely understand your desire to protect me, but if you recall, I'm the one who defeated the wolf at the alpha callout. You should probably get some sleep. A shadow crosses his features. I feel more comfortable here with you. You're under a lot of pressure. People keep dying. We need to do something, but we need our alpha at his best. You should rest. He presses his lips together because he knows I'm right even though he wants to argue. I cross the room and climb onto his lap, forgetting my morning appearance. He's seen it enough at this point. Plus we're wolf shifters, bonded, mated, soon to be married. I pinch his chin between my fingers and bring his mouth to mine. You always taste like cherry chapstick, he says around our kiss. His palm presses to the small of my back as his heavy arm wraps around me. I thread my fingers around the sides of his face. My breath drags as I melt into the kiss. Corbin's heart pounds against the cage of his ribs as he smooths his free hand over my arm, to my shoulder, and then cups the base of my skull, drawing me close as we continue. The loose hairs around my face tickle me, and I wiggle in his arms, breaking the kiss. I know I can defend myself, but it is nice knowing you're here too. But I worry about you. What did you do while I was sleeping? Thought about you. Us. Anne. I don't want you to think, for one more second, that the fake king will bring you into his court. You mean everything to me. You woke something up inside my cold heart. I make a sizzling sound. I'd argue that it's a hot heart, part of this whole package here. I flash a flirtatious smile and climb out of the chair to freshen up and start the day. Corbin lets out a low whistle in my direction. You're adorable and beautiful, and I'm not sure you even realize it. I duck into the bathroom. And he doesn't even realize the song I hear anytime Melchior's name is mentioned. I perch on the edge of the sink and pull out my diary. I have it stashed under some towels along with the one from Lonsdale. I write about how I want to be free of the Fae within, even though my magic came in handy at the alpha callout. Using the wolf way of communicating, Baker tunes into our frequency. There's been another death. From the other side of the bathroom door, I sense Corbin's energy stiffen. It was the owner of the bakery in Polaris. I don't even need to hear him confirm it was Pepper's grandfather. My chest craters. I stash my diary and hurry to get ready. As Corbin and I drive into town, I go through conversations Pepper and I had. She'd told me about the history of the Fae. Somehow, they were preserved, whereas most of the magicals I know have no recollection of life before the Accords. It's almost like they were cursed to forget. This tells me that the spell has lifted for the Fae, or that they've always existed outside it. Or Pepper does. I knock my head into the headrest. Care to share? Corbin asks as he skids around a corner, hurrying into town. I'm trying to make sense of everything. If that's the case, don't use human logic. I suppose that's why I haven't been able to piece things together. I thought that the magic of the Cry of the Fae, the song they used to kill these men, only works under the moonlight. If the Accord spell is lifting, there's no telling what's possible. But that's just it. Pepper told me about the stories of the Fae, Alden and Is8 specifically. That was pre-Accords. Somehow the knowledge was preserved. Dragons used to be the keepers of knowledge, but there aren't any left that we know of, Corbin says with a shrug. Doesn't mean they don't exist. Maybe they passed it along. We pull up at the bakery, but it's closed. The door is locked. I knock, but no one answers. I rush through the alley and try the back. No one is home. Perhaps Pepper and her grandma are with the police? I get back in the Jeep. Corbin brushes his thumb along my jaw, sending a shiver through me. I tell myself now is not the time. He's just trying to be sweet, but I'm worried for my human friend, not her life, obviously because the Fae are only targeting men, but for her mind, her emotions. We should head back. Wait, I say. Before we go anywhere, I talk about Isa and Alden. I think we have to trace back farther to what started this. To when the Fae became predators. I shift in my seat to face Corbin. We have to find Lila. She's the Fae who started this all. Where? Where would we even start? I smile. The broken mirror. Let's go to Lonsdale. Corbin sighs, but pulls back onto the road. Like tangled pieces of thread, I unwind everything I know so far, and it all comes back to the original Fae who left the court. She'd fallen in love and gave up her voice and life as she knew it for a human. We've established that Melchior is a big jerk bent on vengeance when he doesn't get his way. He crafted the story that Lila was taken against her will when likely she just wasn't into being his consort or whatever. I wonder what other lies he's telling. Don't blame me if I kill him before we find out. Corbin's words go beyond threat or warning. They're a promise. Not if I kill him first, I tease. A smile flickers on his lips. A smile I want to kiss. When we pull up to Lonsdale, it's as dreary and haunted looking as ever. I don't announce my presence. I'm still mad at Alistair for freezing me with his creepy ghost magic. Don't even get me started on my brother. If he shows his face, I have Fae magic on my fingertips, and I'm not afraid to use it. Corbin's eyes dance with amusement. Inside, I find the mirror, recalling the couple searching in the fog. Remember what Olive and Octavius said about Fae mirrors? I ask. Did they say how it works? He shakes his head. I was in post-sealing with my fated mate Bliss, so I don't recall every detail. He smirks. I bite my lip. Well, last time I said please, I got what I wanted. What the heck? I'll try it again, I say, referring to when Alistair released me. The butler ghost cannot resist good manners. I rub my hands together, warming them up. This house is drafty. Mirror, mirror, on the table, I start, using the words from an old fairy tale. Please reveal the location of Lila if you're able. Mine and Corbin's reflections blur. A windswept cottage near a bluff speckled with vegetation that drops to waves crashing against rocks comes into dim focus. I wonder if it listens to me because I'm part fae? Likely, Corbin replies. But be careful. I don't trust this stuff. He gestures to the room, but I can't help fear he means my faeness, too. Is there a road? I whisper to the mirror. The image zooms out, revealing several other structures and slim roads ribboning across the green ground. Brough by the Sea, Scotland. It's slightly southeast of here, Corbin says. How do you know? He grins. It's where I grew up. I know that land like I know the back of my hand. Not wasting any time, Corbin charters the private plane and arranges for a car to be waiting for us on the other side. Unlike every time Corbin's eyes land on me or his hands or his lips, the novelty of flying on the jet has worn off. Slightly. The lavender washcloth calms me, and the fizzy water with lemon hones my focus. Corbin and I spend the brief flight to northern Scotland reviewing whatever else we know, which isn't much. The North Sea is formidable and forbidding. When we near land, Corbin points out what he calls lochs and glens. The plane touches down outside John O'Groats. As we drive east along the winding coastal route toward Brough by the Sea, the afternoon light slants toward dusk. Well into autumn, the days are getting shorter. If I were back home, everyone would rave about their pumpkin spice lattes and gearing up for Thanksgiving. I could go for one of those drinks right now. My thoughts float to Pepper and what she must be going through. Corbin takes my hand as though he senses the sadness I feel for my friend. For my recent loss, all of ours. I'd like to put a stop to this instantly with the wave of a wand, but this is real life, magic and all. A plume of dust envelopes the car as we motor down a long, narrow driveway. A weather-battered house sits stark and alone atop the barren bluff. The coastline is a rugged lip against the ocean, etched gray with white caps and myth. We get out and walk slowly toward the door. My nerves jitter at not knowing what to expect. Corbin knocks on the wooden door. I move to knock, but Corbin indicates I wait. Patience. In the sealed mate, Wolfway he says, remember, she's old. It might take time to get the door. After a few more attempts, the wind whipping over the water and the waves shattering against the rocks below the bluff are the only answers. Maybe she's gone or no longer alive. I slowly turn the door handle. It's unlocked, but I hesitate. I don't want to snoop, and I have no idea what we'll find, or if we're welcome. Corbin presses past me, taking the lead. I'm not afraid of ghosts, especially not after hanging out with my father, but the still air in the old house, the creak of the floorboards, and my skin, clinging to my bones, gives the place an eerie feel. We creep through the dusty rooms. Lila was either a mid-century bachelor or the place is a museum, a tribute to days gone by. The only sign of modern life is in the kitchen where we find a box of tea and kettle. At the end of a long hallway, a wood carving hanging on the door bears the name, Tace another says, Briar. She must have had children. I call for Lila again. Guilt at snooping makes me jump every time the house shifts. I peer into each of the rooms and get the sense that we shouldn't be here. Corbin grips my hand. We pass through the living room and I bump my shin on the glass top of the coffee table, littered with old National Geographic magazines and a few dated copies of the local newspaper. The glass moves. Corbin tries to fix it and pauses. Doesn't that look a ship's chest? He points to the wooden box that's the table's base. Do you still have pirates on your mind? I ask, referring to Halloween. He chuckles softly. It looks just like one in the secret room back at Lonsdale. I frown. I didn't notice. On the top, a crescent moon is etched into the wood. Curiosity getting the better of me, I glance toward the door and down the hall. Assured that we're alone, I help Corbin slide the glass onto the couch. The lock on the box is part of the metal straps and fasteners. I glance around for a key or something else to pry it open with. Corbin goes to the kitchen and returns with a butter knife. He slides it between the lid and base. Sure enough, a little clicking sound unlocks it. At the bottom of the chest is another box with a curling symbol burned into the wood. There's no discernible lid. Instead, the wooden pieces interlock like a puzzle. It reminds me of a Rubik's Cube. I shrug and pass it to Corbin. He rocks back on his heels as though considering the small, but impressive feat of engineering in his hands. He turns it over and over. There must be a piece that slides out first. We take turns trying, but don't make any progress. Prickles lift the hair on the back of my neck as minutes pass. The unknowns build on top of one another, interlocking in what, at first glance, seems like an impossible puzzle to solve. But this cube might have something to do with it. As Corbin continues to try to figure it out, I shut the lid of the chest and replace the glass tabletop. We close the door to the house, leaving the possibility of answers behind us. Corbin tosses me the cube as we get into the car. I glance through the windshield at the broad stretch of sea and sky when a woman with a waterfall of silver-white hair plods up the hill from the other direction.
Chapter 12. Corbin. The woman ambling over the rise wears a light blue robe that matches the ocean on the foggy mornings I remember when I was a boy. Being back here draws strongly on memories from when I was a lad and my friendship with Logan. Now that the gap in my memory has been brought to my attention, I can't help question it. The confrontation with Melchior on Pack Lands, the Alpha call-out, and Kenna's Fey-Wolf magic fusion has kept me on high alert for days. Right now is no exception. The woman is almost ethereal, but not ghost-like in the same way that Alistair is with his misty outlines of light. She halts in front of us. "Lila?" Kenna asks. She nods. "What brings you here?" Her voice is dry like sandpaper. "You can speak?" Kenna asks. I recall from the stories that Lila gave up her voice when she left her Fae family. Not without great difficulty. She looks us over, growing fainter. "Should I welcome you or be wary?" "I'm Kenna and this is Corbin." Her silver eyes drift over Kenna and then meet mine. They flash. Wolves. When her glare doesn't leave me, my lips turn down. We mean no harm. Wolves are the greatest enemy of the Fae. Yet, she is both. She returns her attention to Kenna. "If you came here because you want something from me, I have nothing to give. My days of trading in truths are done." Her voice barely registers above a whisper. "Trades?" Kenna asks. She peers closely at Kenna. "I sense something familiar about your energy." "Yes, your father and you share the dual magic of Fae and Wolf. He came to me seeking his memories. Those were with Melchior. As for the truth he sought, that he had to make a trade for. And it was? I cannot say. It's between him and the tides." "Did you turn him into a ghost?" Fire flares in Kenna's eyes. "It was his choice to go to the ghost pirates." The Fae's lips form a thin line. I frown. Kenna looks toward the ocean. "He's gone for real now." "Don't be so sure about that," Lila says. "He traded one magical form. Melchior destroyed the other. Now he's just a ghost." Kenna's expression turns stony as though she doesn't appreciate the false hope. "I thought you lost your magic when you came on land," I blurt. She tips her head back and laughs dryly. "Is that what Melchior told you? That I lost my magic? The story goes that a huntsman took you against your will. That he stole you from your family. You lost your voice and couldn't defend yourself." "Oh, I know that part. But Maurice taking me against my will? No, we were in love. I'd do it all over again." She gazes sadly toward the bluff. "As a mortal, he must be long gone. Then you know of the initiation and the needless deaths." A hint of accusation enters Kenna's voice. "The magical world is of no concern to me. But you are." Uncertainty crams into the space between my throat and chest, thudding into my stomach and turning into dread. It's bad enough Melchior wants Kenna. Why is she of interest to Lila? A column of light appears from behind a cloud and shines on Kenna. The older woman surveys her carefully. I was like you once, young, in love, and now look where I am, stuck here. Why are you stuck? Kenna asks without hesitation. I made a trade. Leave the life of the Fae, lose my voice, but remain stuck here forevermore. I didn't realize that last part until about 60 years ago, and I'm fading. We're looking for answers. I want to understand having two kinds of magic, why the Fae continue to kill innocents, and what happened to Isa and Alden. Magic crackles from Kenna's fingertips, sending sparks into the dirt underfoot. Lila's eyebrows lift. Come in for some tea. We return to the cottage that's like a sepia photograph, a step back in time. The three of us sit at a small table by the window. Guilt over taking the cube distracts me. Should we give it back? Kenna sits tall, stiff, and like she's on edge. I don't know if it's because she's upset, but her Fae magic seems stronger, more on the surface. I brush my hand on her back and then make small, soothing circles as she grips her teacup. It's been a long time since I've had visitors. In fact, the last one was Grayson. Kenna's eyes dip at the mention of her father. He wanted two things. 1, his memory. 2, the truth. We want that too. I flash my first two fingers. And how to stop Melchior? What you have to understand about the Fae King is he has a singular desire. Power. Why? I ask. It doesn't matter why. Most will never understand his motive if they do not yearn for the same thing. He is bent on having control over magicals and humans alike. Why? Kenna echoes. Lila shrugs. He's deeply insecure. It didn't start with me, but because I left, Melchior cursed my kind, creating the unseelie Fae who lean more toward their shadow. What did he do with the light? Prolonged his rule. To remain king for hundreds of years requires cunning and killing, Lila intones. But there's a limit to it. He's been in power far too long. He needs more lives and more magic to carry on. The scepter is inherently good but can be used to achieve his ends. My jaw drops. Lila nods. That's also why he wants a maiden queen. He can draw from your power to sustain himself as well. If he fails, I reckon he'll fade like me. What about my wolf? Kenna asks. He wants to destroy it like he did your vamp, I say in a low voice. Kenna inhales sharply. Lila doesn't look surprised. Melchior took away the belief that Fae are good. They're little more than his servants, taking lives and fueling his existence. He must have been really mad at you to do that to all Fae. You might say he's a sore loser and unrelentingly jealous. Melchior chose me as his consort, but I broke my vows as a Fae. Now, we all pay the price. How do you feel about putting your sisters in danger? Kenna asks boldly. Fae love is different. Not loyal like a wolf. Lila's eyes graze over me. I say, later, Isa did the same, betraying his trust and awakening his jealousy further. What happened to Isa and Alden? Kenna asks. Lila swallows thickly. No one knows what happened to her. As for Alden, cured of the werewolf within, he became an alpha wolf and a reluctant pack leader, reluctant because he never wanting to be apart from his beloved, a Fae. He tried to get them to accept her, but there was fighting among magicals, wolves and Fae in particular. She shakes her head sadly. He called for a treaty to end the violence. The only way to get the Fae King to agree was for Alden to deny Isa. By doing so, he thought he was protecting her and all magicals. Instead, he gave Melchior unchecked power. I lean back, taking all this in, making sense of it. Where is Alden now? He led the wolves for a time, but with a broken heart, he eventually went the way of memories. At least that's my understanding. Lila gazes sadly toward the sea. Ivan, the vampire alpha, got his memories back. Likely grim magic. The only way to regain your history is to break the curse. And how do we do that? Lila laughs. I've been around a long time and haven't figured that out. Kenna gets to her feet and paces. There must be a way. Fey magic glimmers around her and ripples through her limbs. Can you help me understand my Fey magic? It surges inside, especially around other Fey. It's like we can call upon each other's power. She goes on to tell that her wolf fused with it during the Alpha call-out fight. A minor glitch in Melchior's curse. But I want to learn to use my Fey magic. My heart dips because deep down I want her to deny it. I don't trust it and in a way can relate to Melchior because jealousy spears me at the idea of her joining his court. Fey do not teach magic. It's instinctual and experiential. Lila's shoulders roll back. Kenna frowns as though disappointed. What about the Fey song? Ah, yes, we teach each other those. Except for the Cry of the Fey, that's the song that takes the lives on the full moon. That one came from Melchior's curse. It's not only during the full moon, I say. There have been daily killings. If the horrific news surprises Lila, she doesn't show it. All the more reason to break the curse. Like I said, how? Kenna asks. If I knew the answer to that, you wouldn't be asking me that question. I've tried. Your father was onto something though. His mother too. Pick up where they left off. That's the best I can tell you. For now, I can show you how to use your Fey magic. Her eyes sparkle. Kenna smiles. Really? Lila gestures for my mate to follow her outside. I trail them slowly as they head toward the beach. I sit on a rock and watch the ebb and flow of the tide. Soon, flashes of glimmering light ricochet off the sand and blast stones as old as time. There is no denying Kenna's power. I'd never admit this, but it scares me. I float back in time to when I was young, discovered my ability to shift, and life here on this rugged coast. Then I move forward, trying to pick out pieces of more recent memories, but they're obscure like the misty marine layer rolling in. After a while, Kenna and Lila return from the beach. Kenna hums with energy like she just had a shot of espresso. Lila moves sluggishly as if she requires caffeine. I must rest. I've told you what I can. I wish you luck opening that cube. She winks. Startled that she knew we took it, we both fumble over words before thanking the former Fey for her time. Before we leave, I look to the ocean, once more feeling the gap between the past and present. Kenna gets in the car and waves. I know someone who helped us with this. Let's go back to where we started today and get some donuts. I pull down the long, dusty road. Of course, you're hungry. I'm more on fire than anything else. Even though we didn't learn a ton from Lila about what we need to do, I feel more confident wielding a sizzle of light bounces between her fingers. Wolf pack rule. No magic in the car. I use my most commanding alpha voice. She stuffs her hands under her thighs. We got some valuable insight in this. I shake the cube. But what does it have to do with donuts? And pepper. I wrinkle my nose. Sounds like an odd combination. Pepper the person. She solves puzzles. That's her thing. She just lost her grandfather, I remind Kenna. All the more reason she'll be invested in this. But can we trust her? She knows about the magical world. And I hate to say it, but it's all we've got. I shrug. I could just smash the thing open. And potentially break or unleash whatever is inside. Nope. I vote for donuts and pepper. I didn't know this was a democracy. Consider it the United States of Kenna. Homeland of wolves and Fey alike. I want to ask her about her inclination toward Fey but hold back, afraid of the answer. There are so many unknowns as we try to get this figured out, how we can stop it. But I feel as though we're close, like it's right there on the tip of my tongue, I correct with a soft chuckle. The expression is on the tip of my tongue. She laughs and lightness and assurance return. Just from that sound alone, I can almost breathe again. I know that. I just needed to see you smile. Kenna leans over the center console and pecks me on the cheek. When I park at the landing strip, it's dark. The moon provides enough light to illuminate the gentle slopes of my mate's profile. I kiss her forehead, her nose, each cheek, and then land on her lips. I get as a kiss in return that doesn't last long enough, and I'm afraid our time together might be the same.
Chapter 13. Kenna. Asking Pepper to help is a long shot, especially considering her current circumstances, but I don't have a better idea. Again, we try the bakery, but it's dark inside. No surprise since it's well after they typically close for the night. Corbin and I sit in the Jeep, trying to figure out where she might be. I recall the time I knocked on her window in the middle of the night. "Let me go see if she's in her room," I say, getting out of the Jeep. Corbin trails me. Once more, not letting me out of his sight. I climb the fire escape and tap on the window. Like before, a small shape is curled up on the bed, but her shoulders shake. "Pepper," I whisper, not wanting to startle her, but also knowing when someone needs a hug. She opens her eyes, and they gleam in the dim twinkle lights. She slides the window open, not at all surprised to see me here. "Are you okay?" I cut myself off. "Dumb question." "Never mind. I am so sorry about your grandfather." She sobs. "He gets up early to bake and usually takes a walk before dawn since he's stuck inside all day. He didn't come back, Anne." I shimmy through the window and wrap my arms around her in a big hug. "Oh, gosh. You're burning up. Are you sick?" She shakes her head. "No. I don't know. I've been hot like this since this morning." She presses her palm to her head. "I feel fine except for sad and confused and mad and sad. Mostly that." "I know. Trust me. I know." I let out a breath. This might make me sound like a weirdo, but the Fae killed my grandfather. She says this so matter of fact I'm caught off guard. Corbin hovers outside on the fire escape. I twist to meet his eyes. He gives a subtle nod. "That's exactly it. They're out of control, and we're trying to stop them." "Yes, I'll help." Pepper wipes her eyes and stands tall. "I'll do whatever it takes." She stuffs some items in her backpack and slings it over her shoulder. "Let's go." "And we didn't even have to ask," I mutter to Corbin as we crawl back through the window. I pause on the ledge. "Your grandma?" She has no idea and is very upset, but she's tough. "I'll check on her in the morning." Back on the street, we get in the Jeep. "Okay, where to?" Pepper asks. I've never brought a human to headquarters. Corbin doesn't start the Jeep and seems hesitant. "The police have been there," I remind him. Corbin turns in his seat. His eyes narrow as he gazes at Pepper. Curiosity melts the crease between his eyebrows. "Have we met before?" He shakes his head. "Never mind. I thought." "Deja vu again?" Pepper asks. Corbin tucks his chin. "How'd you know?" She gazes at the ceiling. "I've never told anyone this, because they'd think I'd gone insane. But you both shift into wolves, so it can't be any crazier than that." She draws a deep breath. "I've seen the map of memories." "The what?" Corbin and I ask at the same time. "The map of memories. At least, that's what I call it. I've seen the magical past." "Yours too, Corbin." He inhales sharply. I squeeze Corbin's thigh. "Pizza?" I was thinking of steak. We speed to HQ as Pepper explains her visions. They happen at the strangest times, but usually at dusk or dawn. Suddenly, in my mind, I'm gazing at a map of this area. It's printed with names and dates, then a spot on it glows. It's like I'm sucked through time and space into the past. I always know who I am and what's going on as if I drop into the person's mind. Wow. Yeah. Exactly. At first, it freaked me out, and I wasn't sure if it was real, but I was afraid to tell anyone because I didn't want to expose myself. What do you mean? I twist in my seat to see Pepper. She chews her lip. I think I'm a dragon. Corbin skids to a stop. What? She nods rapidly and puts her hands up. I've never shifted, and I won't hurt you. I promise. I widen my eyes. They're the rarest of magicals and fiercest. Have memories more accurate than vampires, and they have a thing for shiny objects. Dragons are the keepers of magical memories, much like the library of memories, Corbin says rapid fire. Are you sure? Sometimes my eyes flash gold. But you haven't synthesized, he asks. She shakes her head. A dragon and clever. We need help cracking this cube. I hold up the wooden object as Corbin pulls into the garage. Renewed by hope with my friend's help and trust in us, I stride inside. I'm almost through the door when I notice she lags. Are you sure it's okay? Her voice is small. You're a dragon going into a den of wolves. I think you can take care of yourself, Corbin says. Her eyes bug out. I playfully swat my mate. He's kidding. Everyone is nice. Trust me. I was Magical's most wanted, and all they did was prank me a few times. I wink, then link my arm in hers. Come on. They'll love you. Plus it's all denim and flannel all the time. She giggles at one of our earliest conversations about cute guys. I don't dare mention anything about Clove yet. Corbin fires up the grill, I toss a salad, and Pepper sits under the spotlight of the stained glass lamp that swings above the kitchen table. The kitchen is otherwise quiet at this hour, not that midnight snackers are uncommon. I would know. After rummaging in the pantry for dessert, I only come up with prepackaged cookies. My nose twitches and I follow it to some containers stacked with brownies, double fudge, some with peanut butter, and the jackpot chewy with chocolate chips. I pour 3 glasses of milk and bring everything to the table. Best to be prepared with dessert. Pepper passes on the steak but helps herself to salad and a peanut butter brownie. I'll have to get this recipe, she says around a bite. After all these years of testing and tasting, Grandma is unsatisfied with hers. We chat another minute about the bakery, then I put the cube squarely on the table. Pepper's eyes go wide at the symbol printed in the center. It's a crescent like the scepter. She turns it over in her hands as I did. My dad has brought me something like this. The question is, will you be able to open it? Corbin pushes his empty plate away. In several swift turns, Pepper has the first 2 pieces out, then another and another. Where'd you find it? She asks without lifting her gaze. Endeared by Pepper's honesty about the map of memory, and with my sweet tooth satisfied by the brownie, I opt for the truth without further mental debate. We visited Lila, and took it from her house. Pepper's eyebrows wriggle with worry. You found her? Did you steal it? Yes and yes. But is it breaking in if the door was unlocked? I say in my defense. Corbin smirks. We found it in an old chest. And there's one that's almost identical to it at Lonsdale. That's my haunted Victorian manor, I add for clarification. The corner of Pepper's lip lifts as she removes the last piece of the puzzle cube. We all peer inside the box to find another box. I lift the top. Nestled on a creamy velvet cloth rests a greenish-blue jewel, the size of a quarter. Whoa! Pepper's eyes flash a deep shade of gold for a moment. I wonder if Lila knew, Corbin says. I hold it up to the light. This must be the Fey jewel, I whisper. It belongs to the scepter, doesn't it? Pepper says. We had it, but, I swallow. Clove took it. Also, he's my brother. And he betrayed me, I say in one long breath. Pepper's mouth forms a round O shape. She sputters. I fill her in on how he deceived us and seized the scepter. That tweed-wearing, lying, sneaky, her face falls. I think he knows about me. The dragon part 1 mean. But you said that you haven't shifted, right? Then how? He's asked me a lot of questions. She sets her brownie down. I gave him a lot of answers. Oh, no. Oh, no. Her lips tremble. Pepper. It's okay. We have to focus on right now. An arm-clad and plaid flannel dips over Pepper's shoulder and nicks a brownie. She gazes at the hand and then follows the cookie up to Ethan, a subordinate who's a favorite among the single female wolves. MMM. My favorite. Pepper stares at him. He does a double take. You're the girl from the bakery in Polaris. He lowers into the seat. Did you make these? She shakes her head. But you're bakery girl, right? He asks, smirking. Yeah. So conceivably you could make brownies this delicious? Pepper hides behind her ginger hair. Maybe we can get together sometime and you can teach me to bake. Sure. That would be great, Pepper trails off. I'm Ethan, by the way. I'm guessing if you're here it's for good reason. He taps her shoulder and lets his hand linger there for a moment. Pepper's cheeks flush. Corbin hides a smirk. I waggle my eyebrows. For a moment, the magical world with all its conflicts recedes, and I'm warmed through with young love. We just need the wolf jewel and the scepter. You solved one puzzle. Maybe you can help. How do you feel about an epic scavenger hunt? I ask Pepper. I'm in, Pepper says. Me too, Ethan calls from across the room. Whatever it is. Corbin lifts an eyebrow. You'll sit this one out, pup. We need you looking after the bakery. Ethan rolls his eyes and then hits Pepper with a smolder. I stifle a giggle. I say we start in Lonsdale. What about Clove? Pepper asks. That's exactly who we're looking for. Speak for yourself. I want to see what's in that look-alike chest, Corbin says.
Chapter 14. Corbin. We leave for Lonsdale in the morning. Ethan shows Pepper to a guest room. Kenna goes to her room. As I pass, she sings in the shower. I lean my head against the closed door and listen to her melody, strong, tempting, beautiful. I shiver. She's singing the songs of the Fae. I linger there, lost in her voice, drifting, sinking into the enchantment. Then Melchior's comment about her being our undoing weaves through my awareness. My chest hollows at the thought. Steam billows when Kenna exits the bathroom wearing a black pajama set covered in cherries. She smells fruity and floral and clean. Like heaven. The hall is quiet except for the tick of my pulse. Corbin, she says. Now you'd want to watch over me while I sleep, but you should probably get some rest too. I had something else on my mind. I step closer, resting my hand on her shoulder. She reveals half a smile. I fill in the other half. Our lips press together. I smile inside, at my luck, despite everything that's happened. I'm in love with this amazing, smart, beautiful girl, and right now, we have this. Right now, this is more than enough. Afraid it'll soon melt away, I'll take what I can right now. In a few short steps, we're seated on her bed, kissing, and kissing the days and weeks away. Forgetting the uncertainty, fear, and loss. Magic exists, and I believe much of it comes from two people coming together in loyalty, love, friendship, and honesty. Her damp hair trails over her skin. My heart hammers in my chest. So, where are we going to get married? I ask. Not soon enough, but how about after we save the world? I was afraid you'd say that. I tuck a piece of her hair behind her ear. We're sealed mates. I can wait. But this only means we have to succeed. We'll start in the morning. I give her one more kiss before saying goodnight and lowering into my usual chair. She giggles and plops into bed. The light on the nightstand blinks on and the scratch of pen moves across paper. Writing in your diary? I ask. She nods. Today was interesting. Seated in the middle of the bed, I watch as Kenna's hand moves over the page of the diary. I lean back, reviewing the day as well when she hums. Like before, the song is enchanting, mesmerizing. Where did you learn that song? She asks while still writing. It's a Faye song. I lean forward. She blinks a few times as though realizing what's happening. I was singing along with, her expression craters. She pulls out the diary we found at Lonsdale and passes it to me. It's still old. Still blank. Still missing pages. I hear it, Kenna says softly. You hear it? Singing. She winces. Talking sometimes. Remember what I said about magical objects? I think we need to find the missing pages. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Or paper in a secret room. I think it's there. I think all of our answers are there. My father intentionally created that collection. Good thing we're heading there at first light. Now, get some sleep. And no more singing. It entrances me. Isn't that a good thing? If I weren't already in love with you, sure. But you don't need to use your fey wiles on me. She lifts an eyebrow. My wiles? It's an old-fashioned term. I kiss her forehead and return to my chair. It's a good thing wolves need little sleep. Even if I want to, rest is elusive as my mind churns with information and unknowns. I'm certain the matching chests at Lila's and Lonsdale connect to the Triad jewels. Where the scepter is located is another matter entirely. The next morning, Kenna is perky and ready for donuts. Pepper sits quietly and pensively in the back of the Jeep as we drive into town. Like Jackie sensed with Clove, I felt like something was different about her, but because I've never encountered a dragon, my wolf didn't pick up on the scent. Now I catch whiffs of a campfire combined with old books. Either that or she has a thing for roasting marshmallows and reading. I'm surprised the bakery is open, Kenna says when the glowing windows of the building comes into view. I knew Grandma wouldn't close. Yesterday was the first time in over 40 years. My grandmother said she was opening today no matter what. Benjamin, my grandpa, would have wanted it that way. Don't worry, Ethan will make sure everything is okay, I assure her. Ethan follows us in the truck with the other wolves ready as backup if needed. He covertly hang out at the bakery today, occupying one of the bistro tables writing Concordia's next great novel. I don't think the Fae will bother what remains of Pepper's family, but in case they catch wind, or scent, of her dragon, it's better to be safe than sorry. I wait in the Jeep while Kenna and Pepper go inside the bakery. It's tragic about the owner, Pepper's grandfather. All the more reason to end this as soon as possible. We have to break the curse and bring harmony to magicals. To do that, we need the scepter. The girls come back with a bag full of donuts and Pepper carries a box of pastries. I lift my eyebrow when they get in. What? Kenna asks. They're for later. You and your sweet tooth. She gently swats me on the shoulder as I pull back onto the road. Hey, you only benefit. I prefer steak, ribs, burgers. No, I mean I get cranky when I'm hungry. I chuckle. During the drive to Cardington, the rising sun dips behind a bank of clouds, dyeing the fields in amber and scarlet. 3 shafts of light break through and beam from the vault of the sky. It's beautiful and ominous, reminding me of an old mariner's saying about a red sun in the morning, cautioning sailors to take warning. We chat about everything we know so far. Mostly we speculate, but it's like if we keep talking about the details, the missing parts will become clear. As I pass through the gate at Lonsdale, we have no better idea than when we started. Pepper, paler than usual, eyes the house warily. As I said, it's haunted, Kenna says. That's not very reassuring. I pocket the keys to the Jeep. Like the last time I was here, summon my wolf close, preparing to encounter Clove, goblins, or even the Fey King. Alistair is mostly a friendly, Kenna goes on, filling Pepper in on how he's a stuck ghost. You're not kidding, are you? Pepper's pale, freckled skin blanches. Kenna smiles and shakes her head. Believe me, I was shocked too. We go straight to the secret room. Pepper spins in a slow circle, awed. I've seen this place on the map of memories. Whatever else she says is lost to me as I go about opening the box that matches the one Lila had. Sure enough, inside, I find a puzzle cube. Pepper pauses, marveling, and opens it in a few swift turns. Glad to know my skills come in handy. She passes it to me. Like before, there's another, smaller box. I lift the lid. It's empty. Kenna snaps her fingers. The vampire jewel must have been inside. She pulls it from her pocket, showing Pepper. Her eyes, already wide, get wider. Wow. That just leaves one more. I love sparkly things. Typical dragon. Kenna's lips quirk and she lifts and lowers her eyebrows. I nod, indicating she can tell Pepper the news. Did I tell you that Corbin proposed to me? She flashes her ring. Pepper bounces on her toes. Wow. Sorry, I'll stop saying that soon. Congratulations. Kenna beams with pride and tips her lips in a smile that sends a jolt through me. I've never been one for romance or grand gestures, definitely not the kind of guy to ply a girl with jewelry, but my chest puffs up a little at seeing how happy the ring makes Kenna. Apart from the pack, I make it my life's duty to bring that smile to her lips as often as possible. Pepper inspects it, marveling at the diamond. It's beautiful. She bites the inside of her cheek and peers up at Kenna. I have something important to tell you too. Her voice is grave. I don't know if I can deal with more unpleasant news. Like a drifting balloon, the high of the moment threatens to deflate. You're seeking the scepter, and I've seen it. The true scepter along with the jewels brings balance, harmony, peace. But it can also be destructive, damaging. This is good news. When did you see it? Who had it? I ask rapid fire. The dragon lords atop the Montmartre's mountains. She bites her lip as if measuring how I receive this information. Learning my father is a ghost ruined me for shock value. Go on, Kenna says. Along with the dragon's vast knowledge of the past and wisdom of the present and future, they were the guardians of the scepter's magic. The story about the base nature of the three primary magicals, wolves, vamps, and fae, has some truth. They were warriors, there to defend the dragon's knowledge and the scepter that kept the magical and human worlds working in harmony. However, over time, each magical race wanted to possess the scepter and wield its power. Most recently the Fey King. Do you know how it went from being on the mountain to going missing and why Melchior had a fake scepter? Kenna asks. Pepper closes her eyes as though walking through the map of memories. There was an attack. The Fey King had gotten involved in grim magic. He tried to steal the scepter and in doing so slayed almost all the dragons. A single tear trails down Pepper's cheek. Kenna takes her hand. During the battle, the dragons scattered the stones, hiding them. Melchior won the scepter, but as soon as he did so, the other magicals learned of his plans. There was more fighting. The scepter went back and forth. In the end, Melchior won the fight, but he did not walk away with the scepter. No one knows where it went. I rock back on my heels as realization dawns. But he wanted it to seem like he won, so he fabricated the scepter he carried to make it look like he was all-powerful. Pepper nods. And because it was iron-tipped, he could control the Fae. With the help of grim magic, he cursed them, making up the story of Lila's betrayal and the initiation. So the true scepter brings life at best. Death at worst. The fake one controls the Fae. Pepper nods. So we need to find the wolf jewel and the scepter. And the remaining dragons, Pepper adds. I knew you'd help us. Kenna squeezes Pepper into a side hug. We'll figure this out. Bolstered by Kenna's confidence, Pepper and I scour the room, looking for clues, insights, anything. Meanwhile, my mate tries to find Alistair. He must be mad at me, Kenna says when she returns ghostless. She leafs through the dry and yellow pages of a book on the table. Several sheets fall out and she smooths them back in. Perhaps these books will point us toward an answer, like clues, a kind of breadcrumb trail. My shoulders cave, suddenly hopeless at the enormity of this endeavor. I was so sure we had the scepter within our sights. I didn't think finding Magical's most wanted would bring on a new host of problems, namely, that I couldn't bear if anything happened to her. I push back the thought and examine a sextant. Kenna leans against me, immersed in the book in her hands. These are old diaries belonging to Magicals throughout history. Forbidden love wasn't anything new. I wonder if it was Melchior who made that up. Who started this whole thing, declaring that Lila and then Isa and Alden couldn't be together. Their love stories so closely mirror our own, but they didn't get there happily ever after. We're left with this mess to untangle, and what if we don't? Then what? My mind can't leap to what could happen. The end of the world as we know it? I cast the thought aside as another question replaces it. What if we left? The question tumbles through me, but before I dare ask, I know I could never run away. I'm loyal to the pack, end of story. Gripping the sextant, I wonder what sailors of old saw when they looked through it, leagues and leagues of ocean to explore, fish to catch, home to return to, a mermaid sunning herself. I lift it to my eye, but a smudge mars the lens. I wipe it on the bottom of my shirt and try again, but the dim light in my room only reveals a blur. I set it aside before getting to my feet and retrieving the puzzle cubes and the 2 triad jewels we have. What do you think this symbol means? I ask, pointing to the top of the vampire cube. Pepper closes her eyes again. Her lids flutter like she's flipping through the pages of a book. In the dragon languages of symbols and characters, it means love. Kenna looks up from the book and meets my eyes. Love, she repeats. Her smile lingers even as she returns to the book. I want to tell her I love her, that I'd trade anything and everything, just for the assurance that we will beat this. Instead, I fear we'll end up like Lila and her love, Isa and Alden, or Kenna's parents. The mature and logical thing to do would be to voice my concerns. I don't dare. The sentences, cosset in my mind are harmless, once spoken the words have the power to test, if not undo us, and I'm not willing to take that risk yet. I don't think of love when I think of vampires, but, Kenna says absently. Love bites, Pepper says. Vampires weren't always bloodthirsty. Without the power of the scepter, they thirst, but in history, the bites indicated the connection they had with their true loves, their mates. They'd mark each other with a bite. The blood would combine, uniting them. It's hard for us to understand because biting someone is weird, but remember, that was a long, long time ago. Kenna holds the ruby between her finger, studying it. I want to kiss her cheek. Her ear. Her lips. I want to kiss every inch of her pearly skin. This is what love feels like, wanting to transmit this warm, glowing feeling inside me directly to her, every part of her, inside and out. I love you, Kenna, I whisper. She meets my eyes and then brings her lips to mine in a soft kiss as if to say I love you too. But the heavy dread in my stomach makes me think we're counting down to it being our last.
Chapter 15. Kenna. This secret room has become something of a sanctuary. Although we don't know what to do or how to stop Melchior from taking more lives, the room floats with potential. My father led me here. There has to be something that will help us. I gaze at the stained glass windows on the far wall. Every corner and crevice of the house speaks loudly of Grayson, his determination, fascination with history, and commitment to the magical world. Too bad they named him a criminal. I will make this right for all of us and him. The energy in here is different, older, liquid, and all hope. When I'm in this room, I feel as though the past wins against the future. I've never been one for researching, but if we're going to have victory over Melchior, whose currency is cunning, I need to have a better understanding of this world that was hidden from me for most of my life. For what's likely the 30th time in as many minutes, I scan the room. The maps covering the walls don't point me toward answers. The antiques and collectibles would probably do well in a museum, though I'd have to consult Clove since apparently the contents are his. I don't know how things work in Concordia, but I'm not inclined for him to have anything because it's his fault our father is gone. And that's the worst part, the crippling, heart-hurting part. I didn't get to say goodbye. There was no last hug with the assurance that things would turn out okay. I got nothing but the instruction to break the curse. How, Dad? I whisper. Pepper glances up from a book. I'm not sure if she heard, but she must be enduring her grief, having lost her grandfather. I press my hand to my chest where Melchior stabbed me, killing the vamp within. My father was also stabbed. Since he was dual magical, did he lose the fae or wolf within like Lila suggested? Had he already? I spin the water-filled globe. Suddenly dizzy, I drop into a leather chair. I'd rather that than endure this feeling of emptiness. I didn't even have the chance to ask my dad how any of this works or what it is. Where did he collect this stuff? Everything must have a story. These aren't just random objects. They're treasures. The world rights itself only when the globe stills. I crouch in front of it, studying the ocean and land masses. I move around it in a circle, carefully not to spin it again. On the globes at school and the library, the continents are the prominent feature and divided into countries. But on this globe, it simply represents the land in gradients of red, gold, yellow, and greenish blue. The oceans are dark blue. I swivel around and locate the northern Atlantic where we are. A dashed purple line flecked with gold circles an expanse of a small island, Concordia. If only X marked the spot, and I had a treasure map. Pepper drops a book, startling me. It releases a puff of dust. I wander over as she traces her finger along its spine. The curved letters, of what I assume is an ancient or dead language, reminds me of flags blowing in the wind. I part the crisp pages to see illustrations of dragons, each of them dangerously beautiful. The rounded lines of the letters of the foreign alphabet label each one. On the facing page is more writing that I can't understand. Pepper flips through and toward the back of the book, finding a blank page for a last entry. This reminds me of the missing pages from the diary I found here. Pepper studies the book of her ancestors as I continue to browse others, but see nothing that points toward information specifically about the scepter. For that matter, there's hardly anything written in a language that I understand. I sigh and sit down at a desk in the corner. I run my fingers along the engraved wood, imagining my father seated here. Numerous cubbies and drawers probably hold old junk, but right now I'm not sure if I'm looking for answers or to learn more about Grayson Slade. I open a slim drawer and find yellowed envelopes and a dry inkwell. I pull out a wireframe pair of glasses and slide them on. My vision blurs. I grope around, trying to get Corbin's attention. He looks up from something he's studying on a shelf and laughs. Nearly blinded, I lower back down but stumble. When I catch myself, my fingers skid down a slim, raised cutout on the side panel of the desk. I replace the glasses in the cubby and examine the panel. The cutout is a pocket door. I slide it over. Hidden behind it are 3 slim, rectangular drawers. Inside the first, I find a metal letter opener with an abalone handle and case along with some pens and another dry inkwell. The drawer below holds blank sheaves of yellowed paper and below that, there's nothing more than cobwebs. I push the drawer back in, but it catches. Folded in a crouch, I try to get it to slide into place, but the old wooden guides refuse to budge. I squat, tugging and yanking before it comes out, sending me reeling backward. I smooth my finger along the drawer guides and turn it over. It should work smoothly, but before I try it again, I peer inside the opening, wondering if something blocks it. Pepper, can I use the flashlight on your phone? I ask. She brings it over and returns to her book about dragons. The light illuminates more cobwebs, but something shiny and silky catches in the beam. I pull the other 3 drawers out. From the cavity of the desk, I pull out a scroll wrapped in a red piece of fabric, much like the one that held the diary pages. I spin around in the chair to face the room and wave the scroll. Hey, look what I found. Corbin and Pepper pad over and pull up chairs. I untie the length of fabric and dangle it between us. Does this look familiar? I take the diary out of my backpack. Corbin holds one piece of the fabric, and I hold the other. Silver threads through the red velvet. It's an exact match, Corbin says. I give Pepper the fabric and then take out the cloak. And it belongs to this. Pepper's eyes widen as she brings the torn piece together with the cloak. This was Isa's. When she and Alden were running, a fae tore her cloak. It boggles my mind how she sees these things. Then again, I hear someone singing out of a book with blank pages, so go figure. Corbin twines the thin strip of fabric around his fingers, lost in thought. Recalling what my dad said about the torn pages, I carefully smooth the brittle paper on top of the diary in my lap. The pages are the same size. I think these are the missing pages. My pulse doubles. I open the diary and find the section with the torn sheets and slide them in. I'm about to lift my gaze to meet Corbin's when the pages sew themselves back together. The paper flutters. Then the singing begins. Do you guys hear that? I ask. The wind? Pepper asks. I knew a storm was coming, Corbin mutters. My stomach swims. I keep the low hum of fae song to myself. Kenna, look, Corbin says, pointing to the first page in the diary as slanted writing appears. This was Isa's diary. Sure enough, printed on the first page are the words property of Isa Johansson. Where should I start? At the beginning, Corbin says. I clear my throat and read a few passages about life on the run and life in love. Then I get to a juicy part. I've already snuck to the Fae library, researching, trying to find a loophole, a way to avoid initiation, and becoming Melchior's consort. However, neither thinking nor doing has brought me any closer to figuring out how to change the way things are for my fellow Fae. Isa, we relate, I say. Remember how I told you about the Fae? Pepper asks, recalling one of our chats. The map of memories is how I knew. This confirms its truth. I take a breath before continuing. Long ago, a human captured a fae named Lila. They say, enchanted by her beauty with dark hair and fair skin, the night sky rippling in her eyes, and the melodic sound of her voice, he took her from her family in the forest against her will. If a fae mates with a human, she loses her voice, rendering her unable to defend or explain herself. That must be why Isa had this diary, Corbin says. When she left, breaking her fae vow, she must have lost her voice. I nod and skip ahead. When her fae sisters discovered Lila was gone, they sang a long and sorrowful lament. When the king learned about the travesty, he vowed to have vengeance against human men, instructing the fae maidens to sing their lament in the light of the full moon, calling it the cry of the fae and making it so the sound would rob woodsmen of their lives as they lean in for a kiss so deadly. As I read, the hair on the back of my neck lifts, and I inhale sharply. She goes on to say how close she came to the initiation. If it weren't for Alden being bitten, she'd have taken his life. My heart aches at the thought. I couldn't bear hurting Corbin. His hand slides to my hip, holding me firm. She wonders if she was like Lila. Whoa. Listen to this. I realize she wouldn't have been able to form the bond with the human against her will. During the ritual, I had to make the choice to give up my voice in order to bond with Alden. I had to speak the words, sealing us together. Lila would have had to do the same. Lila must have still had her voice when she left the forest. Meaning it was her choice, I finish. This confirms Melchior has been lying. Corbin's nostrils flare with anger. She wrote, as we close in on the next full moon, I think of my sisters, and all those who will undergo the initiation in the next 100 years. I consider returning home and putting a stop to the violence, but how? Our question exactly. So many lives needlessly lost. We know much of this already, so I skim ahead to the section that now has the missing pages. Corbin. You need to hear this. It says that Melchior used grim magic to make Visalia a mate with a wolf. I pause as a thin sweat dots my forehead. He knew there would eventually be an alpha call-out and the winning alpha would move into position to join the council, the group the Fae King created to trick magicals into obeying his will. Fast forward to now. Corbin's wolf growls as he gains understanding. The Alpha Guardians and Warriors was a sham along with the Articles of Accord. He lulled everyone into thinking these things were for the greater good. Meanwhile, we forgot everything that came before the spell. I follow the words with my finger and a knot forms in my stomach. He did this to draw out the Alpha's future mate, and ISA's successor. Me. How could he have known? Corbin asks. Maybe grim magic, a prophecy, fate, Pepper guesses. Corbin's copper eyes flash. He's the puppet master and has been pulling the strings all along.
Chapter 16. Corbin. The wind howls outside. Autumn and winter overlap this far north. It's common to see snow before the end of October. Sleet streaks the stained glass windows. I get to my feet and scratch the layer of scruff growing along my jaw. We know Melchior is a bad dude. We have 2 of the 3 triad jewels to complete the scepter. Best of all, we have a dragon. Pepper smirks. I want to know what happened to ISA, Kenna says, perusing the diary. When she gets to the end she gasps. ISA wrote that neither war nor treaty can stop a woman scorned. She wants true love and will do anything, even wait 200 years, to get it. Kenna's smile illuminates the room. ISA hid the scepter. But Alistair found it, I say. Kenna lifts her finger in the 1-minute symbol. She writes that she countered Melchior's curse of forgetting, aka the Accord's spell, with a spell that will destroy him should he obtain the scepter. The curse of forgetting. Yes, Pepper says as though recalling something. I've seen him on the map learning grim magic. Do you see how to reverse the curse? Kenna asks. The clave? Pepper's voice laces with uncertainty. We were told that it's an object. Not a group of people, like we originally thought, meaning Amanda and Visalia were working together, which makes more sense. Any idea what it is though? Kenna asks. Pepper squeezes her eyes together and then shakes her head. I'm sorry. I don't know. Typically, these visions come to me from the past. I haven't figured out how to summon them at will. Luckily, I have a photographic memory and recall everything I've seen. That's a typical dragon trait. I pick up the objects in the room, wondering if any of them are the clave. These pages look like they contain words to songs. Kenna's soft hum weaves into a Fae song. I recognize it by the tug deep in my heart. Like a lonely wind, a second voice joins hers, breaking into a sad, eerie lament like fog over water. When the song is over, a tear struggles loose from Kenna's eye and then another. It's ISA. She's in the diary. A smooth female voice echoes from the pages of the book. You sang with me. You've summoned me. You deserve the truth. For tearing me from my beloved, I traded my physical form for the words to curse Melchior's hand should he ever try to use the scepter. It was the Fae King who deceived Alden. Who broke us. Who broke the magical world. I'm Kenna, Grayson's daughter, she says loudly as though speaking into a cell phone with poor reception. I know who you are. Your voice is beautiful. ISA's is soft yet strong. We read your journal. Why were pages torn out? Because your father wanted to fix the magical world and needed to prove it was broken. We want to too. Kenna's eyes light with determination. Then you must find the clave he created. We thought it was a group of people. The clave consists of magic from Borea. It's inscribed with our history and our future. How will that help us break the curse? It's also potent with the power of the truth. Only the truth can overcome deceit. The scepter must then be used to restore peace, ISA says, confirming what Ivan told me. The dragons hid the jewels. We have two. We need the wolf jewel. Desperation enters Kenna's words. Then you must find them, ISA says. Kenna grumbles. I wish I could take back what I said about the scavenger hunt. I sniff the air. Speaking of hunts, I sense Faye nearby. Are you saying they're hunting us? Pepper shivers. ISA's voice comes again. Kenna, you are my descendant and you will do well to learn the songs I've left in this diary before you have to make a choice. ISA sings a different song and then her voice fades into silence. Kenna sits so still it's as if she embodies the quiet. I suppose this is a lot to digest. I gaze at the stained glass window, sensing for the Fae nearby. Their damp scent offends my wolf nose and it twitches. We should make sure everything is secure. We're the warriors. Pepper, you're a guardian. Stay here, look after the jewels. Kenna and I will scout the perimeter. We exit to the hall through the hinged painting of Grayson. A familiar figure stalks toward us. I halt. The Fae I scented was Clove, returning here. Are you alone? Kenna asks. In the dim light of the hall, his scowl bruises with anger and disdain. His eyes are fierce with vengeance. As he nears, his magic crackles like he's tempted to punch us with it. My wolf growls inside. My hatred for him at betraying us snowballs but does nothing to chill my boiling blood. Kenna stares as though locked in Alistair's ghost magic again. A purple mark discolors his cheek and a scab slashes the otherwise unblemished skin along his jawline as he shoves past us. As if she cannot stuff the words back in, Kenna blurts, Clove, what happened? He flinches and stops, but doesn't turn. He utters the word, you. It echoes down the hall in his wake. Kenna's breath catches in the silence that follows. I'm ready to tear loose and rip him apart. She grips my hand, sensing the call of my shift. Clove, what are you doing here? Same as you. Trying to rid the world of a tyrant. Kenna staggers back. But you want the scepter too. You said you wanted the keys to the kingdom. He stalks toward us. His expression is fire. Volts of Fey magic roll over his skin. I said I wanted the keys to the kingdom. I didn't say how I was going to use them. You said you wanted to finish what our father started. Kenna's free hand lifts to her lips, and she shudders as if she realizes where the blemishes came from. Clove points to his face. These are my debts, not yours. If you have any sense, you'll stop meddling. As it is, the Fey King is messing with magic and therefore nature. If you haven't noticed, not all the forests are changing with autumn. His face is so close to hers, my hands tighten into fists. I'm only sorry that I wasn't the one to give him that bruise. Kenna shakes her hand loose. We want to help. Clove rocks his head back and laughs low and dark. You've done enough to hinder. We're looking for the clave. I shoot her a warning glance. The less Clove knows the better. Good luck. I've been searching for years. What if we help each other? Kenna tries. I don't need your help. Clove glares. He doesn't want our help, I say at the same time. Kenna throws her hands in the air. Don't you get it? Melchior wants to keep us apart. Divided, we're helping him move closer to his aims. I don't trust him, I say. You didn't trust Pepper either. The Fey imposter brightens a shade. Is she here? Is she helping you? None of your business, I grind out. At that, Clove's expression creases like he was struck all over again. You can hate me all you want, Wolf. But you have no idea what it's like for me. You have your pack. Aside from the Fae King, I'm the only male Fae. Melchior eliminates every male baby. I just want to be among my people, to be part of a family. Is that too much to ask? His voice barely registers over a husky whisper. I can't tell if he's playing us again, or if he's being sincere. Kenna squeezes my hand. In the wolf way, she says, he's my brother. I have to give him a chance. She lifts her gaze to mine. I instantly get lost in those smoky gray eyes of hers. She knows I'll do anything for her even if I'm hesitant. The best I can do is answer with silence. But I squeeze her hand back, prepared to turn the rest of Clove's face into hash if he dares to betray us again. Have you seen Alistair? Kenna asks. He shakes his head. Pepper bursts out from behind the painting holding an iron key overhead in triumph. I found it. I found the clave.
Chapter 17. Kenna. Well, I found a key. I think it unlocks the box that holds the clave. Pepper waves an iron key. But we still don't know what the clave looks like, I say. As though belatedly realizing it, Pepper takes a step backward when she spots Clove in his usual tweed jacket. It's all right. I think. It's probably foolish to trust my brother. He's very Loki-like. Clove's eyes rake Pepper up and down. In one swift motion, he snatches the key and takes off, sending a blast of fey magic over his back, incinerating a curtain. I don't look at Corbin to know he wears an I told you so expression. Instead, I burst into my wolf. For a moment, I'm floating in midair, then smoothly land on all fours. Clove throws himself through the nearest window. I race outside after my brother. It's storming and the greedy wind snatches my bark of warning. I repeat the call, prepared to take him down for betraying me again. Then the wind suddenly slows like the weather put its tantrum on hold. Clove drops face forward into the mud and the key flies from his hand as though he tossed a hot potato. I step back and catch it between my teeth. The Fae in me winces, but my wolf is resistant to iron in the way Fae are not. I stand there, waiting for Clove to attack, to retrieve it. Instead, he gets up slowly and shuffles backward before turning and running toward the driveway. I shake out my fur and remain in wolf form. Corbin is right behind me as his gray wolf. His eyes scan the horizon for Clove. Let him go, I say the wolf way. For now. We have the key. Let's figure out what it goes to. We head inside where Pepper waits exactly where we left her, eyes wide and slightly stunned. Wow. I shift back to physical form. You've said that. But I smile, wanting to assure her that everything is okay. She's probably only seen a shift in her visions. Corbin comes in shortly after me, carrying the box of pastries. I figured you'd need these. I kiss him on the cheek. You know me so well. After devouring a raspberry tart, I'm ready to dive back into saving the world. We shall not speak of Clove. We have to focus. So where'd you find the key? Pepper points to a shelf. You think it's somehow connected to the clave? Corbin asks, brushing the sugar from his fingers after eating a donut hole Pepper must have tossed in the box. Pepper tilts her head from side to side as though not sure at all. We still don't know what to do with the clave once we find it. Corbin pops another donut hole in his mouth. But I think I know. I skipped one of the diary entries from the torn pages. Isa addressed a message to her descendant, me. It is your duty to protect that which we love so deeply. Each other. The magical world needs your help. You're unique in being and character. For these reasons, I ask you to break the curse. To do so, you'll need a clave. United in song, free the Fae. Then, use the scepter, a tool for peace, to mend the magical world. It is up to you to restore harmony. I leave you with this request and the only two things I can offer, my utmost gratitude and love. Yours, Isa. Tears threatened when I'd read it, but I held back, worrying they'd blur the ink. Worrying I wouldn't be able to carry it out. Worrying what would happen if I fail. Pepper gazes at the key. Her fingers touch her parted lips with surprise and awe. There are engravings. It's the same language as the book about dragons. Look, here's the symbol for the scepter, wolf shifters, and loyalty. She flips forward in the dragon book and points to a symbol that looks like a ring filled with intricate loops. It's all interconnected, all of us, including me. The prophecy of a dragon with golden eyes. That's as far as I've gotten translating. But there's more. I suddenly hear the singing again. Do you hear that? Pepper and Corbin shake their heads. The diary is quiet. It's the song of the Fae. It calls to me, sings to me, and like it wants me to turn me against myself. I don't know if I can resist it. There's a pull, like the receding tide, drawing me home. Corbin takes me in his arms. You are home, he says. I fight a sniffle and melt into him for a long moment. Then I lift my gaze to his copper eyes. I am. I go on tiptoe and kiss him on the lips, anchoring myself to this moment with him. It doesn't last long enough. As soon as we part, once more, I feel unmoored, adrift. Unsure where to go or what to do other than that, I must be the one to do it. If Clove led the Fae here, Corbin cracks his knuckles. So will I. Pepper's eyes flash gold. So will I. Melchior killed my grandfather and my ancestors. He will rue the day I shift. The dragon shifter's determination and ferocity draws my shoulders back and lifts my chin with pride. Maybe we stand a chance. We move to the kitchen and Pepper continues to transcribe the symbols and their definitions into a notebook. It's slow going, but Pepper has major skills, the memory of her visions help. We debate what to do with the key until the grandfather clock strikes 12. I hop from my chair. Love, loyalty, and friendship. The triad jewels. Red, the vampire jewel, represents love. The wolf jewel, loyalty, that would make the most sense. And the Fae jewel, friendship? Unlikely. Corbin's Scottish accent turns bitter. We speculate until I doze off, slumped against my mate. When I wake, I sniff the air and catch the scent of blueberry muffins. Following it to the kitchen, I find Alistair standing at the sink, cleaning a bowl. Good morning, I say. Ah, you're awake. Alistair dusts off his misty hands. And you finally turned up. Finally? You have to summon me, the ghost says in his genial way. I have to summon you? I ask. To be your butler, well, it only seems polite. I have other things to do. You do? Such as? Make breakfast? I point to the counter. His misty lips quirk. It's hard to break custom when there are houseguests. Your mother loved this muffin recipe. But is it hard to break curses? I mutter. That's up to you, miss. Alistair speaks with authority. What do you know about the curse? The ghost dips his head. That I cannot say. We need your help. We're trying to break the curse. To make things right. Have you seen Clove? My father? I think there's something else you need to find, and then maybe you'll know what to do, Alistair says mysteriously. We can't rely on maybes to save lives. I hold my head in my hands. We're lost. Sunk. Taking too much time to translate dragon and look for clues. Then what can you rely on? Alistair asks. I get to my feet at the sound of the kettle. We can rely on each other, Corbin says, entering the room from the garage. He must have been out for a run. We know the scepter has three aspects represented by the jewels and possibly friendship, loyalty, and love. And it doesn't abide by its contrasting complements, control, persistence, and the last one, well, it's trickier to interpret. The closest I can come to for a translation is cunning or trickery, Pepper says, yawning from the other end of the room. Good morning, miss, Alistair says pleasantly. Morning. Pepper's smile is thin. I realized that without the stones, anyone can use the scepter for ill. There's this symbol. She points to the book. I think it means intention, as in the person's intention in possession of the scepter helps determine its power. And if we bring together love, loyalty, and friendship, Corbin says. Pepper beams a smile. Then no matter what the intention, the scepter can only be used for those reasons. Not for curses, storms, destruction. Or controlling the lives of magicals. Why does Melchior veer toward the dark side? I ask, for lack of a better word. It's not worthwhile to try to understand it. Better to focus on what's in front of us, Corbin says. I nod. You're right. It's strange. It's almost like the scepter doesn't want to be found. Alistair, you found it before. Any tips? Patience. Alistair sets out the muffins. Pepper helps herself to one and slathers it with butter, seemingly unfazed by the fact a ghost made them. You're catching on to this magical life quickly. My dragon assures me it's okay. I feel her growing inside of me. She swallows thickly. I see myself growing into her. She pulls her sleeve up to reveal a shimmering scale by her elbow. It's my turn to say, wow. It's almost like the more I acknowledge this world, the more fully I inhabit it. Pepper takes a bite. I relay how I feel more fully wolf around the shifters and more in touch with my fae when around the fae. And vampires? Let's not talk about that. I shudder at the memory of my short-lived thirst for blood. We return to the secret room and get back to work, translating as far as we can in the book. We need the final jewel. Where is it? I say out loud, doubtful I'll receive an answer. I slouch against the wall. My shoulders lift and lower on a sigh when one doesn't come. A slight breeze rolls over my skin. Except for the stained glass, there aren't any windows in here, but I guess that doesn't keep this room from being drafty. When I look up, the pages on the diary ruffle slightly. I brace myself for another round of fae song. When it doesn't come, but the slight breeze continues, I open my palm, feeling the air movement from low on the wall in the corner. Corbin's gaze trails me as I crouch down. The air comes from a small door made out of ornate black metal, like an old-fashioned heating grate. Is this a keyhole? I run my fingers over the metal. Corbin appears with the key, and I take it. I wince at the slight burn of iron, but thankfully, I'm leaning strongly toward my wolf right now. I slide the key in the lock. It clicks. I pull the grate open and peer into a crawl space. I guess the question is what's behind door number 2.
Chapter 18. Corbin. Pepper shines the light of her phone through the opening Kenna discovered. It's wide enough for a person to crawl through, but I'll be hard-pressed with my broad shoulders. See anything other than cobwebs? Kenna asks. It's hard to say. It's a long shaft, like from an old elevator, but not nearly as big. Pepper pulls her head out, and it's dusted white. I snap my fingers. Or a dumbwaiter. What now? Kenna asks. In old houses, like this one, the butler or staff would send a tray of food or sometimes other items up to another room using a shelf, rope, and pulley system so they didn't have to carry it up and down the stairs and risk spilling. So it would start in the kitchen? Kenna asks. Most likely. I imagine it connects multiple floors. Glad your centuries-old knowledge holds up. Kenna sounds amused. I grin. You want to be on my team for trivia night back at headquarters. I crush the competition. Kenna nudges me with her shoulder, then takes the phone and peeks through the small door. I also see a rope and a plank. Like I said, for the pulley system, but I'm not sure about the plank. Kenna practically hangs through the hole in the wall. I think it leads to another door on the opposite side. Pepper cringes. I'm more of a feet on the ground puzzle solver, not a crawl through spider webs explorer. I almost laugh. You found the key, that's helpful. Do you think my dad knew about this? Kenna's voice echoes. Considering the key was in this room, I'd say so. I take a turn, poking my head through the hole and using my keen wolf vision to measure of what's hidden here. I'm betting it has something to do with the wolf jewel, considering the carving, Pepper says smartly. After reaching for the dangling rope, I give it a strong tug. It looks like the two choices are up or across. Also, there's another keyhole on the other door. Let's start with across since that seems the most dangerous, Kenna says. I don't think she's kidding, I say. But I'll go first, alpha order. Pepper balks. How about I be lookout? I crawl onto the wooden plank. Balancing, the old wood creaks under my weight, but I manage to cross to the other door. I fit the key in the lock, telling myself not to look down. The wooden door sticks from disuse, but I elbow it open. I slide through and drop with a loud thud. I get to my feet, having managed not to break anything, including my head or an ankle. It's pitch black in here, so bring the phone. Also, don't look down. Anything else, Indiana Jones? Kenna asks. Not a thing, sweetheart, I say in my best imitation. Haha, she says dryly. The wood creaks as she moves through the narrow shaft. Pepper's phone light beams, illuminating cobwebs. This space is stuffy and smells like dust. Kenna sneezes, then pokes her head through the small doorway. I can see her faintly thanks to my wolf vision. I'm holding my arms out because there's a drop. Lower yourself until your hands are on my shoulders, and I'll keep you from falling. Speaking from experience. Was that the loud thud I heard? She asks. I grunt. Kenna grips my shoulders and eases through. She hugs me like a koala, wrapping her legs around my middle. I inhale her wolfy, cherry scent, breathing deep. She slides down my chest, and I hold her suspended before her feet touch the ground. In the low light, I find her lips and give her a soft kiss. Is that in case we don't make it? She asks. Oh, we'll make it, and I'll take at least one of those a day for the rest of time. I give her another kiss and then wrap my hand around hers. The phone light shines, illuminating a hallway that's tunnel-like with cobblestone walls. Cobwebs fill the corners and drops of water gather on the damp ceiling. The wooden floor splinters and heaves like we're on a ship. An iron gate much like the little door blisters and rusts, barring the way forward. Do you think this is to keep Faye out? Kenna asks, tapping the metal as though testing whether it'll hurt her. She shrugs. Maybe dual magicals are immune. But clove through the key like it was hurting him. I'd like to hurt him, Kenna growls. Then the feeling is mutual. But I don't want to rub it in, so I keep the "I told you not to trust him" lecture to myself. I can't help but imagine my father here with us, telling us that we're on the right track. I don't understand it, but I share a connection with him. I guess the question is, what track are we on? My senses attuned to the surroundings. Scavenger hunt, to save the world. She runs her hand along the wall. It looks like there is a carving here. I shine the light on the wall to illuminate the flowing hair of a woman shifting into a dragon. Pepper ought to see this. Take a video with her phone. If she wants to see it in person she can, but she seemed a bit nervous. This is all new to her. I turn on the video and continue walking. The carving reveals the dragon on top of a mountain with a prominent peak. Mamatras, I mutter. And the scepter, Kenna adds. The scepter with the 3 glowing gems rests at the very top of the mountain with the dragon sitting just below as though keeping guard. Symbols like the ones from the book fill the other side. I filmed them too. Kenna continues a few paces ahead of me and then stops. I feel like we're going down. Remember what I said about sub-basements? I ask, recalling our first visit here. Apparently, I was right about that too. Kenna runs her hand along the wall that turns back to stone. What was my father thinking? Whatever he brought down here, he didn't want anyone to find. Except me, Kenna breathes. Seems that way. She peers into the dark. There's no telling what he knew or what he was doing. I trail Kenna, wishing we could travel back in time to a few months ago or 18 years ago, or nearly 200 years ago and sit with Grayson or Isa or Lila and get the full, real story. Look. Another door, Kenna says when we come to the end of the tunnel. Her eyes light up with excitement at the prospect of exploration. She slides the key into the third door and slips through. Be careful. It's damp down here. The wooden floor might be, I say, recalling my fall after crossing the dumbwaiter shaft. A loud splintering noise matches Kenna's holler. Then she says, rotten. I shine the light through the entryway. She pulls her foot through a hole in the floor and brushes off her pant leg. Don't worry, I'm fine. She leans against the stone wall, regaining her equilibrium. I tell her about how I used to explore mountains and caves when I was a kid. If I could travel back in time and tell my younger self that I'd be doing this with my fated mate, would I be excited or scared? My lips snag a smile. Both. I wouldn't have hesitated, but charged forward, unflinchingly, with purpose, and saved the day. Kenna's voice reels me back to the present. I wish I knew about magic when I was little. Instead, I had a small park with rusty playground equipment behind our apartment. As you can imagine, it was loads of fun, she says without humor. Just think though, if it were different, you wouldn't be struck with so much awe and curiosity now. Or fear and anxiety, she mumbles. I beam the phone's light in this new section of the long passageway before entering what looks like a study. A desk, chair, and several shelves line the wall. The wood, once polished and sleek, is dull and mildewed. A lantern, a few candles, some empty glass bottles, and lots of dust fill the shelves. A small, round window made out of stained glass in gold and orange catches the light. The room whispers with time long since past. Do you suppose this was my father's secret chamber or something? Kenna absently traces the letters of her name on the surface of a dusty table. To Kenna she adds the words was here. A secret room and a secret chamber. My Grayson, I say. Maybe he hid out when the council first started looking for him. Or where he hid from Jana and the Fae then created the clave. I wish I'd learned more. Had a chance to really talk to him. To ask questions, hear answers, and her face falls. Have a dad. My mom was more than enough, but having met him even briefly makes me feel like I missed out. I know what she means having never really known my mom. This window here reminds me of a porthole like on an old ship but made of stained glass. Kenna takes the cell phone from me and sweeps the flashlight around the room. It's like we're inside the captain's quarters of an old ship. Been on many of those? Not many, Mr. Dumbwaiter. Just one, she says, playfully swatting me. In New Hampshire, where we lived, several historic ships docked in the harbor. Freshman year of high school, I had to do a report on local history. I visited an old sloop as part of my research. Except we're underground. At least I think so. Even in the magical world, ships don't sail through the earth. Invisible fingers pinch my skin into tiny bumps. I don't dare tell Kenna this place gives me the creeps. No, but they might contain buried treasure. Her voice is soft. She pauses in front of a painting of a ship far out on a raging sea. Its tattered sails stream in the wind. For a moment, it's like the waves and sails blur, moving in the wind. Remember in Bahia Magia, what you said about ghost ships? I nod. Sailed by ghost pirates patrolling the oceans, searching for elusive treasure, and hoping that if they add one more member to their crew, they'll find what they're looking for. They never do. They're cursed to sail the sea on an endless hunt. My stomach forms knots just like it did when we were searching for Grayson along the coast. My father was among those ships when I sensed him, when he came through the veil. And you almost drowned. I didn't like it there and hate the idea of anything happening to her now or ever. Lila said he traded with the ghost pirates. What if he's back on their ship? What if he's not gone? Not having Grayson to turn to for answers must eat Kenna up inside. Desperation is a slippery slope and tangling with the ghost pirates is the slickest. I press my hand to the small of her back, guiding her away from thoughts about ghost pirates into the next room. Check this out, Kenna says, jiggling a chain as thick as my wrist. The links stretch through a hatch. She pokes her head inside, glances back at me, shrugs, and then crawls through it. I crouch, peering into a darkened room. What's in there? I ask, illuminating the space by the light of the phone. She crouches beside a chest just like the ones that contain the puzzle cubes. I think we just found treasure. Do you think it's the... I don't finish the sentence as I climb through. Pits the tarnished metal fastening the wood chest. Kenna points. Doesn't that look like one of the symbols in the book Pepper was reading? Kenna nods. She's probably getting worried. We should hurry. She grips the key and slides it in the lock. Like the doors before, it clicks. I lift the lid, but the chest is empty.
Chapter 19. Kenna. I stare into the empty chest and stare, and stare. Where is it? Asking is futile, but the heaviness of failure presses against me. The claustrophobia-inducing location within or below Lonsdale, wherever we are, doesn't help. We tried, Corbin says, taking my hand. I think back to those last times that seemed so monumental back in the spring, my last day of high school, my last day knowing the normal world existed parallel to the magical. I'd give almost anything to have my normal life back. Almost anything. The things I now know have forevermore altered my definition of normal. Normal was working at the donut shop, stuffing my backpack full of library books and reading all weekend, and Mom dragging me out of bed to watch the sunrise when I'd stayed up way too late because I had to read one more chapter, that turned into 2, 3, 4. Normal was, despite my general dislike, going to school every day, hanging with my friends in the afternoon, and trying a new recipe or just eating cereal for dinner. Then doing it all over again the next day, the only difference being the meal or the weather or my outfit. But maybe normal never was, not with a mother who's a vampire, my father the descendant of a king greedy for revenge, and me, who only ever wanted to be part of a family. The images of Andy's parents and siblings gathered around the table, the camping trips they let me tag along on, and the fact that there was always a brother or sister around, drops me into a familiar void. Loneliness was never on the menu in her household. I craved togetherness and connection. Longed for it. Still do. But on the brink of failure, where does it all leave me? Lila asked me to look at the kind of future I want. ISA said I'd have to make a choice. Does that mean fighting for the freedom of magicals from Melchior's tyranny or just giving in and being with him? Would that make things right? If I agreed to be the fake queen, would he leave everyone else alone? Do I hold on to Corbin with all my might or accept the genuine possibility that we won't be able to fix this? I don't know. And not knowing doesn't just suck, it drains me, paralyzes, freezes me right here in this dank room. But how can I decide? And are those even choices for me to make? Kenna, come on. Let's head back. Corbin's voice floats to me, drawing me back to the moment. Wait. We should look in here. Maybe there's another key, another box. It must be somewhere. Corbin's gaze glows softly upon me in the phone's light. He gathers me into his arms. I know what he'll say before the words come from his mouth. This is a dead end. I go limp, letting him support me because I'll need all my strength for whatever happens next. Corbin stops and grips my arms. Only with my wolf's keen vision can I see the glint of his eyes. Whatever happens, you are mine. And I am yours. His accented voice is a low, rich growl. Is that you talking or your wolf? I ask. At an even lower register, he says, my heart. Mine skips a beat as the words take hold in my chest. We move slowly back through the tunnels. I'm not ready to give up on the puzzle cube being in here even though I know the truth. The puzzle cube we found at Lila's contained the Fey jewel. Presumably, the chest and puzzle cube in the secret room had contained the vamp jewel, but my mother had it and gave it to me. The third, the wolf jewel, must have been in the chest that my father took great pains to hide. But someone got to it first. We still have 2 of the 3 jewels, so that's something, but we also need the scepter. With Corbin at my back, I hesitate before climbing through the last little door. What is it? Corbin asks. Something about this secret chamber, the one that reminded me of a ship, halts me. That porthole. The glass was moving. He frowns. Maybe we should get some fresh air. I turn around and crawl back into the little office. Corbin follows, muttering his worries. I stand up, brushing off a few cobwebs, and walk to the porthole installed on the wall of the study. The rim is made of copper, but the 2 center rings are made of stained glass, but I was right. The innermost one is moving. I carefully reach for it, realizing it's separate from the copper and the stained glass. I remove a thick cylinder about as big as the base of a wine bottle and striped with colorful symbols. The colorful symbols in the cylinder dance and shift, reminding me of a combination of aurora borealis light and the glow of a light bright. It hums with energy, with magic. I sense my father in a strange way, and power. Lots of power. Wow, Corbin and I say at the same time. I meet his eyes, and a grin lifts the corner of my mouth. I think we found the clave. After carefully tucking the cylinder under my jacket and zipping it up, I climb back through the passage. Corbin follows. Pepper flies toward me, waving frantically and babbling nonsensically. What is it? Is everything okay? I can't figure out if she's freaking out because she's excited or if something dreadful has happened. Her hands flutter and she inhales deeply. I figured out something big. Huge. King-sized. And something itty-bitty. The Coded Dragon book told the stories about the lives of all the different dragons, portions of history, and so forth. I was translating the symbols, and the stories seemed vaguely familiar and a pattern emerged. She claps, humming with excited energy, flipping through her papers and pointing out symbols, and picking up books and leafing through the pages and then referencing passages she transcribed. I gently lower her onto the chair. Hang on. Slow down. I can't keep up. Corbin glances at me and shrugs, as lost as I am. She inhales and exhales. Okay. Sorry. I got ahead of myself. I'll start at the beginning, though I still haven't quite reached the end. She straightens the papers and books. First, I read about the clave. So my father didn't make it? I ask, feeling the cylinder's energy pulsing against me, still zipped up in my jacket. I'm certain he did. The book talked about what to do if the scepter is ever lost, stolen, or broken. It suggests the creation of a clave, a magical object that contains the history of magicals, of hybrids in particular. But it all has to be true, factual. Otherwise, it can't be created. He must have gotten the idea from the book. Interesting, Corbin says, likely thinking about how all along, he believed it was a rebel group. The book also said to use the clave when all else fails, when all is lost. Most interestingly, I decoded the symbol for it. I'm about to reveal our discovery when she goes on. Cool thing number 2. Every 100 years, for the last 6, 7, 800 years or so, I haven't quite figured out the timeline exactly. Numerical symbols aren't as easy to translate. Melchior picks a new consort from the group of maidens. Is he that old? Corbin grimaces. As we know, There are fake courts all over the world, and each of the consorts seems to be associated with a different area, an ambassador, or representative of sorts, until now. Until the court of Ken and Clover. So he's been without a consort for a few of 100 years? I ask. Bookmark that and we'll come back to it because it figures in, Pepper says. What happens to the other consorts? I ask. Pepper beams. Listen to this. Melchior is the king of all Fae, but there are distinct courts. Court of Ken and Clover, for instance, and loads of others. According to this book, there were to be 9 Fae king and queen pairs in total to keep the Fae world in balance. They're referred to as 9 fated muses to inspire the Fae kings, and correspond to areas around the world. They're each special with certain qualities and powers. But there's only been one Fae king throughout history, Corbin says slowly. Pepper snaps her fingers. Bingo. Melchior interfered with fate. That must come at a cost and must be why he wants the scepter, because, she wiggles her fingers. It's believed to work like a fountain of life. It has the power to give and balance life. Then again, that could be about as true as the clave being an entity rather than an object. No one knows for sure. Speaking of the clave, Corbin starts. Pepper cuts across him. Over time, there have been 6 confirmed consorts. They each have a unique story. As I said, it was foretold, so the Fae identities are fated. They're strong, powerful, resourceful, and courageous. They were incredible Fae. Lila was to be the 7th. Isa the 8th. My throat tightens. And I was to be the 9th. Corbin steps closer to me. Instead of dwelling on that, I unzip my coat and pull out the cylinder. The magic inside of it pulses, dances, and shimmers. In better news, we found the clave. I think. Pepper's eyes flash gold. Oh, that's the clave all right, and the symbols are in the dragon language. She bounces up and down, nearly knocking the glass cylinder out of my hand. Corbin mutters, she'll be a menace when she gets a tail. I heard that, Pepper replies. I notice a few more scales shimmering on her wrist. We spend the rest of the day in the secret room, taking it apart from top to bottom, trying to find the final gem. If it's like the others, it's about the size of a cherry and could be anywhere. Meanwhile, Pepper decodes the symbols in the clave. She explains that they relay truths about magicals, our true deepest nature of love, loyalty, and friendship. They dance in the cylinder because they're alive with power, waiting to be unleashed. Basically, there's some major magic in this thing. Pepper wiggles it in her hand. Like, it should be in a padded titanium case and under lock and key. But what do we do with it and when? Something she said earlier comes back. Use the clave when all else fails, when all is lost. I catch my reflection in the broken Fae mirror where I saw the couple searching for something. Dark circles rimmed the space beneath my eyes. My hair is a wild mess. My skin yearns for sunshine. The entirety of me wants my father to return to help me navigate this uncertain course. I go into the hall and glance out the window. The moon is dark and the stars are bright. I search the sky for the dog star and recall the story about how it and shifters came to be. Corbin's hands land on my shoulders and he rubs, trying to relieve the tension. He leans into my ear and whispers, "We will figure this out." My eyes glint with liquid sadness in the reflection of the window. I'm not sure we will. My father failed, and he knew so much more than us. Corbin shakes his head, wipes my eyes, and leans in for a kiss. My shoulders instantly drop, and my breath comes easier. This is the power of having found my fated mate. We are one. He can soothe me, so I let him. Corbin's rough hands smooth their way along my back, ironing out the rough edges of my worries. He draws me closer until our hearts press together. His beats steadily. My arms loop his neck, because I don't want to let go. I never want to let go, but fear that's what I'll have to choose. However, I have this moment. I memorize the contours of his full lips, the sharp line of his jaw, and the smooth plane of his chest as my lips and hands roam. I let each time his lips touch mine light me up, fill me, and awaken the little butterflies in my stomach. The kiss deepens. I never want it to end, but fear it will. Forever. I taste salt. I'm crying soft, silent tears. Withdrawing from the kiss, Corbin says, I like to think life is a lot like the ocean. Sometimes the waves peel smoothly. The water is glassy and glittery. Other times, the waves are unpredictable, messy, and break angrily. But sailors still set out. Ships aren't meant to remain in the harbor. As he speaks, I shiver at the thought of ghost ships and wonder if Alistair is nearby. Can he tell us anything about them? Corbin goes on, I know we can do it. We'll be strong together and strong for each other. Then, when we're successful, we'll celebrate everything that brought us to that moment. But in the meantime, I'm here for you. I love you with all my heart, Kenna. I lift onto my tiptoes and kiss him one more time. I love you too. I see a strong man, a wolf shifter, a guy who knows who he is, and his role. Meanwhile, I'm torn between the wolf and Fae inside. If I acquiesce to Melchior, can I make this all go away? The thought leaves me feeling defeated, afraid, uncertain, and constantly looking behind me for a hand to hold on to. Corbin laces his fingers through mine as if he knows what I need. I suppose, as my fated mate, he does. He leads me to the kitchen that smells mildly like cinnamon rolls. Remember when we arrived in New Hampshire and your mom got the cheesiest, most decadent slice of pizza? My mouth practically waters. Normal. Corbin's eyebrows crimp. What? I shake my head. Sorry, I don't know why I said that. But I do. It was a throwback to when life wasn't wacky. This time, his eyebrow arches. He hoists me onto the counter and plants his hands on either side of my hips, bracing me in place. I think you know, and you're going to tell me. That's an order from your alpha and your fated mate. I shrink a little at the invasion, but then my alpha rears her head. It's nothing. Kenna. His tone is a low, gritty growl. I brush my hand over my forehead. My life used to be normal. Pizza night with my mom with the Pac-Man video game console noises in the background and unruly kids throwing paper airplanes, or dinner at Andy's with her family and all of its delightful chaos. I gaze at my hands in my lap. That's all I've ever wanted. Pizza? Corbin's lips quirk, and he braces himself as though I'm going to swat him. A family, I whisper. His gaze penetrates my awareness. I lift my eyes to meet the copper orbs that tell me three things. Love, truth, and trust. You have a family. We will have a family. First, we have to make things right. I know there's nothing normal about the magical world. Considering the way you were raised, this is unusual, but we can do this. We have to, because your dream of a family isn't only yours. It's mine, it was your parents', and probably a lot of other magicals too. I let out a long exhale. He's right, which is why what I will have to do is so painful. Corbin takes my hand and helps me hop down from the counter. It's probably not quite the same as back in New Hampshire, but I know a place we can get some solid pie.
Chapter 20. Corbin. Kenna and Pepper stay at Lonsdale. Alone, I wait in line at the pizza parlor for 2 pizzas, one with extra cheese and the other meat lovers deluxe. My hands twitch as though the pressure building inside of me discharges like a live wire. I straighten as a brainwave passes through me. Maybe the understanding of the scepter is wrong. Perhaps it isn't in a static or neutral state, but charging like a battery, like a powerful tool, waiting for the right hand to grip it, to direct it with his or her intention. At this revelation, I stagger into a rack stacked with newspapers and real estate booklets. If what Pepper said is true, using grim magic, Melchior has extended his existence through the lives his maidens take. Presumably, that cannot continue in perpetuity. He seeks the scepter to use its source of life-giving properties. We cannot let him have it because if it has the power to give life, it can also take it away. The headline on the Polaris paper reads, "When will it stop?" The article lists deaths of several more men, expanding beyond the woods to other regions in Concordia. It has to stop now, but the better question, the burning question, the one I haven't been able to answer for what now amounts to months is who and how. Forget secrecy and fear. Forget the uncertainty and obtaining all the details. If we don't take action soon, I don't know who will. The how will have to come later. This has to stop, no question. And it has to be us, no question. I grab the pizza and head back to Lonsdale. Charged with purpose, I stride into the house. "I'm back," I call. A log in the hearth cracks and I stoke it, adding another. This place isn't home and I yearn for my pack. Being gone this long is hard, but being with Kenna right now is more important. With the pizza still in hand, I stride down the hall to the secret room. She isn't there. "Kenna," I call. The charged energy inside me turns frantic. I search the house, turning over the impossibilities. Did Clove come back? Melchior? Another enemy? Leaving the pizza in the kitchen, I go back to the secret room where I left Kenna and Pepper. The vampire jewel and the fey jewel are on the table, love and friendship. Where's the wolf jewel? Where's my mate? I close my eyes, trying to sense her. The wind rattles the windows. The lights flicker. When they're steady again, my gaze lands on the word cursebreaker in the notebook Pepper was using for her translation. With the birth of the new generation of Fae, a cursebreaker will be born. The curse will be lifted on the light of the moon if she sacrifices herself. I swallow a thick wad of worry. Do they think she's the cursebreaker? I make a mess of the notes searching for more information, but that's where it seems Pepper left off. My wolf senses tell me exactly where Kenna is. I dash outside to the forest's edge, calling, "Kenna," until my voice is hoarse. The wind waves the tree branches violently as though Melchior is saying I win. No, not before I've even started fighting. I'm about to shift and charge into the woods when an electrical pulse shoots through me, freezing me in place. I'm not quick enough and drop back onto the damp ground. I wake to the scent of wood smoke and damp tweed. My eyelids open heavily. Firelight cracks and dances on the wall in the parlor at Lonsdale. A slender silhouetted figure stands in front of the blazing fire. He tosses in a birch log. The paper-like bark catches and curls into ash. My throbbing, burning head may as well be reduced to cinders. "You awake?" I recognize the voice, but don't want to answer it. "Clove." My head pounds as I push myself up to sitting. I summon my wolf, ready to tear Clove to shreds, but something heavy socks me in the gut. I suppose it's better than him blasting me with fey magic again. I used a rune of power to keep you in physical form. Don't try anything. Just answer me, where is it? He asks, presumably referring to the wolf jewel. The question we should be asking is where's Kenna? Just then, the room brightens as if lightning flashed through the window. Clove freezes and rocks back. His expression is one of surprise. "I'm right here," Kenna says. She lowers her hand and sets the box of pizza on the table in front of the fire. I thought, my throat is scratchy, and I pull her into a tight hug. "Babe, you're crushing me," she says. I apologize, but don't pull back for a long moment. I can't imagine losing her. "I'll tell you everything after we deal with Clove." She gestures to her frozen brother, then takes out a slice of pizza and around a mouthful adds, "And devour this. I'm starved. If I were back in the States, it would be Thanksgiving." She tells me about all the traditional foods, including the pies with fresh whipped cream. Relieved and renewed, I help myself to a slice of pizza. "Not quite the same, but it works," Kenna says. "Thank you." When she's done eating, she gets up and paces in front of her brother. Do you know what your problem is? Just because you've been hurt and experienced maybe more loss than you think is fair, when something or someone good comes along, you push it away as fast as you can. I'm your sister, Clove. All I've ever wanted is a family, and things being as they may, you're all I've got. She releases her magical hold on him enough so that he can speak. I didn't ask you to tell me what you think my problem is, Kenna. No, you didn't, because you're afraid to hear the answer. She turns toward the window. Kenna, I don't like you. Having a sentimental conversation or whatever this is won't change that. Her glower has the potential to pierce the toughest of hides. What was it you said? I didn't ask what you think about me. Forget about your self-loathing and general hatred of everyone, you saved me from doing something stupid. I don't think I heard that quite right, I say. Kenna's lips lift and her eyes glint. You didn't have to risk your life for me. Her glare doesn't waver from her brother. How do you know I was risking my life, he asks. Clove, come on, drop the act. Admit that you care. I don't. Fine, you don't. Whatever, but you're brave and strong and... All right. Don't get carried away. Anyone else would mistake the lilt of amusement playing across his features for scorn. Back to my question, I say, getting to my feet. While you were gone, Pepper had a breakthrough in her translations, Kenna says. I nod. With the birth of the new generation of Fae, a curse breaker will be born. The curse will be lifted on the light of the moon if she sacrifices herself. I recite the words verbatim. The thought of losing Kenna to Melchior threatens to crush me even with her safely right here. I thought it meant me, Kenna says. Grayson's last words were to break the curse. Me too, I say, referring to my assumption that the translation meant Kenna. Clove shakes his head. I've spent years studying all of this. You could have asked me. The translation didn't say the curse breaker would be Fae. Kenna throws her hand to her hip. I would have asked you if you weren't such a jerk. Let's see, you tried to steal the key, lied, betrayed us, and lost the scepter. I didn't lose it, Clove says. Are you delusional? Kenna shouts. I leer at Clove. Clearly he is. One more time. What do you mean Clove saved your life? I bellow. Kenna sighs. Right. When I saw Pepper make that translation, I thought it meant me, so I stormed off into the woods, ready to sacrifice myself to be Melchior's consort. I thought that's what it meant. Clove shakes his head. See, you should have come to me. Kenna rolls her eyes. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Clove must have seen me on the edge of the forest about to make the biggest mistake of my life, when he blasted you with magic, I supply. No, he talked me off the ledge as it were. I'm steps ahead of you. I already learned everything you know. I was just missing the key to the chest. Turns out I can't touch it because it's iron. So you don't have the wolf jewel, I say. I don't have it. Neither do we. I sigh. So, smarty pants, what did the translation mean? If I'm not the one to make the sacrifice, who is it? Who is the curse breaker? Let's go to the secret room, Clove says. No funny business. Magic dances across her fingers. I won't hesitate to blast you. And I'll rip you to shreds, I add. Clove shrugs. I won't use magic against you. He turns his gaze to the window. You probably read Pepper's translations. As the only other male Fae in existence, I'm meant to be the next Fae king, but I'm in love with Pepper. Like our father and Lila, I've fallen for someone I cannot have. Where is she? I ask. She's making the sacrifice to Melchior. It was only a matter of time. As soon as I realized that, I've worked tirelessly to find the scepter and jewels, to make things right. Clove's voice sounds empty, bereft. You have interesting methods, Clove. I scowl at him for knocking me out. The Fae are out of balance, the shadow within grows darker every day. Surely, you know about the Shadow Army and what was done to the Fae. I fight against that side of my nature, but Clove pauses. Kenna gasps, catching up with the conversation. Likely she knows little about the brightening and everything that came before it, including Count Bortimal. Then you know Pepper is a dragon shifter? Clove nods. Then what are we doing here? We have to go after her. Kenna turns in the other direction down the hall. I will do whatever it takes to get Pepper back. But we need the last jewel. Clove strides toward the secret room. Reluctantly, we follow. Books and papers containing Pepper's translations lay scattered around. The clave pulses with its otherworldly light and power. Kenna stands next to her brother and they both gaze at their father's leather chair. You belong there, Kenna says. I had no idea you were trying to figure this out. When you said you wanted the keys to the kingdom, I thought you were a warlord or something. I'm not always nice. It's the unseelie fae in me. It's hard for me to apologize. I've spent much of my life seeking answers. You show up and, I guess I was irritated. I'm sorry for being a jerk. Violent, killing jerk, I mutter. You know the way of our world, Clove says. And I'm here to keep the peace. Taking a wide stance, I stack my arms in front of my chest. Kenna waves her hand. Clove, apology accepted. Back to business. Why didn't you tell Pepper what you knew? That she's a dragon shifter? Clove asks. I was afraid. I've always been alone. If I scared her off, the possibility of a future with her would have disappeared, and it's the only thing that carries me forward each day. Love? Kenna says. Clove nods. He and Pepper must be fated mates. Surely, she must have felt something. Movement from nearby catches my eye. Clouds seem to glide across a mirror standing on a table. I walk over to it. Kenna appears at my side. I saw a couple in its reflection once. It looked like they were searching for something. It's a reflecting mirror. Clove points. Aren't all mirrors? Kenna says sarcastically. This one reflects on the life of its owner and shows scenes from their past. Whose was it? Who was the owner? I ask. ISA. So I saw ISA in it, and Alden? Kenna says, gazing into it now. I wonder what they were looking for. The triad jewels. They'd found the 3. Alden carved the boxes and put them inside. Grayson hid them in the chests for an extra layer of safekeeping as he searched for the scepter. But the wolf jewel is missing, meaning someone got to it before any of us. Kenna leans toward the mirror. I see the forest and the fae like they're going to perform the initiation Pepper told me about, but there's no moon. There's always a moon, Clove says. Melchior can influence clouds and wind, concealing or revealing it. When I was little and afraid to go to sleep at night, my mother used to tell me that even in the dark, the sun still shines somewhere on the planet. I suppose the same can be said of the moon, Kenna says with dread in her voice. Clove picks up the sextant and closes one eye as he looks through it. It's said that if you look through this, you can see possibilities for your future. Not certainties, but what could happen. I've looked through it, and it was blurry. I remain focused on the glass. Ah, right. Same reason the mirror looks foggy to you. These magical items are fae. Kenna holds it up to her eye and aims it toward me for a long moment. She smirks. Then her face falls. She turns it on Clove. She takes her time when she speaks, and her voice turns to molasses. I see a friend, a brother, family. She lowers the magical item. You concern and worry me, Clove, but I want you to find your piece of happiness. Can we try again? Clove asks. Finding the jewel and scepter? I ask. Kenna shakes her head and steps toward him. Hi, I'm Kenna Slade. She extends her hand to shake. It's nice to meet you. I always wanted a brother. I'm Clove, and the pleasure is mine. They both smile, and it transforms into slightly awkward laughter, but laughter all the same. The fact that you stopped me from running to Melchior tells me I can trust you, but I want to hear it from you. Yes, Kenna, you can trust me. I still don't trust him, but I do trust Kenna. I clear my throat and clap my hands to get their attention. Glad to see the happy family reunion, but we have a jewel to find. Also, there's the issue of the missing scepter. Kenna lowers onto the couch next to me. And a dragon shifter to save, Clove adds.
Chapter 21. Kenna. Speaking of starting over, we have to retrace our steps. You had the scepter last, I say to Clove. What happened to it? Clove doesn't meet my gaze. I was desperate. I made a trade. You what? I ask, thinking of what Grayson did. I heard about a vamp who claimed to have the wolf jewel in exchange for the scepter, and bringing Grayson back. Tension ticks in Corbin's jaw. And you believe the vamp? You know they can mesmer anyone, even Faye. I squint, trying to understand what my brother is saying. How would you make use of the jewels if the vamp had the scepter? I planned on getting it back. I give him a taste of my fiercest glower. So you had the tool, the scepter, to bring peace to our kind and decided to trade the safety of the entire planet for the possibility of getting it back? Never mind the logistics, do you realize how stupid that is? What if the vamp had all three jewels? I'm on my feet, pacing, fuming. I had a plan. A foolish one. We need to figure out how to get the scepter back with no thanks to you. Thinking back to the fight in the woods with Melchior, I should have been stronger and braver. But shoulds won't help me now. I will get the scepter, defeat Melchior, and save Pepper. End of story. I collapse into the chair, fragments of everything that's gone on in the last months, playing in my mind. I'm not sorry for trying to reunite with our father, but, Clove starts to say. I hold up my hands to signal enough. Arguing isn't going to help. Of the most immediate concern is Pepper. Corbin points to what was the glass-filled globe, lying broken and in shards on the ground. What happened there? When I thought I was the cursebreaker, I told Pepper what I needed to do. I didn't want her to stop me, so I started to hurry from the room. I bumped into the globe as I passed, then staggered. Pepper, trying to stop me from leaving, knocked into me. She lost her footing. Clove's eyes widen with concern. I wince. The globe fell from its wooden cradle and smashed on the floor, showering Pepper with glass and water. She gurgled and choked as though she inhaled the liquid. Her pale complexion faded to blue. Her eyes fluttered open and shut. It was horrifying. Kenna, what happened? Clove's voice is heavy. I was afraid she somehow swallowed a piece of glass, or more likely, the globe was a cursed magical object and she was suffering for it. My heart thunders all over again at the panic I felt at that moment. She writhed on the floor, her limbs twitching. I took her by the shoulders, ready to breathe air into her lungs, when she suddenly sat up, with a hand on her throat. She took a deep breath. I shake my head as baffled now as I was then. I was blubbering, asking if she was okay. Her eyes met mine, flashed gold, and then she said, I'm okay. And then? Clove asks. She said she needed to get some fresh air. I took the opportunity to go to the woods. That's when you found me, and presumably when she went to sacrifice herself. Clove, why don't you try to find Pepper? Kenna and I will try to locate the jewel and the scepter. Corbin gets to his feet, and Alpha taking charge. I think we should stick together, Clove says. Find Pepper, then go after the scepter. We wouldn't have to if you'd just held on to it, I say to him. What about the jewel? I ask. Presumably someone took it from the chest. Did the vamp have it? I ask my brother. He shrugs. I can't say for sure. I jump to my feet. Wait. What if the box was a trick? Like a decoy and the real jewel is hidden elsewhere? Corbin tilts his head from side to side. That's an idea. If only we could talk to Grayson. If I were him, where would I hide it? I pace in front of the broken pieces of the globe, failing to flick away the twinge of sadness of losing him. To a degree, I know how Clove feels. I pause in front of the sextant, afraid to look into it again. I saw more than just my brother. I saw the ruin of our world, Melchior ruling, and magicals destroying each other. I turn to the mirror, fearing what I won't see, whether or not Isa and Alden found what they were looking for, because it might mean we won't find what we're looking for. Taking a breath, I close my eyes and place my fingers on the glass. I ask to see the couple. I ask to know if they found the jewel. Like before, for a moment, my reflection stares back. My eyes fill with longing, my lips lift with hope. The haze shifts across the glass. Once more, I see Isa and Alden. Do you find it? I whisper. He kneels before her, holding a small box. Her fingers press to her lips. Her eyes fill with tears, yet she smiles. I can't hear them, but his loving expression matches hers. She nods profusely. He gets to his feet and slides a ring on her finger. I recall the passages in her diary about their lives together and his promise to give her a proper ring when he could. She splays her fingers and gazes at it. The light catches the sparkling gem, and I realize it's the same one I have on my finger. I tuck my hands behind my back. See anything useful? Clove asks. I shrug. We're going round and round. I say we take Corbin's suggestion. You go after Pepper. We'll focus on the scepter and jewel. When you get Pepper back, we'll meet here, and if we haven't yet located the other items, we'll join forces. Fine, but where do you plan to look? It would be a waste of time for you to look in places that I already have, Clove says. He highlights dead ends. We could try to find our father. You don't want to do that. A tremor enters Clove's voice. Kenna, what do you know about ghost pirates? Not much. Only that they're cruel, fearsome. Clove shakes his head. They aren't just cruel or fearsome, they're brutal, ruthless. His words drip with a mixture of fear and animosity. Have you ever heard of dogfighting? He asks. Sure, it's inhumane, Anne. It's what ghost pirates do. They capture wolf shifters and force them into fighting each other for sport, to the death. Corbin's shoulders stiffen. I've heard of it but didn't realize it was true. No wonder I didn't like that shipwrecked coast. Since the wolves are on a ghost ship, they don't receive the relief of dying and continue to fight each other, their brothers and sisters, in perpetuity. That's revolting. There's grit in Corbin's tone. Are you saying Grayson did that? Sharp, hot liquid rises in my throat at my father appealing to the pirates for the truth and possibly participating in a fight against his brothers. White-hot hatred comes off Clove in waves as he continues. Ghost pirates are vultures, scavengers, buying the dead and dying with the promise of a truth. By doing so they're rejected by death itself, left to sail for eternity in the half-life. What's more, the ghost pirates enslave Fae, forcing them into service of another sort. The liquid spills back down into my stomach, suffusing me with dread. I'd gathered our father made a trade, but to become a hollow ghost, not to sail among the ghost pirates. Why would he do such a thing? But more importantly, how did he come to me? He was desperate for the truth. Clove scratches his head. Ghost pirates are the scourge of the ocean and land alike, but I've never heard of one leaving or escaping. I tell him about how we went to Bahia Maggia. His face remains impassive as I mention it was where my mother and our father went on their honeymoon. We were there for days. I refuse to give up. I tell him about nearly drowning and the veil, leading back here to when we had the battle with Melchior. I recall what Lila said about how he traded one magical form. Melchior destroyed the other. He might still be among the pirates. The ebb and flow of hope and fear, and the helplessness over what to do burns inside. But by laying my deepest doubts bare, and throwing them into the fire within, I sense that there's nothing left in the ash except my growing resolve. Corbin's lips quirk as though he senses the change in me. So what's the plan? Why ask me? You're the alpha. So are you. I draw a deep breath and gaze at the stained glass window, gathering my thoughts, worrying about the impossibilities. The cuts of orange remind me of sunrise, and the melted reds resemble the sunset just when it liquefies at the horizon. I lose myself in the shades and shapes in the glass before curling symbols take form in my unfocused eyes. I glance at the clave sitting between us on the table, and then back at the glass filling nearly half the wall. I do it again and then again. Corbin lifts an eyebrow as I cap my head back and forth. I get to my feet and study the panes again. I smack the side of my head. Dad, you're a genius or sly or both, I say loudly, hoping that wherever he is, he can hear me.
Chapter 22. Corbin. Kenna pulls a chair over to the wall, hopping up, and points wildly between the colorful glass creation, the stack of Pepper's notes, and the clave safely on the table. Do you see? She asks. I study the stained glass rendition, not quite picking up what she means. He left us an appendix to the clave. Her words tint the moment with a long trail of awe. Clove's eyebrows dip with skepticism. He points to the window. Up there? An appendix? I've been in here 1,000 times. All I see is a beautiful blur of color, but if you see something else, then by all means, what does it say? His hand spins in dismissal. I get to my feet and fold my arms in front of my chest, showing solidarity with my mate. Right. Okay, she says more to herself than us as if gathering her thoughts. Did either you have a light bright when you were a kid? A light what? Clove asks. She shakes her head with a slight roll of the eyes. Of course not. Corbin, you're hundreds of years old. Clove, for all I know you were raised by Melchior's giant bullfrogs. Haha. Very funny. Clove doesn't laugh. Hey, brothers and sisters tease each other. Get used to it. She smirks. I think fondly of my pack and the way we rib and prank each other. I long to be at HQ. To a degree, I understand Kenna's comments about her normal life and what it was like before all this madness and magic entered it. She turns to us and paces slowly. My mother worked the night shift at the hospital for most of my life. Our neighbor had a key and would check on me once or twice while I was sleeping. In case I woke up and no one was there, she'd leave me silly messages or images on the light bright. It's a light box with a grid and a sheet of black paper over it outlining a design. Printed on the paper were letters that corresponded to colorful little pegs that you'd stick through the paper. Then when you were done, you'd turn it on and a picture or words would appear. She points to the glass. Kind of like that. So you see a funny message from your mom up there? Clove squints as though dubious about her grand proclamation of a connection between the stained glass masterpiece and a child's toy. Kenna tips her head back and stares at the ceiling as though frustrated. No, from our dad, and there's nothing funny about it. Wait, let me guess, you were never a kid. You've always been a surly fae. How old are you anyway? 17. Same as Pepper. Right. Pepper. If you have your doubts about my revelation here, why don't you find her? Leave this part to us. Kenna shoos him toward the door. At the mention of Pepper, he folds inward as though with a mixture of doubt and longing. Yeah. Then he gets to his feet like he suddenly has renewed resolve. Find Pepper, get her the heck away from the dread Fae King, and we'll plan on meeting back here. Kenna smiles at her brother. It's a plan, Clove says. Kenna steps forward like she's going to hug him. He edges backward as though not ready for that. Her expression slackens, incredulous. Oh, Clove, you don't get to betray me, lie to me, attack me, and not give me a hug. So much about that is wrong, I mutter. Her alpha nears the surface as she clobbers him with a hug. He's stiff at first and then gives in, patting her back. And to think, I was once worried and verged toward jealous that he might like her. And just like that, once more we find common ground. Kenna laughs. Clove leaves with a wave in my direction. I help Kenna clear a large space on the floor, and we spread out Pepper's notes, trying to create order, starting with the simplest translations first. Kenna folds open one of the notebooks to a new page and begins copying down the symbols on the stained glass to see what they say. Meanwhile, I study the clave. It's as if the ancient markings are written in a version of cursive. Each one connects to the next. Pepper marked several symbols with question marks followed by parentheses with other possible translations. Kenna points to some of the discrepancies. For the most part, I start to identify individual meanings, cutting them out from the others. We both work on different lines. Nonetheless, identifying the translations is painstakingly slow. At times, it's hard to tell if Pepper had settled on a definite definition or if it was a work in progress. I watch over Kenna's shoulder as she scrawls across the page before crossing out my first attempt to translate, and then my second, third. I'm all but ready to throw the notebook into the fire when I recognize the symbol for the scepter. There, Kenna calls, bouncing to her feet. That's the symbol for the scepter. It looks like a stick to me, but okay. What else? We pore over the notes and cross-reference with the clave and the stained glass until my stomach rumbles and my eyes burn from concentration. We take a break by the fire in the parlor room, warming ourselves and eating leftover pizza. Afterward, I uncloud my head by staring out into the twilight across the dale painted in broad brushstrokes of flint and lavender. I draw Kenna into my arms, wrapping them around her. Her back presses against my chest as we stand by the window. Tiny snowflakes dance from the sky. Knowing that Grayson provided guidance, even if obscure and difficult to understand, gives me hope, Kenna whispers. You're startlingly optimistic and trusting. Do you mean about Clove? She asks. As you said, he lied, betrayed, and he's my brother. Like me, all he's ever wanted is a family. We can give that to each other. I can too. It's not either or. It's both and. You can be my family. He can too. My wolf growls low in my throat. She spins to face me, draping her arms loosely around my neck and clasping her fingers. I get it. You don't trust him. I nod because she's exactly right. Just trust me. She lifts onto her toes and kisses me once, twice, 3 times. I don't think it'll ever get old or tired or boring. Not even if she kisses me 1,000,000 times. It's warmer than the fire. Brighter than the stars in the sky. Fuller than the moon. But even the moon goes dark. Before heading back to the secret room, I position the Jeep outside the window and put the high beams on. Without the backdrop of the sun, the stained glass is dull, making the colors and shapes not as easy to differentiate as we continue to translate the symbols late into the night. Later, I wake with my head resting on the leather chair and one leg bent underneath me at a pins and needles angle. An orange glow pierces my eyelids. I rub them and blink to adjust to the bright light of a new day. Across from me, Kenna sits on the floor, hunched over. The scratch of graphite sweeps across a clean page in Pepper's notebook. Make any progress? My voice scratches, hoarse from sleep. Kenna fans the pages of the notebook and then tosses it toward me. See for yourself. She picked up where I left off and transcribed an entire pane of glass. But her handwriting is hardly better than the curling symbols. Translate, please. I thump my finger on the paper. She huffs. Remember what Pepper said about the former Fey Queens? So far, I've gathered that long ago, Melchior's consorts formed a group, a failsafe of sorts. They called themselves the Corps of Queens and worked to keep Melchior's fanciful, vengeful, and selfish urges in check by keeping each other informed of what he was doing, his plans, gripes, you get the idea. An angry ex-wives club? Something like that. Yikes. But I can't say the guy doesn't deserve it. Did you say fanciful, vengeful, selfish? Who, Melchior? I chuckle. Check, check, and check. But why didn't they succeed? Because that sounds exactly like the guy who's remained in power all this time, and I know and do not like. Hang on. Let me explain. Queens and consorts, same thing. The old-fashioned term is consort and suggests Melchior's possession of them. They prefer the term queen. Anyway, they were his muses. As such, they could influence him in many ways, each unique to them. However, at least in the beginning, they were individuals fated with their own agendas. And technically, they were fated to marry a different male fae that wasn't Melchior. Kenna nods. This was a problem because even though he chose a new consort every 100 years, he was still connected to the others. Over time, it was kind of like he built a library of muses to provide him with whatever he needed, wanted, whatever, spells, magic, charms, enchantments. Considering a new king and queen should have taken over the court each year, he was banking his fae favors. Kenna nods. She's in scholarly mode, and I feel like we're so close to a breakthrough. We've established that he's fickle and cunning, arrogant, impatient, stubborn, suspicious, a very self-serving fellow if you ask me. Her lips pucker like she ate a lemon. I suppose he is the king of the fae. Those less than savory qualities are in their unseelie nature, so that's not a surprise. She mock punches me. Don't fall back on your old prejudices and judgments. The shadow has been made stronger in the fae because of him. I kiss her forehead and soften the edges of my voice. I'm sorry. Old habit. One you'll have to break. I'm fae too, remember. It's something I try to forget because I continuously live with the fear that she'll slip away from me. So back to my findings. The Court of Queens convened to keep Melchior in check, and to make sure one of the consorts wasn't favored over another. She points to the translation. It's all a bit confusing in this section, and sometimes I'm going on a hunch as I decode. However, it seems as if one of the consorts, who was part of the Angry Ex-Wives Club, was gathering information on the other queens to serve her own ends. To become the ultimate queen of the fae. Her jealousy over the others and quest for vengeance ran even deeper than Melchior's. That's disturbing. So she was like a spy. When Lila left, he was heartbroken, I'm sure. Sarcasm drips from her tone. Taking advantage of this, the troublesome fae appealed to him, spilling secrets about her sisters and convincing him to allow her to place a curse on the court of Ken and Clover. Did the other queens find out? Do they know which one betrayed them? They found out about it, but not the identity of which fae sister betrayed them. They disbanded the court and drifted apart. Remember, this was hundreds of years ago. After that, they had a general distrust for each other. I haven't gotten to the next panel yet, she says, pointing to the other stained glass pane. Anyway, I'm starting to see double. I need a break. She rubs her eyes. I take her place on the floor, poring over her notes and keeping a beat with my pencil. This is getting interesting, I say, but realize Kenna is fast asleep in the leather chair. I drape a blanket over her and kiss the top of her head. There's no knowing what's coming our way, but for now, we're together, and she's safe. I continue to decode and translate, tripping over and repeating words and phrases, but Pepper and Kenna's additional notes help. I make progress as the morning light fades into afternoon. Kenna wakes up with a yawn. Unlike wolves, fae need a lot of rest and are prone to lounging and napping. I worry that she's slipping over to that side of her magic, especially after being around Clove. Progress update, she asks. Good morning, afternoon, I say, tucking her in my arms. When we part, I show her the notebook. I gather that after the Spy Queen's betrayal, the Court of Queens disbanded. But I also understand that united or divided, they were extremely, dangerously powerful. Because Melchior had to go and be all greedy, it's possible that if one of the Fae wanted to be queen, as opposed to a more communal kind of arrangement as with the sisters in the courts, she could potentially rule, uncontested, until the 9 muses finally assembled. For a moment, I imagine Kenna, dressed in a flowery, silk fae gown and with her hair in braids, studded with shimmering stones that sparkle in the sunlight. I shiver, brushing off the thought because the girl in front of me has a laugh that makes me feel full of life, eyes that remind me of the goodness of magic, and lips that make me forget everything. A book titled The Nine Sisters sits open on the table. I flip past several stunning and regal fae until I land on the page with Lila's information. I flip to the next page. Instead of it being blank, it's filled in with a sketch bearing Kenna's likeness. My stomach plunges and I slam it shut. "Everything okay?" she asks. "Yeah. But it's not. Not at all. I fear fate gave me Kenna, and like Logan, my mother, and so many others, fate will take her away."
Chapter 23. Kenna. I can't believe so much of this was right under our noses. Or, above. I eye the window. I still say we find my father. My voice is little more than a murmur. Could he have traded his life to the ghost pirates if they're as bad as Clove made them sound? Surely he wouldn't have done that. If so, how did he cross the veil and return to me? Regret and sadness over losing him trail me like a ghost. I haven't summoned Alistair because I'm afraid he'll say something about my father that will make me miss him more. The translations help me make sense of what's happened but give me little sense of what's yet to come. I continue deciphering each page from the book about the 9 muses, gathering information on each of the former queens. It's hard to imagine this world of fantasy and magic coming to life off the page, and yet it crackles across my skin, presses against my bones. Corbin is on a run, letting his wolf loose. I can't tear myself away from this work. I wish I hadn't lost time sleeping. My wolf slumbers inside me, and I feel bad for neglecting her. But I have to solve this puzzle. I learned the fake queen, Myra, who was before Lila, had writing talent. She must have been the muse of words and pictures, creating these books and passing much of what she learned along to the maidens. The information for each of the queens spans several pages, but I don't have time to delve into each if I want to make sense of the stained glass window. I tilt my gaze upward and continue. I gain a few highlights, namely that if all 9 muses convene they'll be a force to be reckoned with. Corbin appears a short while later, beaming a smile. "I sent Wolf, the woods, and chocolate. I brought you something," he says. "Fuel for the journey." He passes me a paper bag. The top is folded over and damp. "Sorry. I had to carry it back in my mouth." I peer inside to see several chocolate chip cookies. "These are from Sugar, Spice, and Everything Nice." "You ran all the way there?" My eyes widen because that's really far and really thoughtful. I figured I ought to check on Pepper's grandmother. I filled Ethan in on what's been going on. It's dishonest, but I had him charge Pepper's phone and text her grandmother. He shifts from foot to foot. "I told him to write that Pepper's okay and that she's staying with you in Cardington." I checked in with the rest of the pack, told them to track Clove and Pepper. I caress his cheek. "We have to believe that she's okay. We have to make sure it's true. Her grandmother doesn't need anything else to worry about." He nods. I pull out one of the massive chocolate chip cookies. "Best cookies ever." I moan. I take another bite then scribble down the translation I was working on before I forget. "Listen to this. I learned more about the muses." I flash him the cover of the book. "And see this here," I point to a few of the copied and translated symbols. "It says that if they all come together, they'll potentially be more powerful than Melchior himself, with or without the scepter. They're wise, clever, and kind, which is more than I can say for him. Maybe if we could somehow summon them, we wouldn't need the scepter. Should we send a text or give them a ring?" Corbin spreads his thumb and pinky between his ear and mouth. "Hey, Melchior's muse, he's in a bad mood and we're hoping you can help." I laugh and knock him gently with my fist. "We have to find them." "So now we have to find the muses, the jewel, and the scepter?" "Don't forget about Pepper." Corbin slouches in the leather chair as if adding another item to the list defeats him. Maybe Lila can help. If I understand correctly, she was never officially inducted into their club because she left the Fae. I bite my lip. You have a point. Undaunted, I turn my attention back to the book The Nine Sisters. They each have a symbol. I compare our notes and the biographies to the stained glass. I've seen them somewhere else. I scratch my head, my energy flagging as well. I eat another cookie, definitely hitting a late afternoon slump. I never expected what appears to be a work of art to give us so much information. But we're still missing pieces and a direction. My gaze floats to the map at the same time. Corbin points toward the wall, to the left of the stained glass. I didn't notice that before, he says, pressing to standing. A blue shape glows, casting a shaft of light onto the map. The end of the beam illuminates brightly in the shape of one of the Queen's symbols. It looks almost like the top of a star, but with multiple lines coming out of the bottom. I've seen those symbols there, and there he gets to his feet, spinning and pointing at the maps on the walls, each with a small symbol cut out of it. Glad to see the cookies did the trick, I say with a laugh. The Muses symbols from the stained glass project in various shades of blues, greens, and purples onto the maps, highlighting each of the corresponding shapes. When I get closer to it, I realize they're cut out of the canvas. The maps, I whisper. Of course. I count 6, for each of the current muses, but the symbols' placements don't designate a particular location. There's no X marks the spot where Myra hangs out among the Fae in the deserts of Central Australia, Nia in the South American rainforests, or Halid chilling in South Asia with a fruity drink. Corbin paces in front of the wall. His hand grips the back of his neck and tugs at the ends of his hair. As the sun lowers in the sky, the light from the stained glass once more fades into pinpricks, before disappearing altogether. In the meantime, I've made progress on the translation with an emphasis on the importance of reconvening the Court of Queens, but how I'd convince Lila to join them is almost more of a challenge than finding the others, on top of figuring out how to locate the scepter, Jewel, and my best dragon friend. Plus, ISA is in a diary. This is a mess. A chair scraping across the floor interrupts my groan of frustration. Corbin stands on top of it, pulling the maps from the wall. I've got it. I figured it out. He clears the notes from the floor and wipes away the cookie crumbs. He lays down the map with the symbol of the first consort in the book, The Nine Sisters. Then layers each of the other maps on top until all 6 are stacked. The cutouts of the symbols attributed to each of the muses form a constellation of the scepter with its staff and 3 tips. You are a genius, I say, wrapping my arms around him. We topple onto the floor. For a moment, my wolf begs for release, but now isn't the time to play wrestle. Corbin presses to sitting. There has to be another map. Something is missing. He paces a circle around the maps on the floor. We scatter them around as we peruse the pages of notes, rereading much of what we've already covered. Grayson wouldn't have led us this far, given us this much information, and then leave us clueless. I res-tack the maps, drawing an invisible line connecting the symbols to form the scepter. The 3 prongs point at the wall. My pulse thunders with wonder. The stained glass is also a map, Corbin whispers, awestruck. My skin chills with knowing. Grayson is a genius. He made this his life's work, but instead of spelling it out, in case the information fell into the wrong hands, he carefully left us a trail of crumbs so it fell into the right hands. I press my palm into Corbin's, squeezing tight and glad we're on this journey together. Just when my energy was flagging, he brought me cookies. Just when he's hit a low, we had a breakthrough. He smiles and kisses me on the lips. I smile against his mouth, wishing we could do this forever. In the following minutes, we do our best to orient the Jeep outside the house like we did last night to illuminate the window from behind. We carefully lift the stack of maps and lay them over the stained glass. The placement of the symbols isn't random. Halley's symbol is located south of New Zealand and Demi's appears to be north of the Red Sea. Corbin calls down each location to me while I plot their locations in the notebook. The stained glass pointed us to the maps and then back to the stained glass, that's also a map. It's layer upon layer. We're able to ascertain the potential locations of 6 of the queens, minus Lila and Isa, presumably left off, because Dad knew they weren't officially part of the court. Okay, we know where they are, Corbin says, exhaling after our efforts. But not how we'll physically get to them, convince them to help us, or, he shrugs. The rush of figuring out the locations dwindles with the reality of the big now what. I thumbed the pages of the notebook, containing the invaluable information we've learned so far. Pepper, ever brilliant, gave us a head start. I hope she's okay. I smooth my fingers through my hair, pacing. You need fresh air, Corbin says, ushering me toward the hallway. He stokes the fire because it's the only source of warmth in this house. Luckily, I have him. He runs hot like my own personal furnace. We pass through the kitchen. Everything is tidy and dim. I catch a chill, wondering if Alistair is in the vicinity. Under the stars and upon the atlas in my mind, I plant a flag in Concordia, Scotland, Bahia Magia, and all the little spots in between where we've learned something that brings us closer to an answer. The dale is quiet, still, dark. Thin clouds thread the sky above, hiding what little there is of the moon. Corbin wraps his arms around me against the chilly northern air. I breathe deep. Everything we've learned doesn't necessarily bring us closer to what we've been looking for, I say. Indulge me here. I'm thinking out loud. Thinking about what we have, what we need, and what we want. How do we bridge the 3? I've never seen a 3-part bridge. Nuzzling the back of my head, I feel Corbin's lips lift toward a teasing smile. Until a few months ago, I'd never seen a fae, a shifter, or a ghost. My father is a common thread. He's the one who can help. And he's a ghost pirate. I'm not sure wearing my Halloween costume and saying Arg matey will win any favors. I tip my head back to meet his eyes, sparkling copper in the faint light. I'm not a fan of ghosts, considering the dream I had about the librarian when I was a kid. But I'm even less fond of the possibility that my fate doesn't land with Corbin. According to the book and sextant, revealing my future, I'm supposed to rule by the Fae King's side.
Chapter 24. Corbin. Kenna races back into the house, calling for Alistair. Thoughts about involving ghosts crawl along my spine. Alistair is relatively harmless, but the thing about ghosts is they're powerful, yet unstable. If they have a mind to make you one of their own, they will, and there's little to do about it. I want to caution her, prepare her, but words of reason won't reach her ears in time. Alistair hovers by the kitchen island, as misty and spectral as ever. We need your help, Kenna says. Certainly, miss, Alistair replies in his genial way. You'll help us? That was easier than I thought. Yes, I'm the butler. I buttle. With a slight laugh, she says, and bake, I might add. But does your job description include giving us a crash course on ghost pirates and telling us where to find them? This is insane, I say. We have to wait for daylight at least. She puts her hand on her hip and steps into a wide, resolute stance. What if we don't have that kind of time? We're putting ourselves in danger by seeking them out, I say. Correction. We're looking for my dad. Kenna brightens like she had an idea. And what if they can help us locate the queens? Likely, they've sailed all over the world. Kenna, you heard what Clove said they do to fae, and wolf shifters. She's not hearing it. Alistair. We have to find my father. Last I saw him, he faded and disappeared. He said to break the curse. What can you tell us? The ghost pirates have been patrolling the harbor east of here for weeks. I sense their proximity, their lure. They're fond of all magicals, but especially ghosts even though we have little to trade. They're always eager to add to their numbers. Can they come on land? Kenna asks. No, they're forsaken to the sea. To an interminable life of searching. Nothing satisfies, so they continue on and on, for eternity. His tone is low, moaning, mournful. Do you think my father is among them? Kenna asks. He was, but his location now is uncertain. Ghosts can sense other ghosts, but since the fight on the Dale, he's been lost to me. Alistair gazes straight ahead as though trying to remain stoic even though he's loyal to Kenna's father. What about the scepter? You found it once, any idea who has it? Clove said he traded it to a vampire. Alistair's stare wavers slightly. That, I cannot say. Because you don't know? Kenna asks as though interrogating him. Alistair flickers. Wait, don't leave. I have a few more questions. How about some muffins? He floats toward the pantry. I've never been one to turn down sweets, but time isn't on our side right now. We've taken too long translating dragon symbols. We're searching for the scepter and the wolf jewel, and the Fey Queens. Kenna goes on to tell Alistair about the key, the secret room, the chest, and the non-existent puzzle cube containing the wolf jewel. Ah, yes. Some wolf shifters visited a long time ago. Found the cube. Took it with them. What became of it, I know not. Wolf shifters? Are you sure? Wolves aren't known for plundering or stealing. Well, at least wolves that belong to a pack. A dusty bunch if you ask me, Alistair says with distaste. My brow furrows. It couldn't have been my pack. So we don't know where the scepter is or the wolf stone, bringing us back to the Court of Queens. The best option we have is finding them and my father. The ghost pirates will have to do. I start to shake my head. Corbin, we need help. Kenna bites her lip and worry swims in her eyes. Help in the form of undead ghosts intent on pitting wolf shifters against each other and enslaving Fae? I ask. Believe me, if I thought there was a better way or if we had more time, I'd come up with something else. Remember, I'm wolf shifter and Fae, putting me at greater risk. Which is exactly why I think it's a bad idea. My jaw ticks with irritation. I know you want to protect me, but there might not be me or you or the pack if we don't act. My hands tighten into fists. I won't give up, terrified or not. Her chin trembles, but she stands tall. For the record, I know. You fundamentally disagree with this plan. Duly noted. I'll go with you or without you. If you want to stay here, by all means. You can continue to seek the gem and the scepter. She turns to the spectral figure hovering in the kitchen. Alistair, where did you say we'd find the ghost pirate ship? Kenna asks. I grip the keys to the jeep. No way am I letting you go alone. The drive to the coast is completely silent. I try to figure out how to talk Kenna out of this. I imagine she tries to come up with convincing responses to my objections. We pull into the harbor town a couple of hours before dawn. Kenna scans the horizon. The stars and faint moonlight play off the water, winking. A smudge cuts across the surface. The prow of a boat appears and then the hull, 2 masts, and tattered sails. A chill unlike any I've ever felt runs across my skin before penetrating my bones. Kenna points. There. I see it. Do you? I let out a long-held breath. You can go back, she whispers. I'm not leaving you. She spots a rowboat tied up in the shallows alongside the jetty, jutting out to the water. We scramble down the rocky shore. I push out to sea as waves crash against the rocks to our left. So what's the plan? I ask Kenna as I row, putting land behind us. Don't get dead. What a great idea, I retort, not biting back sarcasm. As it is, you seem to know more about the ghost pirates than me. Anything I should avoid saying or doing? I don't want to jinx us. Stay on land? I try. A cold gust of air catches in my throat. The ghost pirates not only chill the air, but they also take up a lot of it. I suppose it's a bit like being underwater. We're almost there. A large wooden ship looms ahead of us with black paint worn by tide and gale to grimy gray patches. Splintered rails and sooty portholes are grim warnings to turn tail. The tattered sails billow and blow in the wind. I blink my eyes a few times. Spectral figures move about the deck, their eyes hollow, wanting. It's as though we've sailed back in time and entered a black and white photograph. I slow my row as the atmosphere surrounding the ship cools, chilling whatever moisture exists in the air. My arms burn as I try to slice through water and space. My breath comes more slowly, but I press on and around to the stern of the ship, then port side. A narrow moon shines overhead, not casting us fully into shadow. I shouldn't be surprised to find out Kenna is fearless, while I'm practically quaking. Kenna carefully gets to her feet and waves her arm for the pirate's attention. "Hello," she calls, her voice faint, almost brittle in the chill. A mass of smudgy gray figures, muttering and moaning, moves to the deck rail. One pirate emerges from the fray wearing a tricorn cap and a jacket to his knees lined with tarnished brass buttons. In life, he must have been robust, but the light, now drained from his features, makes him appear gaunt, but not feeble. One thing I should have mentioned. "Never tell them your real name," I whisper. "You say this now." She grunts with irritation. Turning back to them, she calls, "We need your help." The ghost pirates surge toward us like wild, hungry animals. The captain, I assume, holds his hands up. "Help?" He scoffs. "We give not a pittance for you." The tricorn cap balances atop an unruly mane of dark hair. His tone is dull and far away, as though nothing more than a wisp of smoke ties him to this existence. In his presence, little more tethers us to ours. Kenna stiffens. "Nor we for you, Captain. However, it's a matter of life and death," she says, as though skilled in the art of negotiating with ghost pirates. "What business have ye here?" His empty eyes look through us, not focusing on our faces, but rather the space we inhabit, as though hungry for whatever makes us solid. "We have something you might want, a trade as it were, but first, we're seeking someone. A pirate in your service named Grayson Slade." The pirates are quiet for a long moment, as though waiting to hear what the captain says. Down in the depths, I'm afraid. They hoot and whoop. If this upsets Kenna, she doesn't show it. Additionally, there are several Fae we seek. She doesn't waver as she moves swiftly onto Plan B. "Fae?" A chorus of haunted laughter surges across the deck. "We have plenty of them. Not just any Fae. We seek the core of queens," Kenna says. Her voice is strong even against their numbers. "And we're willing to make a trade. We typically only trade in truths, but my men are hungry." The captain looks down his nose at the two of us, vulnerable and floating, but a frayed rope ladder lowers. We both hoist ourselves onto the deck. The legion of pirates falls in and out of focus like static on a late-night TV station. "Who do we have here?" the captain asks. "It doesn't matter who we are. We've come for transport. If you can't offer it, we'll be leaving," I say. Their wicked laughter hints at the infrequency of demands or anyone disembarking from the ship, ever. "You mentioned you have something to trade? Do tell the good Captain Crowbeard, lassie." Kenna eyes me and then says, "Yes, a Fae, but not just any Fae. She's strong, fierce, one of a kind." My mouth goes dry. She's using herself as collateral. She must think because the vampire within was killed, the Fae can be too, but without consequences. "And you'll bring us to this special Fae if we agree to make 6 stops to find 6 Fae? Taking us to 6 seas, I presume." "I don't see how that's fair," he counters. "If you ask me, 6 Fae seems more reasonable." He chuckles. And I like to think of myself as a reasonable sort of man. Captain Crowbeard leans on the ship's wheel as though waiting for her to up the offer. The supernatural beings close and around us. Their presence haunts me, gnaws at my fears, and thirsts after my apprehension. I'm left with nothing more or less than courage. I can no longer stall. It's up to us to do this. We came all the way out here. There's no going back intact unless we do whatever we can to find the Fae. The fae I offer was meant to be queen. She escaped the king. The pirate captain's eyes widen with unfettered desire at having a fae so valuable. What do you say, crew? There's a round of cheering, shouting, and cursing as the starved pirates endorse the idea. Then we have an agreement? Kenna asks, extending her hand. His lips twist into a snarl. Pirates don't shake. If you fail to follow through on your end, then the price is you. Never had a human girl on board before. His thunderous laughter knots my stomach, but I step forward anyway. No, I break in. If she fails to deliver, take me. Kenna opens and then closes her mouth as though she's going to argue but thinks better of it. The boy makes quite a generous offer. I prefer this pretty young thing, but we can always use another set of hands on board. If you cross us, we'll take both of ye. The ghosts are packed like sardines on the deck, but they're hungry ghosts, never satisfied. Then it's set. The Court of Queens in exchange for a fae, and if not, you're both on the chopping block. The captain blusters across the deck and then declares, we sail. Kenna steps over to the deck rail. I follow, ready to admonish her, reprimand her for not cluing me in, but in the charcoal night, something glints on the water in the distance. Her gaze fixes on it intently. What is it? I ask, squinting my eyes. Instead of answering, she dives into the water.
Chapter 25. Kenna. The water chills me to my bones, but not more than on the ghost pirate ship. Despite what I've said, I know what I've seen and what I've read in ISA's diary. I'm the curse breaker. I don't want to lose Corbin or break his heart, but it's up to me to break this curse. If I could write an entry in my diary right now, it would be something like this. Corbin. Please trust me. Please forgive me. I love you. Forever yours. Kenna. Like I've been saying all along. I am the problem and the solution. It's time to make things right. I now understand what Melchior meant about keeping me close and why he wants me. I exist outside the curse so I can break the curse. That's why I was named Magical's Most Wanted, and Melchior's Most Wanted. I'm potentially the 9th queen, but I'm also the Fae King's enemy because I'm the curse breaker. If he can control me, he remains in his role of power. Plain and simple. But I will break him. ISA said I'd have to make a choice. I have. Lila, ISA, and my father had their chances. It's up to me. Hopefully, this time is the charm. I swim to the rowboat and get in, hoping Corbin can manage the pirates and find the Court of Queens, because we'll need all the help we can get. Lila sacrificed for love. My father made a trade for truth. I'll do both if I have to, or I'll die trying.